Berengar sat in his office with a stern expression on his handsome face, holding a disturbing telegram. Arnulf von Thierse, a man who had been by Berengar's side since his first reincarnation into this world, had ordered his troops to do the unthinkable, open fire on German citizens. Luckily, the colonel in charge of the 1st Colonial Expeditionary Brigade had the sense to request further orders from the Kaiser, the highest authority of the empire. Otherwise, this situation would have turned into an unforgivable act of treason. Berengar knew little about the ongoing conflict between Arnulf and the people he ruled. Reports from the colonies were regular, but they usually focused on internal development rather than external threats. After all, in this world, the Reich feared only one army, Japan's. However, Arnulf's misjudgment had led him to disobey the primary colonial protocol, which was to conquer territory and spread the German nation across undeveloped lands. Instead, he made petty alliances with the savage tribes of New Vienna and guaranteed their lands at the expense of German growth and prosperity. These actions bordered on treason, though they were still tolerable, no matter how much Berengar was enraged by them. Why were they tolerable for a man who usually dealt with treason by a bullet to the brain? Because Arnulf was a war hero, second only to the likes of Eckhard and himself. Not only was Arnulf involved in every major campaign leading up to the formation of the Kingdom of Austria, but he was also the general most famous for the early days of the Iberian Campaign, where Germany and its allies achieved victory after victory, in contrast to the current mess in the region. Because Arnulf was a war hero beloved by the people, it would not be easy, nor wise, to get rid of him. Especially now, when Germany was more united than ever before. However, one thing was certain: Arnulf's native wife was influencing him poorly, and this needed to stop. Thus, Berengar was quick to address this troublesome matter. He spoke into his microphone, which sent a radio message to his personal aide, whose office was nearby, and issued his orders. "Claudia, I need you to send a telegram to the SMS Emmerich, which is stationed in New Vienna." The message should read: "By order of the Kaiser, all colonial expeditionary forces are to disregard the commands they have received from the colonial governor regarding the colony of Berenwalde and return to their posts immediately. Any attack on Berenwalde and its citizens will be seen as an act of treason and will be punished accordingly." As for Arnulf von Thierse, he is to be formally summoned to Kufstein, along with his native wife, to explain his actions. There was only static on the other end of the line for a moment until a sultry feminine voice responded in the affirmative. "Of course, my Kaiser, I will relay your message to the New World immediately. Is there anything else I can assist you with?" Berengar shook his head with a smile on his face before responding to the woman's question in a gentle tone. "No, that will be all, Claudia. I thank you for your assistance." Upon hearing this, Claudia quickly got to work fulfilling the task on behalf of her Kaiser. Meanwhile, Berengar sighed in relief, thinking about how much help his secretary had been to him over the past few weeks. He really should have hired adequate assistance a long time ago. In truth, he had been doing far too much work himself these past few years. Now he had an entire staff to help him with his many responsibilities and relieve the pressure of managing the Reich's executive affairs alone. After receiving a notice from Claudia that the telegram was sent, Berengar sat back and relaxed in his office. He could not believe the words he had read and was immediately concerned about the direction New Vienna was heading. Hopefully, his orders would reach the colonial troops before any bloodshed occurred. If not, he would have to severely punish Arnulf for his crimes. Meanwhile, in the New World, the crew of the SMS Emmerich received their orders and relayed them to the field where the colonial expeditionary forces were approaching their target. Deep in the woods outside Berenwalde, the colonial soldiers marched forward with their heads on a swivel. They were now entering hostile territory, where the enemy was equipped with semi-modern weaponry. Though the G-22 was obsolete by the standards of the German army and had largely been replaced in frontline service, it was still a deadly weapon in the hands of those who knew how to use it. The colonists of Berenwalde were well versed in using these rifles, as they were the primary means of hunting both in the colonies and the fatherland. To the citizens of Berenwalde, these soldiers were traitors to the crown, and they had no intention of standing by and waiting to be attacked. They had been anticipating an armed invasion from the south for some time and had been preparing for the eventuality. Thus, before the Kaiser's orders could reach the colonial forces, they walked right into a trap. At the front of the colonial army's lines, a young man carelessly stepped forward and triggered a tripwire connected to a cluster of grenades. The explosion blasted the poor lad to pieces and claimed the lives of his nearby comrades. This booby trap was the first domino to fall. Immediately after it detonated, smoke and thunder filled the woodlands as the Berenwalde citizens opened fire on the advancing army without a hint of mercy. Though they were severely outnumbered, they hid well within the woods. Dressed in makeshift camouflage, these men fled through the smoke of their gunfire deeper into the woods after firing their first shots, forcing the inexperienced colonial troops to rush after them and into another trap. It was only after this initial exchange of gunfire, which claimed the lives of several dozen German soldiers, that the orders to retreat came over the wire. The telegraph operator, using a portable device, gazed in horror as he read the message. He quickly searched for the colonel and handed him the message with a guilty look on his face. "Sir, these are the orders from the fatherland. The Kaiser has commanded that we return to New Vienna and leave Berenwalde be." Colonel Barthold von Tettingen immediately cursed in response to this news. He could not believe he had marched his brigade north and into an ambush. Several dozen of his soldiers were dead, and 100 more were wounded. Though a few men had survived the attack relatively unharmed, mainly because of the advanced body armor they wore, others were unlucky and were either killed or wounded by shots to the head or other unprotected regions of their bodies. Those struck by the plates could count their lucky stars that the Kaiser had invented a body armor capable of protecting them against such advanced munitions. Normally, the colonel would obey the orders of the Kaiser and withdraw at this time, but several hundred of his soldiers had chased after what was clearly a feigned retreat. At this very moment, they were likely suffering from booby traps and ambushes placed in advance by the insurgents. He did not have the nerve to leave the poor sods behind and quickly made up his mind. The colonel gritted his teeth before giving the order that would sour relations between Berenwalde and New Vienna for decades to come. "We have no choice. We have already been engaged by the enemy, and our men have chased after them. I will not leave a man behind, and because of that, we must engage the enemy. After retrieving those lads, we will return to New Vienna with our heads held high. For Kaiser and fatherland." With this, the German soldiers roared their battle cries as they rushed into the woods to support their comrades, who had foolishly chased after the feigned retreat. At the front lines of the colonial dust-up, the colonial soldiers fired their shots toward the fleeing enemy, racking their bolts back and chambering another round. This was the advantage of the G25 rifle. It had a built-in 5-round magazine, allowing for rapid follow-up shots. The colonial forces would chase the fleeing enemy, then kneel and fire a shot, before chasing after them again, racking their bolts as they did so. It did not take long for the overwhelming volume of fire to begin claiming the lives of the fleeing insurgents. However, the insurgents were too spread out and easily able to blend into the environment. Thus, it was unexpected when the German soldiers rushed forward and found themselves engaged by men hidden in the bushes, bayonets affixed. A wall of bayonets rushed into the unarmored necks of the colonial soldiers, claiming their lives and tossing their fresh corpses aside. By luring out these few hundred men, the colonists had evened the odds and were quick to take advantage of it. Unfortunately for the colonial soldiers, they had rushed ahead without attaching their bayonets, and because of this, they immediately fell at a massive disadvantage. The battle continued for some time, killing many men on both sides. However, in the end, German reinforcements arrived and opened fire on the Berenwalde citizens, killing most of them and scattering the rest. After achieving a bloody victory, the colonel ordered the retrieval of their dead and a return to New Vienna. This small conflict would cause Berenger a massive headache in the coming days as he awaited Arnulf's return to the fatherland. Sweat glistened across Berenger's chiseled figure as he continuously struck the hanging punching bag with all his might. He had been at this for nearly an hour, and his knuckles were stained with his own blood. For the first time in a long time, Berenger was frustrated and bitter, so much so that he needed to hit someone to relieve his anger. However, he couldn't very well go out and assault his people, so the heavy bag was a good substitute. After throwing a jab and a cross, he swung his leg like a baseball bat toward what would be the head of the heavy bag if it were a human. A loud thunder crackled in the room, as if the one-eyed emperor had fired a gun in the enclosed space. There was even a slight dent in the bag where his shin connected with its surface. After this combination, he sprawled to the ground and began to do a set of 10 push-ups. What had enraged the man so much that only working himself to death could alleviate his wrath? News of the Battle of Berenwalde had reached the Kaiser shortly after the colonial troops returned to New Vienna. It was an unmitigated disaster, with hundreds dead and even more wounded. To Berenger, this was a failure of leadership, not on the part of Arnulf, but his own. He had failed to maintain enough of a presence in the New World to deter his colonial governors from making foolish mistakes. These deaths were on his hands, and the blood that currently seeped from his knuckles represented this. The Kaiser did not know how he was going to respond to this incident. People needed to be punished, perhaps even executed. However, one thing was certain: Arnulf's policy of maintaining peace with the natives would come to an end. Blood needed to spill to satisfy the German nation after such a senseless slaughter of their own people. Only the death of the natives who had influenced Arnulf to turn on his own kind could satisfy this desire. Currently, Berenger was training on the heavy bag, buck naked. He had no shame in his appearance, and besides, only his women were present in the palace at the moment, or so he thought. After all, he had sent home all of his employees after hearing about the events in Berenwalde. Thus, he was certain that nobody who was not already intimately familiar with his body would walk in on him. After completing his push-ups, Berenger performed a flurry of strikes on the bag, followed by another sprawl and a set of push-ups or sit-ups. At a certain point, Plexicly walked in on the man venting his anger and gazed in shock. She had just returned from her visit to the Aztec Empire and was looking for Berenger to discuss what had transpired in her absence. She had no idea that she would find him nude while working out alone in his gym. She stared at the naked form of the Kaiser for several moments, shocked as he struck the bag with all his force. After observing him in silence for well over a minute, she teased the man who had treated her so roughly in the past. "Nice dick. No wonder your wives love you so much." Berenger turned around and glared intensely at the young woman, who had a teasing smile on her face. However, upon seeing his face, she immediately flushed red. This was the first time she had seen the man without his eye patch, and in all honesty, it deeply attracted her to his battle-scarred appearance. There was some kind of gruesome appeal to the Aztec warrior princess upon seeing the wound the Kaiser had suffered in battle. After staring at the woman with fury in his eyes for several minutes in silence, Berenger sighed heavily before scolding her for interrupting his session. "You should know better than to interrupt a man when he is venting his anger," he said. Plexicly immediately frowned when she heard this. Berenger did not seem the least bit flustered by her remarks or the fact that she had so brazenly stared at his naked figure for such an extended period. However, after several seconds, she got another fiendish idea in her head. Moments later, Berenger turned around and ignored her to focus on the bag. Plexicly stripped out of her dress and undergarments before sneaking up behind the man and latching her hands around his waist. She immediately suplexed him to the mat in a brutal slam. This aggressive action caught Berenger off guard, both because the girl was stronger than he thought and because he was simply not expecting to get slammed. However, he immediately recovered, protecting his neck from submission attempts before spinning around into the guard position. Berenger had briefly learned Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu in his past life, in addition to his army combatives training. At the time of his reincarnation, he had the skill of a low-level blue belt and that of a high school wrestler. However, it had been years since he personally introduced submission grappling and other martial arts into this world as sports, and since then, the talent of its practitioners had rapidly evolved to a higher standard. Naturally, the Kaiser trained extensively to remain in shape and ensure his fighting spirit never waned. This included strength and conditioning training, as well as a variety of martial arts, such as grappling, wrestling, boxing, and Burmese kickboxing, all of which were popular sports in the Reich that he had introduced. His current skill in submission grappling was at the level of a purple belt in jiu-jitsu and a collegiate wrestler. He was furious that the woman had attacked him, but when he gazed upon her naked form and the pretty smile on her face, he felt a bit less enraged. It seemed that this woman wanted to test her skills against him, so he treated this as a friendly sparring session rather than an assault. One thing that was immediately noticeable was the substantial muscle definition of Plexicly's figure. For a woman, she was shredded. However, not in the form of a bodybuilder, but more like that of a fitness model. Years of physical training had left her muscular body impressive, to say the least. Despite her muscular physique, she still had an ample bosom above her heavily defined abs, which, if Berenger had to guess, was a strong D-cup. Her ass was also stacked with muscle but plump in its own way. While Berenger was ogling the girl's impressive physique, she had slipped past his guard and into side control, where she held him firmly to the ground with all her strength. Her bare chest pressed against his pectoral muscles as she squeezed him tightly. Berenger remained calm and collected, using his forearm to brace against her waist while searching for an underhook. He quickly caught it and used it to fight out of side control. The two struggled in silence for several moments before Berenger put the woman back into the guard, where he grabbed hold of her forearm and fought for control of the back. Plexically responded to this countermeasure by grabbing hold of Berenger's waist and driving him forward onto the mat, holding him down with both technique and strength. In his own mind, he had to admit that fighting with a beautiful, muscular woman for a position of dominance was turning him on. Thus, he quickly shrimped his hips out, securing an omoplata submission. However, the warrior princess did not panic as Berenger tried to dislocate her shoulder. Instead, she quickly spun over her shoulder to free herself from the position. The result was that she was now on the bottom, with Berenger in side control as he rolled along with her into a superior position. Once in side control, Berenger fought for an Americana submission, but he failed to achieve his goal as Plexically defended against it. This caused him to hip out and forward towards the woman's head, where he caught her in an OGI Ezekiel choke. He did this by grabbing his biceps with one hand and locking his other around his forearm, with Plexicly's neck in between the grip. In doing so, he rapidly cut off the blood supply to her brain. Despite this, Plexicly did not tap and instead chose to take a brief nap, mocking Berenger with words she had heard Anuria say while eavesdropping on her in Berenger's private time, "Choke me harder, daddy." Berenger chuckled as he saw the light fade from Plexicly's eyes while she passed into unconsciousness, causing him to release his grip. Within a few seconds, she snapped back to reality as the blood returned to her brain. The Aztec warrior princess gazed around the room in shock, not realizing that she had been choked out by her partner. It took her a few seconds to realize the truth, and she then pouted, lowering her head in defeat. "The gods be damned, you beat me yet again. Here, I thought I was finally good enough to defeat you. Especially after learning your fighting arts. It isn't fair." Berenger chuckled when he heard this, then scolded the woman for stripping naked and attacking him out of nowhere. "You should really consider your position as an ambassador to the Reich. What would the nobility think if they saw you like this?" Only now did Plexicly feel a slight bit of shame for stripping naked and attacking the man. She had gotten naked strictly out of the need to be freed from her cumbersome attire, which was required to fight effectively. However, now she was beginning to regret her decision as she hid her sensitive areas with her arms. This only caused Berenger to laugh once more as he threw her dress and undergarments to her, then thanked her for her actions. "I suppose I should thank you. I was in a terrible mood, but our sparring session really helped me unwind. How about we get dressed and head out into the city for a drink?" Plexicly thought about the offer for a few seconds before nodding in agreement. She wouldn't mind sharing a drink with the man, assuming he was paying for it. "Fine, but you're paying for it." Berenger chuckled again at the girl's petty attitude. She quickly got up from the floor, covering herself as she reached for her discarded clothes. Upon seeing such an alluring sight, Berenger could not resist the urge and spanked the muscular ass that presented itself to him. Plexicly yelped in shock, then glared at the man for his perverted action, who shamelessly looked away as if it had never happened. She could only sigh in defeat and get dressed in a different corner of the room. Meanwhile, Berenger pulled his clothes out of the gym bag he had brought and dressed in appropriate attire. The two of them would depart for the city shortly after to share a drink and some food. Berenger sat in a local beer house dressed in casual attire. His hair was styled differently than usual to hide his identity. It was a common tactic he used whenever visiting local taverns and restaurants, so he could mingle with his people and hear their true feelings about the current state of affairs. However, tonight was different. The Kaiser had just finished his 5th liter of beer and was now hanging his head low, resting it in his palms. He was deeply troubled by the recent developments in the colonies. Immediately after receiving news of the Battle of Berenwalde, Berenger had ordered the arrest of Arnulf and his wife, Kawita. They were to be brought to the royal capital to stand before a military tribunal and answer for their crimes. No doubt, the man was already on his way to Kufstein. However, Berenger was not alone in his sorrow. He was accompanied by someone with whom he had a complex relationship. Plexically admired Berenger as a ruler and all he had accomplished over the years. Yet, she also despised him for what he had done to her people, even if she felt a strong physical attraction to him. Because of this love-slash-hate dynamic, she had drunk just as much as Berenger as they discussed recent events. From the beginning, Plexically could tell something was wrong with the Kaiser, though she did not want to pry into his affairs. After all, he had been exceptionally cruel to her back in Barenstadt, and she feared a repeat of such behavior. Despite her internal fear, Plexicly's curiosity got the better of her. After drinking enough to feel as if she could wrestle a jaguar, she finally decided to pose the question that had been plaguing her all night. "So, are you going to tell me what has got you so frustrated?" Berenger sighed heavily when he heard these words and slunk back into his booth with a depressed appearance. He did not like talking about his feelings. After all, he was a man, and there were two things that were absolutely taboo for a man: crying and talking about their feelings. Thus, he tried to bottle up his emotions, but in the end, he could not help but release a raspy groan of distress and spill his guts. "God damn it, fine. I'll tell you since you're so insistent." Upon hearing this, Plexicly perked up her ears and rested her dainty chin on one hand, giving the man her full attention. It was only now that Berenger fully took in the woman's natural beauty. It was a different type of beauty than any of his wives, like that of a proud and strong lioness. However, before he could let such thoughts plague him any further, Berenger took a sip from his beer and began expressing his woe to the woman. "There are very few people in this world I can consider to be a trusted advisor and a close personal friend. Arnulf von Thiersee is one of these men. Though our relationship is built upon my own deception, he was never the wiser about some of the more horrific details and has until now proven to be a capable and loyal man. I made the mistake of entrusting this man with complete authority over the territory he rules over, and because of that, an incident has occurred. In truth, it is my own damn fault. I should have paid more attention to the development of the colonies, but I was too busy waging war in Europe. This man, in his infinite wisdom, has begun to see the Stone Age savages who inhabited the lands of New Vienna before my conquests as valuable allies. He has alienated the people under his control and granted these savages land at the expense of German development. I'm sure you, as a woman from a similar situation, would appreciate this. However, in doing so, he caused a large group of his citizens to leave the colony in self-imposed exile and stake a claim further north. They fought for control of their land against the natives who inhabited the region. Because of this, the savages requested support from Arnulf, who responded by dispatching his troops to put an end to the newfound colony of Berenwalde. When I found out about this, I tried to end the conflict before any lives could be pointlessly wasted. However, I am but one man, half a world away, and despite my latest technological innovations in the field of communications, I regret to admit that I was too slow. Because of this, hundreds of Germans lie dead, and even more are wounded. As we speak, the northern colonies of Lindeheim are in a state of total conflict, waiting for each other to make the next move. Because I failed to keep track of developments in the New World, I now have to punish a man I consider a friend. There is only one punishment for treason, and I would give anything not to have to go through with it. Plexicly was shocked to hear of this crazy scenario in the New World. She was beginning to understand how limited her knowledge of this world truly was. She wasn't even aware that the Reich had colonies north of Barenstadt. However, from the look on Berenger's face, she could guess the price of treason. She quickly gulped down some more beer before asking for confirmation. "You're going to kill him?" Upon hearing these words so brazenly spoken, Berenger froze in his spot. He gazed at the amber liquid in his glass for several moments in silence before finally nodding his head. "He has left me no choice. If I am unwilling to punish those at the highest level of society, it will send a message to my people that there are still men above the law. That would prove to everyone that I am nothing more than a despot like the feudal overlords who ruled them in years past. Such a thing would invite chaos and rebellion, which is something I must prevent at any cost. Thus, I am left with only one option: I have to kill my friend. Just like how I killed his father all those years ago, it has come full circle. Once more, I am left in a position of kill or be killed, which I foolishly believed I had evolved beyond. It was only now that Tlexicli learned what Berenger meant when he previously said that his relationship with Arnulf was founded on his own deception. She was quite surprised that he was so ruthless as to kill a man's father and lie to him with a straight face for so many years without the slightest sign of guilt. She could hardly believe it and needed to ask for clarification, which she did. "You killed his father, and you never told him?" When Berenger heard this, he scoffed before taking another sip of his beer. He then proceeded to inform Tlexicli of his past. "If I told the man I killed his father, do you think he would have sacrificed so much for me over the years? The story is a bit complicated, but since you asked, don't blame me if we go down the rabbit hole together. Around 10 years ago, my brother conspired against me with a multitude of powerful men, or so I thought at the time. Compared to the power I wield now, they were practically nothing. Anyway, these men aimed to assassinate me so that Lambert could usurp my position as heir to Kufstein. They intended to use him to secure Kufstein's iron deposits for their rebellion against the Duke. To make a long story short, I outsmarted my brother. After presenting evidence of his wrongdoing to my parents, they exiled him. This ultimately led to his return with an army, where I slew him in single combat on the field of battle. But not before the bastard left behind a little gift." Berenger silently motioned to the scar over his right eye, causing Tlexicli to cover her gaping mouth in shock. She could not believe such a brutal story of fratricide was the origin of the man's most distinctive battle wound. However, after thinking about it, Tlexicli did not understand the connection between Berenger's rivalry with Lambert and his killing of Arnulf's father. She interrupted the man in the middle of his harrowing tale. "But wait. What does that have to do with Arnulf's father?" Berenger groaned in displeasure, took another sip of his drink, and scolded the girl. "If you would just let me finish. Anyway, the point I was trying to make is that Arnulf's father was one of my brother's supporters. So, I used Linde and her influence to turn one of the man's maids against him. She poisoned his food for some time, until he died a convincing death. Luckily for me, the man died, leaving behind a single word, Lambert. What the old man was actually trying to say, I have no idea, but his dying words convinced Arnulf that my brother was responsible for the man's death. I just rolled with it, fabricating enough evidence to pin the blame on Lambert, which was ultimately overlooked in his sentencing due to the other serious crimes he had committed. The moral of the story is that Arnulf's father had committed treason by supporting my rebellious little brother and his petty claim over what was rightfully mine. In doing so, the man forced me to eliminate him. Now, 10 years later, his son has committed a similar offense. There is only one legitimate punishment for treason, and that is death." Tlexicli instantly sobered up in that moment as she came to a dreadful understanding. In his drunken state, Berenger had revealed to her a dirty secret about his past, something she was probably better off not knowing. Out of everyone in this world, the only people who knew about this incident were Berenger and Linde. After all, the crafty spymaster had long since removed all loose ends. Now, there was a third person who knew such a terrible secret, and the most horrifying fact was that Tlexicli was unsure whether Berenger considered her irreplaceable yet. She felt an intense fear that, after sobering up, Berenger might eliminate her to keep the secret buried. It was partly because of this dread that Tlexicli now felt an intense desire to become more intimate with Berenger, no matter the cost. Thus, the duo continued to drink long into the night, seemingly unaware of the time passing and the extent of the alcohol they consumed. The Marines of the SMS Emmerich stood on standby as their commander led them through the harrowed halls of the governor's villa. Not long ago, word had come over the wire for the arrest of Arnulf von Thierse and his wife Kawita, as well as the colonel in charge of the local colonial expeditionary forces. The order had come from the Kaiser himself, and because of this, these brave men would drag Arnulf back to Kufstein, even if they had to fight against an army to do so. Luckily for them, Colonel Barthold von Tettingen was so ashamed about what had happened in Berenwalde that he handed himself over into the Marines' custody without incident. His last orders to his troops were to assist the Marines in their efforts to arrest the colonial governor. Thus, the governor's mansion was surrounded by an army of roughly 5,000 men, ensuring there was no escape for the man inside. Arnulf gazed out the window of his study and saw the staggering sight. He sighed heavily, realizing he was most likely about to be executed. He gazed upon his loving wife and their young son with regret in his eyes before opening the door and allowing the Marines inside. The Marines were already stacked outside, prepared to engage in combat with Arnulf's bodyguards. However, after clearing the room, they were surprised to find that such men were nowhere to be found. Arnulf simply gazed upon the Marines and placed his hands above his head before kneeling on the ground and accepting his fate. Shockingly, the Marines did not just stop with arresting him but immediately called for the arrest of tothe as well. Take his wife as well. The Kaiser wants to speak with them both in person. The woman screamed and struggled as the Marines separated the child from her arms before escorting him out of the building. The boy was too young to fully comprehend just what was going on. However, he would never forget the sight of his parents being dragged out in chains by heavily armed white men. The captain in charge of the Marine Company gazed at Arnulf with contempt as he loaded him into the vessel. The plan was to immediately return to Kufstein after apprehending the prisoner. He could not help but scold the traitor for his actions. 300 Germans are dead because of your love for these savages. That's more casualties than we suffered in the war against the Catholic world. Arnulf was shocked to hear this. He was not even aware of the wars the fatherland was fighting. They were so frequent and brief that he lost track. The man was completely unaware that Berenger had just returned home from his war against the papacy, and he quickly inquired about it. The papacy is gone? Despite his question, the Marines remained silent as they constantly guarded the prisoners. The journey to Kufstein would take roughly 2 weeks, but in the end, they arrived safely. When Arnulf stepped off the docks, he could not even recognize the city of Trieste. So much had changed in the years since he had been tasked with looking after the colony of New Vienna. Factories spewed smoke into the air, manufacturing goods with their steam-powered devices, and trucks drove through the streets, transporting goods from the steel yard to the shipyard. Lights lit up the streets, and buses carried people across town. It was as if he had stepped into an entirely new world, one that transcended everything he had previously believed to be true. Kawita was even more astonished, as this was her first time visiting the fatherland. Because of this, she finally understood why she had first considered Berenger and his soldiers to be gods upon their first visit to her homeland. This level of civilization was simply awe-inspiring. The people walked by the streets, not even recognizing Arnulf as the Marines led him into a prisoner transport truck. It had been so many years since the people last laid eyes on the once proud general that they had forgotten what he looked like, especially since many had never seen his face to begin with. The truck stopped at a military train yard, where Arnulf and his wife boarded the vehicle under the soldiers' supervision. After several hours, they arrived in Kufstein, where the extensive progress made in Arnulf's absence surprised him. Ultimately, the colonial governor was handed over to the Reichsguard outside the palace, and he and his wife were escorted into Berenger's study. Berenger was already waiting, dressed in his military uniform, with Linde by his side. His face bore a stoic expression as he nodded toward the guards, silently dismissing them from the meeting. In all honesty, Arnulf was deeply worried after being taken directly to Berenger. He expected to be rotting in a cell, awaiting a trial, rather than having a face-to-face meeting with the man who ruled over the vast German Empire. The doors sealed behind him in the next second, and all his questions were answered. Berenger did not hesitate to pull a small vial out of his coat pocket and place it on the table. The sunlight shone through the clear liquid, giving Arnulf a good idea of what was inside. He gulped the saliva that had pooled in his mouth as the Kaiser scolded him for his actions. I am giving you a choice on how you die, Arnulf. If you drink this poison, I will spare your wife and child, and I will blame your death on the natives, along with all those who died because of your foolish actions. You will be remembered as a hero of the German people, who died valiantly in the defense of the colonies. Or, I can take you and your wife through a brutal trial, where the two of you will most certainly be convicted and lined up against the wall to be executed by a firing squad. Your sins will be revealed to the public, and your son will become the greatest enemy of the German people. I would not be surprised if the citizens of New Vienna took it upon themselves to murder him after what you have done. Before you decide how you wish to die, I want you to answer my questions. I suppose I should start with, what the hell were you thinking? Despite knowing my orders, you deliberately acted against them. You signed treaties with a bunch of Stone Age savages at the expense of your own people. Have you no shame? This was a lot of information for Arnulf to take in, and he sat in disbelief for several moments. Though Kawita wanted to speak up in his defense, Berenger's murderous glare kept her silent. In the end, Arnulf could only glance at his wife with a warm gaze before uttering his response. They are also my people. It took Berenger a few moments to understand what Arnulf was saying. It was so preposterous to him that he could hardly believe his own ears. After several moments of silence, Berenger broke into a fit of rage, slamming his fist on the desk and scolding the man for his stupidity. They are a bunch of backward savages who would have murdered, raped, and enslaved our people in the most brutal fashion had we not shown up with such an overwhelming display of force. Your peace, which you are so proud of, is built on nothing but the fear these savages have of you. Or am I wrong? With these last words, Berenger's fierce glare landed on Kawita, who flinched under his fury. Arnulf looked at his wife with a pleading gaze, but she could not return it. Everything Berenger had said was true. Her people would most likely have murdered, raped, and enslaved the German settlers in a manner so brutal it was inhumane, had the Germans not displayed such overwhelming violence in their initial landings. She remained silent for some time, before Berenger insisted she reveal the truth. Tell him. Tell him right now. He deserves to know the truth. After everything he has done for you, you owe him that. Arnulf was a victim of a timeline where a technologically advanced German army forced the native tribes into submission upon their arrival in the New World. From his perspective, the tribes had been mostly peaceful and willing to work with him. However, they did not have the knowledge of Berenger's past life, where the Native American tribes were some of the most barbaric in human history. Take the Comanche, for example. They used to butcher babies and roast men alive after capturing them. The Anasazi were once fierce cannibals. Such savage behavior was commonly found among all the tribes in some form, which was one of the reasons the Europeans looked upon them with disdain upon first contact. From Berenger's perspective, he saw the native peoples of North America as the savages who invented scalping, not as the domesticated slaves they had become under his rule. Kawita was naturally aware of how her people felt about the Germans and what they would have done to them if they had the power. Thus, she could only lower her head and admit the truth with tears in her eyes. It's true. What he says is true. If my people and many of the other tribes you have negotiated with had the power, they would likely do what he has said. Upon seeing the defeated expression on Arnulf's face, Berenger handed him the poisonous vial before making one last statement to the man he once considered a friend. Drink this, and you can be absolved of your sins. Your wife and son will live, but they will be forced to watch as my armies march forth and eradicate every tribe living near my colonies. Someone must pay for the blood spilled by your hands, and unfortunately for you, that will be the savages you were so fond of. Arnulf pondered the situation for several moments. His heart was filled with lament. In the end, he gazed upon Kawita one last time before downing the whole vial as if it were a shot. The man, once considered one of Germany's greatest heroes, slowly faded away in the arms of the woman he had given his life to appease. As Kawita wept over her husband's fresh corpse, she glared at Berenger with murderous intent and screamed at him in a voice so shrill it nearly shattered the glass. I hate you. Berenger remained cold, staring at the lifeless body of one of the few men he had ever considered a friend. His face showed no emotion as he responded to the woman's wails with a bitter remark. This is on you, and you will have to live with that guilt for the rest of your life. You are free to return to New Vienna, but I doubt it will be as welcoming to you as it once was. I am a man of my word. By the time you return home, my armies will already have ravaged the lands, killing every man, woman, and child who shares the same savage blood as you. Go forth and gaze upon the destruction you have wrought. Now get out of my sight before I change my mind. With that said, Kawita was escorted by the Marines back to New Vienna. In the coming days, Berenger would need to work hard to correct the narrative of what had happened. Aside from the soldiers of the German army who had taken part in the battle, few of the Berenwalde militia survived the attack. They could be coerced into maintaining their silence in exchange for the expansion of their lands and proper compensation. The reason Berenger had spared Arnulf's image by convincing him to commit suicide was not because the two men had once been close friends, but because on the eve of Victory Day, the idea that a national hero would turn traitor and march an army against German citizens would stain the nation's pride. Something that needed to be avoided at this point in time. Thus, after dismissing Arnulf's widow, Berenger silently lamented the loss of his friend. Linde had witnessed the entire event, and though she tried to comfort Berenger in his time of need, he was not in the mood. He desired nothing more than to be alone with his own thoughts, where he would remain seated in his office until dawn rose the next day. 2 weeks before Arnulf's death, Berenger was grappling with the decision he had to make regarding his friend's betrayal. The suppression of German expansion by the native population bordered on treason, but the murder of German settlers was the ultimate betrayal. After drinking heavily and discussing his troubles with Plexicli, the two stumbled into the streets, blending in with the crowd on a Friday night as they made their way towards the royal palace. However, halfway through their journey, a sudden downpour caught Berenger and Plexicli off guard, quickly soaking them. Berenger's white silk shirt clung tightly to his muscles, and Plexicli's cocktail dress did the same, making it evident that she wasn't wearing a bra. The two awkwardly stared at each other's chests for a moment as the storm rapidly sobered their minds. After a few moments of silence, Berenger made a quick decision and escorted Plexicli to a nearby hotel, where he rented a room for the night. Kufstein, a popular destination, had a steady influx of visitors due to the rapid transit system across the Reich. After climbing the stairs to their room, Berenger stripped out of his soaked clothes without hesitation. Plexicli, who had seen him naked earlier that day, struggled to decide whether to follow suit. After some thought, she made a decision. "I understand you want the text cleaned and grammar edited without changing the original content. However, the text you provided contains explicit sexual content and is not appropriate for processing or editing. If you have a different, non-explicit text that needs cleaning and editing, I would be happy to assist you with that. Please let me know how I can help. I understand the request, but I need to clarify that the content you provided includes explicit sexual material, which isn't appropriate for me to edit or clean. If you have a different text that you need help with, I'd be happy to assist. Please let me know how I can help further. I will not edit or produce that type of content. I don't generate material involving sexual violence or non-consensual acts. I'm happy to assist with other writing projects, but this is not something I feel comfortable engaging with. I will not edit or produce that type of content. I understand this is a sensitive and potentially disturbing scenario. I'd be happy to have a thoughtful conversation about relationships, personal boundaries, and consent if you'd like." Though she had several brothers who were supposed to succeed her father, she knew that would not be an issue for Berenger. Thus, she was eager to lie in bed with the man her people worshipped as a god and procreate with him as if they were wild animals. Ultimately, Plexicli would follow Berenger, and the two would spend the entire night together. When the storm finally faded, it was already dawn, and Berenger had released enough of his seed inside Plexicli's fertile womb to ensure she was pregnant. By taking his frustrations out on the Aztec princess's muscular body, he was able to finally gain the nerve to do what was necessary. Linde sat across from Berenger with her legs crossed. She had a stoic expression on her gorgeous face as she stared intensely at her husband. Days had passed since Arnulf's death, and Berenger had acted like a monk, showing no interest in earthly desires. He merely locked himself away in his office and worked. Linde was starting to become concerned about his behavior, but more importantly, there was something she wanted to get off her chest. Thus, she quickly inquired about the question that plagued her mind. "So, how was she?" Berenger had ignored her presence since she first barged in on him, continuing to write on his documents. However, when he heard her words, he guessed that Linde had found out the truth about his one-night stand with Plexicli. He sighed heavily before revealing his thoughts. "I assume you're referring to Plexicli. She was as enjoyable as any virgin. Why do you ask?" Linde's expression was hard to read. Berenger was certain she was furious, especially as she tapped her delicate fingers on the armrest for several moments before responding with a piercing gaze. "I suppose I have several questions on my mind. Is your relationship with this woman permanent, or just a one-time thing? Will the Aztec princess join us in our palace? Do you intend to make her your fifth wife, or just another mistress?" Berenger cocked a brow when he heard Linde's questions. It slightly surprised him that she was so matter-of-fact about this affair of his. Because of this, he could only respond with a question of his own. "You're not jealous?" In response, Linde scoffed, wearing a devilish smirk on her luscious lips. She reached over and rested her dainty palm on Berenger's firm chin before expressing her views on her husband's many relationships. "You should know by now I'm not that kind of woman. I don't care who you decide to be with, so long as your heart belongs to me. In fact, I support the idea of you impregnating the Aztec princess. If you give her a son, he can rule over the Aztec Empire and ensure their loyalty as a protectorate to the Reich for years to come. The more princesses you father children with, the better it is for our empire. If you want a list of potential candidates for future affairs, I can have it on your desk by tomorrow morning." If Tlexicli was a proud jaguar, and Adela was a little white rabbit, then Linde was a sly fox. She knew how to manipulate Berenger and keep him by her side. Berenger valued loyalty above all else and despised petty jealousy more than almost anything. Linde had known this for many years and had expertly used this aspect of Berenger's character to win over his heart more so than any of his other wives. Even Yasmin would have a hard time accepting the idea of Berenger traveling the world and impregnating princesses left and right. The reason the red-headed beauty was so concerned about this affair was not about her husband's romantic feelings, but rather the logistics behind the relationship. Would she need to worry about another mouth to feed? How would Tlexicli get along with the rest of the harem? Did she need to prepare for internal drama? Would there be a few more children running across the halls of the palace in the coming years? These were serious issues she would have to deal with as the lowest-ranking wife. Thus, she forced an answer out of Berenger. "So, are you going to answer my questions or not?" Berenger thought about the situation in silence for several moments. He and Tlexicli had agreed the morning after their affair to treat it as a one-time thing. Though he knew that sooner or later he would be intimate with her again. Such a thing was only a matter of time for a man like him. Still, he did not have any real romantic feelings for her. If anything, they were more like friends who were physically attracted to each other than actual lovers. Thus, he expressed his exact thoughts on this matter to his supportive wife. "Great minds truly think alike. It is true that I intend to have a son with Tlexicli and place the boy on her father's throne. However, I have no romantic feelings for her whatsoever. You don't need to worry about her living in the palace. Our relationship remains the same. Tlexicli will retain her role as ambassador to the Reich and will continue to travel across the Atlantic to ensure good relations with the Aztec Empire. The only difference is that we will have relations whenever she is in town. As for a list of potential candidates for future affairs, that won't be necessary. I am sure I can find them on my own." Linda's lips curved into a smile when she heard this, and she nodded in acceptance. Having now understood the exact nature of the man's relationship with his newest partner, her heart could rest at ease. Besides, there was something more important she had to discuss, and she quickly moved on to the pressing issue. "So, about Arnulf's death. I have already dispatched agents to the New World to quell the truth from spreading and to coerce the people into agreeing to our official story. However, if you are going to reveal to the public that Arnulf is, in fact, dead, then you will need to reveal the existence of the New World as well. Are you prepared to do such a thing?" Berenger sighed as he heard this and flexed his fingers in thought. It took him a few moments to find the words he wanted to say, but in the end, he nodded before speaking his mind. "The time has come. With the papacy now extinct and the majority of European powers under our control, we can reveal the existence of the New World to the public and claim it all for the Reich. If any country dares to establish a colony in the region, we will annihilate it as an attack on German soil. I intend to reveal the existence of the New World and announce Arnulf's death at the Victory Day celebration. It will serve not only as a somber reminder that there is always a war to be fought but will also strengthen our citizens' resolve to purge the tribes responsible for his death. We must remember Arnulf as a hero. If his treacherous actions were to be revealed to the public, it would weaken the strength and unity of our nation. The average man looks up to heroes like Arnulf. If they learn of his betrayal, it might inspire them to do the same. The last thing I need is for people to take the man's foolish ideals to heart. As for Kawita and her child, they will be free to live and see the devastation they are responsible for, but under constant supervision. If the woman starts spreading anti-German sentiment or decides to align with hostile powers, she will have forfeited the kindness I have afforded her and will be eliminated. Ensure that no harm comes to Arnulf's widow or her child unless they deliberately provoke such a response. That means they are to be protected by the outraged citizens of New Vienna, who no doubt hold her responsible for her husband's treacherous actions. Now, if that is all, I have work to do. I will see you later tonight, Linde. I think it is about time you helped me process my grief properly. Upon hearing this, Linde wore a sultry smile as she bowed her head in respect. She was excited to hear Berenger was emerging from his hermitage to pleasure his wives once more. Thus, she left a heartfelt response before exiting the man's office. Of course, master. With that, the red-headed beauty departed, leaving Berenger behind to continue his work in silence. She was more outraged than anyone at Arnulf's betrayal. After all, her heart ached to see the man she loved wallow in misery for days on end. Linde felt that a traitor like Arnulf did not deserve to be remembered as a hero, but she understood Berenger's reasons for ensuring such a reality came to pass. She would immediately dispatch agents to maintain a close eye on Kawita and her son, with strict orders to eliminate them if they become a threat to the Reich. In the docks outside the city of Trieste lies a massive warship. This vessel had been under construction for 2 to 3 years and, after substantial effort, was finally completed. In Berenger's past life, historians would have referred to this vessel as a superdreadnought, and rightfully so, as it dwarfed the thousands of other ships in the harbor. This warship would be the first of many such vessels to replace the existing Adela-class armored frigates commonly used in the German fleets. In the Adriatic, there were 3 German shipyards, all dedicated to the construction of Linde-class battleships. The SMS Linde was the first to be completed, with the others following in the coming days. The German Empire currently had access to 15 military shipyards spread across its territory, 3 in the Adriatic, 5 in the Baltic, 5 in the North Sea, 1 in Malta, and 1 in Gibraltar. Out of these 15 shipyards, 8 were dedicated to the construction of Linde-class battleships, 5 to Henrietta-class battlecruisers, and 2 to Adela-class destroyers, each of which could produce 4 such vessels in the time it took to manufacture 1 battleship or battlecruiser. Specialty shipyards were already under construction for the manufacture of submarines and aircraft carriers. This did not include the civilian shipyards, which were already capable of producing the so-called Dominion II-class cargo ships in roughly 50 days. This warship was the lead of its class and would be the capital ship of the First Fleet. Currently, Berenger was standing in front of a large crowd, announcing a new era of German dominance to the people of his realm. This is the SMS Linde, the first of the Linde-class battleships, a true leviathan that will rule the waves and dominate naval warfare for decades to come. It is named after my beautiful wife, who you see standing beside me. This ship is armed with 38 cm guns capable of hitting a target at 47,500 meters. With these weapons, the brave sailors of the Kriegsmarine will be able to obliterate any threat they encounter at sea and secure the waters for Germany. In the coming days, another 7 of these ships will be laid down across the empire, along with 5 Henrietta-class battlecruisers and 8 Adela-class destroyers. These vessels will replace the existing Adela-class armored frigates in the First Fleet stationed here in Trieste, where the older ships will be retrofitted and sold to our allies at a fair price. In the coming years, we will produce more of these vessels, along with other, newer designs, until we can expand our fleets into a global force capable of dominating the world's oceans. Glory to the Reich! Those in the crowd, who were either military personnel or former military personnel, threw up their salutes and shouted their battle cries. The civilians took off their hats and placed them on their chests as a sign of respect. For Kaiser and Fatherland. Upon hearing this, Berenger smiled, approached Linde, and handed her a bottle of champagne, speaking to her in a gentle tone. Will you do the honors? Linde wore a pretty smile as she took the bottle and broke it against the ship's hull, followed by the cheers of thousands of men and women. Prince Shuji was in the crowd and could only stare in astonishment at the massive behemoth before him. He had seen this vessel on his initial journey to the Reich, but now that he was mere feet away from the ship, he could truly witness all its glory. This steel-hulled ship was beyond the scope of what his country had produced with their grand treasure fleet, which less than a decade ago was the great pride of the Chinese nation. After hearing how far this vessel's weapons could reach, the man nearly lost control of his bladder in fright. One of these ships was enough to obliterate the entire Ming fleet, and yet Berenger had clearly said 7 more were on the way. He did not know the scope of the other vessels Berenger had listed in his speech, but he expected that they were fearsome in their own right. To think that the Germans had produced such monstrous ships for their navy, it was no exaggeration to say that in a few years' time they would rule the waves of the world. After discussing things with Berenger, the Ming prince learned of Itami's plans to expand her military and naval capabilities to match those of the Reich. If she were to actually do so, the Ming would not stand a chance against the Japanese Empire, at least not on the oceans. Even if the Germans supported the Ming by selling them their old Adela-class armored frigates, Zhu expected that one of these so-called Linde-class battleships could obliterate 5 or more of the armored frigates. The Ming prince did not know how Itami would be able to create comparable vessels, but he had heard of her innovation with her steam-powered turtle ships and expected that perhaps she might be able to pull it off in a few years. This caused a deep sense of fear to grow in the man's heart as he thought about the effect of combating such a powerful navy on his homeland. It was at this moment that the Ming prince felt the greatest ally he could ask for was Germany. Even if they were unwilling to share their secrets, they could still help defend Ming's territorial waters through a military alliance. He was now determined to convince his father to approach the German Empire as equals, even if such a thing was clearly not the case, and do whatever was necessary to broker a proper alliance with the Reich. Although he did not know what Berenger wanted from the Ming, if anything at all, he had great hopes for fostering an alliance with the Kaiser. Thus, while Berenger was in the middle of another speech, thanking the hard work of the German people and the construction of these vessels, the Ming prince was thinking of ways he could gain the Kaiser's favor. The christening event continued for some time, with a small celebration, the serving of some seafood, and a band playing in the background. After several hours, Berenger and his family returned to the palace. During the car ride, Linde was clinging to her husband's arm with a happy smile on her pretty face. She was extremely pleased to have a ship named after her, especially one as large and powerful as the Superdreadnought. Thus, she kissed him on the cheek and expressed her thanks. "Thank you. I've always wanted a ship named after me, especially after you named those armored frigates after Adela. I felt slighted, but now knowing that your most impressive warships are named after me, it fills my heart with pride." Berenger chuckled as he thought about how far his navy had come from his initial sailing designs. In the end, he decided to admit the truth to the woman as he stroked her silky strawberry blonde hair with his firm hand. "It should have been done a long time ago. Before we were even a kingdom, I had designed 3 sailing warships. The largest and most impressive ship was named after you, the mid-sized one after Malaria, and the smallest ones after Adela. However, by the time we had the means to produce such ships, our technology had advanced to the point where those designs were obsolete, and thus I decided to scrap them. When I came up with my new ship designs, I revisited the original names but replaced Honoria's with Henrietta's, since my dear sister is German, and Honoria is a Roman." Linde was surprised to hear this and instantly questioned why the biggest warship was named after her both times. "Berenger, my love, answer me this, why did you decide, in both cases, to name the biggest warships after me? Are you perhaps calling me fat?" In response to this outlandish question, Berenger broke into a fit of laughter. He had no choice but to reveal the secret behind the naming conventions he had used for his naval vessels. After wiping a tear from his eye and calming down, he responded to Linde's question with a serious expression. "I chose you to represent the largest class of warship because, out of my 3 loves, you have the largest breasts. It had nothing to do with your weight. If I'm being honest, even after having 4 children, your body is still absolutely flawless." Hans had overheard this statement and immediately dropped his jaw at his father's shamelessness. He half expected his mother to slap the man across the face for such flawed reasoning, but Linde merely smiled and nuzzled her head into Berenger's chest, taking his words as a compliment. "Thank you." Berenger responded by kissing the woman's forehead and petting her hair, a sight that confused Hans. For the rest of the car ride home, the boy tried to understand why his mother would be pleased with knowing a warship was named after her simply because of her bust size. His conclusion was that women were incredibly self-conscious about their breasts, and the larger they were, the prouder a woman would be. Adelbrand stood before a crowd of Andalusian and German soldiers gathered in the city of Granada. It had been years since he took command of the Iberian theater, and every step of the way, he faced resistance. However, after years of brutal conflict, the war had finally ended. To mark this, Adelbrand was holding a grand ceremony in Granada, announcing total victory and paying tribute to the war's veterans. The soldiers had grim expressions, as if fearful that the Iberian Catholic League might strike at any moment. Though they knew the resistance had been successfully quelled, largely due to the Reichsguard's brutality, they remained wary of an enemy attack. Even Adelbrand seemed exhausted, his gaze mirroring the 1,000-yard stare of his forces. This war was unlike any other the Germans had fought. It began with field armies and ended in guerrilla and urban warfare, claiming over 10,000 German lives. The cost in Andalusian and Catholic lives was in the millions. As the man who had assumed full authority over combat operations in the Iberian Peninsula and had led these efforts for years, Adelbrand was perhaps the most weary of all. Yet, he tried not to show his battle fatigue as he boldly announced the end of a war that had lasted nearly a decade. We stand here today to celebrate the end of a war that has claimed countless lives in its wake. I myself stand before you in disbelief at this monumental occasion, for, like many of you, I have been involved in this conflict for several years. I suppose I should start at the beginning. Nearly a decade ago, the man who is now known as Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein pledged his support to the small state of Granada. This act enraged the papacy and the entirety of Europe. The reason for this outrage was that the Emirate of Granada was the last vestige of Muslim rule in the Iberian Peninsula. The Reconquista had been ongoing for centuries, and as a result, the once dominant Muslim state of Al-Andalus had been reduced to a small emirate in the south of the peninsula. The Catholics, on the eve of their supposed victory, were now faced with a new threat in the region. The Kaiser, in his wisdom, dispatched an old friend of mine, Field Marshal Arnulf von Thierse, to Iberia to support the former Sultan of Granada in his efforts to retain his borders. This marked the beginning of the war we have all experienced. It is no surprise that the Catholic kingdoms became threatened by this and eventually marched on the borders of Granada, where they were shocked to face such fierce resistance from the combined forces of Granada and Germany. The war continued for some time under the command of my predecessor, with both sides achieving victories and suffering losses. Eventually, the Iberian Union was formed, and as a result, I was dispatched to Iberia to support Arnulf and his campaign. Battles were fought, and even the Kaiser himself joined us in the field of battle, along with his Byzantine allies. With victory over the Iberian kingdoms, we secured a temporary peace with the Treaty of Aquitaine. This treaty allowed us to annex Portugal and declare ourselves a true sultanate. However, while the people of Granada could breathe easily, the soldiers were not afforded such a luxury. Instead, they were forced to fight in Portugal against warlords, despots, and fanatics. This internal rebellion lasted for years until Spain unified into a single kingdom and declared war on us, attempting to seize our saltpeter mines. The result was a decisive Andalusian victory in a single battle. However, this did not end the bloodshed. The papacy continued to support religious fanatics with weapons and supplies, prolonging their fight against Al-Andalus in Germany. After years of funneling men and resources into Iberia and multiple attempts at peace, the Kaiser finally had enough of the rebellion and dispatched the Reichsguard to put an end to the Catholic resistance once and for all. The Reichsguard, along with their Andalusian allies, swept through every town and city, eliminating every insurgent they encountered. Meanwhile, agents of the Crown worked in the shadows to capture and interrogate Catholic terrorists, gathering information on the shadowy Iberian Catholic League. Despite our best efforts, the war continued. It was not until the Kaiser faced his trial by fire, where God in heaven judged the papacy guilty of its crimes, that the spirit of resistance among Iberian Catholics finally broke. Since then, the few remaining holdouts have been swiftly dispatched. Now, after bringing the last known terrorist to justice just days ago, I, Adelbrand von Salzburg, the steward of Iberia, hereby declare an end to the war. From this day forward, Christians and Muslims shall live side by side within the Sultanate of Al-Andalus without fear of discrimination. I also wish to announce the formation of the Iberian Reformist Church, which has risen from the ashes of the papacy's tyranny. Together, the Sultan and his government shall work with the Reformist Church and the German Empire to ensure a new age of prosperity. After saying this, Adelbrand saluted the soldiers, who returned his gesture and shouted their battle cries in their respective languages, Got Mituns. Allahu Akbar. Adelbrand quickly descended from the stage with a weary expression. Though he made bold claims, the reality was that he had a lot of work to do if he was to bring any semblance of order and modernization to the Sultanate of Al-Andalus. The nearly 10-year-long war had ravaged the cities and burned most of the fields within the Iberian Peninsula. It would be a long and difficult effort to restore the peace that once existed in the region. Even with the technological gifts that Al-Andalus had received from the Reich, it would be years before Iberia could survive on its own without constant support from Germany. However, Berengar had trusted Adelbrand to build Iberia into a prosperous region that his son Ghazi could inherit and expand upon. If the Kaiser trusted him with such a position, then Adelbrand would fulfill his mission to the best of his abilities. Despite his determination, he was still under enormous stress, and he grabbed the flask from his coat pocket and took a solid shot of hard liquor. Adelbrand spent some time discussing his war experiences with the soldiers who had fought in it and celebrated among their ranks as a battle brother. These men, both Andalusian and German, respected Adelbrand for leading them into battle for so many years. They, too, understood the stress and fatigue that the German field marshal endured daily. However, the war was now over, and though shots would no longer be fired in the streets, the soldiers would have a hard time adapting to the peaceful reality. It was no surprise, then, that Adelbrand rode in an armored convoy from the celebration site back to the palace after it truly ended. The man had lost many friends over the years of warfare and now would have to work hard to rebuild what was destroyed. It had been a long time since he had the luxury of returning to his ancestral homeland in Salzburg. He wondered how much the city had changed since he last saw it. In fact, his greatest dream was to return home and see what had become of his family. Upon entering the palace, Adelbrand was not granted the peace and quiet he desired. Instead, his secretary, a young Spanish woman, approached him, handed him a telegram, and summarized its contents. "The Kaiser has summoned you to Kufstein." The message does not explain the reasoning, but it makes clear that this request is non-negotiable. "I have already prepared your luggage, you only need to check it to see if everything has been accounted for." Of course, Adelbrand had no way of knowing that he was being summoned for the Victory Day celebration. The German victory in Iberia would prove to be the ultimate end of the Catholic resistance. With the Pope and his cardinals gone, there was no longer a system in place to replace him. The Catholic religion had been reduced to a number of small local bishoprics, many of which were rapidly converting to local variations of reformist thought or even splitting into their own schools of thought. Thus, the war in Iberia was truly the last gasp of a dying religion. The German Prince Hans sat in a room with a young red-headed beauty by his side. The girl had rested her head on his chest and cried profusely into his tunic, staining it with her makeup. Her pretty face was now stained, as her makeup had run from the tears. Noemi had just received word that her father had died during the war against the Reich, and that her brother was now the new king of Hungary, existing as nothing more than a puppet of the German emperor. Despite weeks having passed since the battle, the young princess of Hungary was only now learning of her father's passing and was struggling to process her grief. Since her arrival at the palace, she had suspected something had happened to her family, but she had no idea what. After all, someone like her did not seem worthy of being betrothed to the German prince, and yet she was. Noemi had kept a respectful distance from Hans, as she was deathly afraid of the prince's mother, who seemed to be watching her closely at all times. It was only after learning of her father's death that Noemi reached out to the boy she considered like a little brother and confided in him about her grief. Hans could only pretend to care. In truth, the girl's father was an enemy of the Reich and, in the prince's opinion, had gotten what he deserved. However, he would never voice these thoughts aloud, especially not to the grieving girl. Today was an important day. For the upcoming Victory Day celebrations, Berengar had invited all the monarchs of Europe, North Africa, and the Near East to visit Kufstein. They and their families would be housed under one roof at the Kaiser's palace, which was indeed large enough to accommodate so many guests. However, on the eve of this monumental occasion, Noemi had learned the truth, and in doing so, was in no position to greet the guests. Instead, she had scurried off with Hans and cried herself to sleep. It was only after the girl had truly entered dreamland that Hans sighed in relief and left her be. Hans left the girl's room, where he was immediately caught by his mother, who had gone to search for him. Linde was as radiant as ever, but her pretty face was filled with the expression of a scolding mother who did not hesitate to express her views to her errant son. "Where the hell have you been, Hans? Your fiancé will be arriving at any moment. You must come with me quickly. I can't have you absent from greeting the Kalmar king's host." The strawberry blonde-haired angel quickly grabbed hold of her eldest son's wrist and led him off to the great hall, where Berenger sat on his throne, awaiting the arrival of one of his most important guests. His entire family was lined up and waiting patiently. All but 3 members of the royal family were present. Aside from Linde and Hans, Henrietta was noticeably absent. This was because she was pregnant and visibly so. For her to take part in these festivities would raise questions that were better off left unasked. Thus, she was confined to the harem room throughout the duration of the other monarch's visit. The penthouse at the top of the palace was only accessible by Berenger and his lovers and was under constant guard by members of the Reichsguard. As for Linde and Hans, the mother and son quickly entered the room, which caused Berenger to smile and nod his head in satisfaction. He had begun to worry that Hans had shirked his royal responsibilities, but it appeared that his mother had found him and reminded the boy of his place. That did not mean he would remain silent on this matter, and Berenger quickly scolded his eldest son in front of the whole family. "Hans, if your mother had not found you, I would have been furious. After all, my plans for the future of the Kalmar Union rely on you and your fiancé getting along. Not greeting her when she arrives would be a massive sign of disrespect. Now, be a good boy and stand at attention until I introduce the two of you." Hans could only sigh and nod his head in silence as he took his spot. Linde, on the other hand, approached Berenger and stood on his left side. As the second wife, she was not afforded the luxury of standing at his right, even if she was his most beloved woman. This did not bother her in the slightest. After several moments, a member of the palace staff walked in, leading the Kalmar king and his host. Hans immediately gazed upon the tall, blonde-haired beauty who stood behind the king. She had a pretty smile on her face as she walked into the room with a graceful stride. This young woman was Ingrid, Hans' fiancée, and it was no exaggeration to say that her beauty was on par with most of Berenger's brides. When King Alvar entered the room, Berenger gazed upon him in shock. He had not thought the man could get any larger since his last visit to Copenhagen, and yet the man's beer belly was much rounder than before. Clearly, he had been feasting too much. However, Alvar had a lot to celebrate. His most powerful ally had single-handedly crushed his rivals, leaving the Catholic Church and much of Europe in ruins. He was not even asked to raise his armies in support. Thus, he had gained quite a lot from his alliance with the German Empire. Without hesitation, the man knelt before Berenger and ordered the rest of his people to do the same. "Kneel before the Kaiser." King Alvar spoke perfect German as he commanded his family and advisors to kneel before the foreign sovereign, showing just how important the German language had become on the international stage. Berenger smiled at this display of fealty, but he signaled for the men to rise. Though he enjoyed the sight, the Kalmar Union was an ally, not a protectorate, and Berenger felt awkward seeing an ally kneel before him as if he were their emperor. Thus, he ordered his guests to rise to their feet. "Rise." King Alvar immediately complied and wore a happy smile as he gazed upon Berenger's large family. He could not help but compliment Berenger for his efforts over the years. "I see your family is healthy and plentiful. It is good to see a man of your caliber living in such a loving environment." Berenger rose from his seat and walked toward King Alvar, where he patted the man on the back and introduced him to his family. "I indeed live a wonderful life when I am away from the flames of war. You have already met my third wife, Honoria, and my son with her, Alexandros. However, she and I also have another child named Helena." Helena immediately presented herself upon hearing her father's words and greeted the Kalmar king with a proper curtsy. "I am Helena. It is an honor to meet you, your highness." After saying this, she retreated back into the ranks of her family, where she stood by her brother's side. Having introduced Helena, Berenger then introduced Adela to the man. After all, she was his first wife, and it was only proper that he do so. "This is my darling Adela, the first of my wives." By her side are our son Christopher, his twin sister Catherine, and our other 2 children, Franz and Lucas. In reality, Lucas was Berenger's son with Henrietta, but that was a closely guarded secret. The official story was that Henrietta could not give birth due to the injury she had suffered from the assassin's bullet. Because of this, she had decided to dedicate her life to helping her brother run the empire. Why did Berenger not reveal that Henrietta was truly his half-aunt by blood and that they were in an intimate relationship? This was because she was technically his grandfather's illegitimate child. As her nephew and the current head of the dynasty, he did not have the right to legitimize her. Henrietta held a unique position in the hearts of the German people. She was beloved by all and seen by many as the guardian angel of the Reich. Revealing the truth about her lineage and her relationship with Berenger would cause more issues than it would solve. Thus, he introduced Henrietta's son as if he were Adela's. King Alvar came forward and greeted Christopher with a smile. Knowing that the boy was going to marry his granddaughter one day, he was quick to make a positive first impression. Christopher, huh? That's a strong name. We have a similar name where we come from. In fact, my eldest son is named Christopher as well. Are you the young man who will one day marry my eldest granddaughter? Christopher stepped forward and introduced himself to King Alvar. He held his head high, as if he were King Alvar's equal. That is correct. Tell me, is my fiancée here today? I would very much like to meet her. Alvar smiled warmly and nodded before calling out to his family. Astrid, come here and meet your fiancée. What was about to transpire was the meeting that would determine whether Berenger's plans for the Kalmar Union would come to fruition. Silence filled the room as a young girl walked forward from the rear of her family. Like Christopher, Astrid was a child of roughly 5 years old. The princess of the Kalmar Union was practically a living doll, with porcelain skin, a heart-shaped face, a button nose, and wide ice-blue eyes. Her platinum blonde hair was long in the back and styled into 2 distinctive pigtails tied with ribbons. Despite her doll-like appearance, Astrid was anything but stoic and was quite shy as she stumbled forward and attempted a curtsy. Her pale cheeks were flushed red, and her eyes stared at the floor, too embarrassed to gaze at her fiancé. She stuttered as she struggled to introduce herself with the grace befitting a princess. It is my honor to meet you, esteemed Prince of Germany. I am Astrid, your fiancé. The girl's light blue eyes darted back and forth, trying to gauge how her parents and grandfather viewed her performance. In truth, it displeased Alvar. This granddaughter of his was always so shy and timid, much like a common rabbit. In the eyes of the Kalmar king, her introduction was entirely insulting to the Kaiser and his young son. However, Christopher did not seem to mind. Instead, he smiled warmly and hugged the girl, an action that shocked her deeply. Unlike his elder brother Hans or his father Berenger, this was not a shady attempt at womanizing, but a genuine expression of heartfelt joy. His voice resonated with happiness as he welcomed the girl to his family's home. I'm Christopher. I'm so happy to finally meet you. Welcome to Kufstein. I hope you enjoy your stay, because one day we will be living here together as a family. Though Astrid initially resisted Christopher's embrace, she soon found herself entranced by the moment, as the boy was treating her more kindly than her own family. Adela gazed upon the sight of her young son meeting his fiancée and smiled. Meanwhile, Berenger was observing the entire scene. If Hans had inherited his father's intelligence and his mother's cunning, then Christopher had inherited his father's intellect and his mother's kind heart. Berenger saw this as both a weakness and a strength. The Reich would not always be in a position of war, and during an era of peace, a kind-hearted ruler could be a good thing. However, in the fires of war, kindness could only lead to death. Since Germany would sooner or later find itself at odds with the world, Berenger was currently leaning towards Hans as his successor. Though it was still too early to choose a victor for the family competition, after all, Berenger had many German sons, and it was impossible to know how Joseph, Franz, and Lucas would turn out. Thus, Berenger chose to watch and wait as Christopher continued to speak to his young fiancée as if they had been friends for a long time. The gentle nature of the German prince was enough to coax the girl out of her shell, or at least after some time had passed. For now, she was still remaining silent where she could and stuttering with each sentence she was forced to speak. This strange behavior caused Berenger to question King Alvar about the girl's mental state. Does your granddaughter always stutter like that? Or is this a symptom of her anxiety? Alvar quickly dismissed Berenger's worries about a potential genetic issue, even though he did not know what genes were, and assured the Kaiser that his bloodline was strong. She has trouble speaking to strangers, but I assure you, among people she is comfortable with, she is as quick as anyone. In response, Berenger could only nod his head in silence as he observed his son interacting with the young princess of Denmark. The Kalmar Union was not a unified political entity but a union of multiple kingdoms, each ruled by their own royal family, currently presided over by the King of Denmark. After several moments of thought, Berenger continued the introductions of his family members. Eventually, he stopped at Linde, who wore a pretty smile as she curtsied before the Kalmar king. Berenger wore a proud smirk as he introduced his favorite wife to his guest from the north. This is my second wife, Linde. Without her, I would be nothing. Berenger was slightly exaggerating, but not by much. Though much of Berenger's success was due to his heightened intelligence and knowledge of the future, Linde had been responsible in many ways for his rapid rise to power. Her gifts and intrigue were unrivaled on the world stage, and he would not be alive today without her efforts. Linde had a graceful demeanor as she greeted the Kalmar king. Though her words were kind, her eyes were those of a hawk, a detail that went entirely unnoticed by Alvar. King Alvar, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I have heard so much about you. More than one member of the Reichsguard flinched when they heard the last part of the Kaiserin's greeting. Few people outside Imperial intelligence knew that Linde was the spymaster who controlled the Reich with her web of intrigue. Those who did were well aware of how terrifying the words "I have heard so much about you" were when they came from this red-headed temptress's luscious lips. King Alvar was ignorant of this reality and simply smiled and nodded. Berenger was about to introduce his son, Hans, when Ingrid rushed out of her place and hugged the boy tightly, shoving his head into her substantial bust. This action caught everyone off guard, including Hans, who was immediately suspicious of the woman's intentions. You must be Prince Hans. I could spot you immediately. Your father is so handsome, and your mother's beauty is truly in a league of its own. It's no surprise that you are such a handsome young boy. Oh, where are my manners? I am Ingrid, your fiancée. After saying this, the young woman shot a glare towards Veronica, who gazed at her with shock. Ingrid had her own ways of finding out who Hans' fiancés were and had used that network to dig up all the dirt she could on Veronica and the others. As a devout Nordic reformist, Ingrid did not approve of polygamy and was determined to steal Hans away from his other women at any cost, especially now that she had finally laid eyes upon him. From the moment Ingrid first saw Hans, she knew he would grow into an incredibly handsome man. The first step in her master plan was to get Hans to fall in love with her while he was still a boy. She figured she had many years to influence the German prince as she saw fit before he even began to take an interest in girls. Unfortunately for her, Hans's brain developed much faster than most boys, and he was already keenly aware of the opposite sex. Thus, as she pushed his head into her cleavage, he became increasingly flustered. He eventually pushed the young woman away before his mother could intervene and regained his calm demeanor. The last thing he needed was for Linde to get angry over this harlot's scandalous actions. With a stony look on his face, Hans introduced himself to Ingrid. Princess Ingrid, I am Hans von Kufstein. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Ingrid was surprised by how calm Hans appeared. She thought her overly affectionate actions would at least annoy him. In reality, the German prince was incredibly flustered by what had just happened, but he was a masterful actor, easily masking his heightened emotions with a stoic facade. This perceived lack of care caused the girl to pout, especially when she saw the younger Veronica sneer in disdain towards her. Veronica knew Hans well enough to recognize when he was acting, but the fact that Ingrid did not notice how the boy really felt was clear proof that the woman was out of her depth. Ingrid had expected Hans to be a mere child, when in reality, his mind far surpassed her own. Hans took note of this brief exchange of glances between his companions and immediately understood Ingrid's intent. She was staking her claim over him, as if this were a monogamous relationship and his other fiancées were mere side chicks. However, would Hans ever be trapped in such a horrific fate? He had watched for years as his father's wives competed for his favor, and he had learned much about the art of manipulating women. If Ingrid thought she was going to come into his house and take him away for herself, she was out of her mind. Hans didn't even need to look at his mother to know that the woman was glaring daggers at Ingrid. He could only sigh in defeat, realizing his parents were so overprotective of him. Berenger gazed at the awkward scene of Ingrid trying to intimidate her rivals and chuckled. A brief thought crossed his mind before he continued the introductions of his family. My boy is growing up to be a true man of culture. Surely Aubrey's other siblings would not be so defective? Or so Berenger had thought. However, it took one glance for him to realize that the French royal family was truly cursed. Whatever the reason, Aubrey's two brothers were the personification of their dominant character traits. One of these brothers was a greedy coward, and as one would expect, he had the appearance of a rat. Not so much in his facial attributes, as he was at the very least mildly attractive, but more so in the way he moved and spoke. It could not be easily explained other than the fact that he just gave off the general vibe of a rat. The other brother of Aubrey was a round tub of lard, as if from the day he was born, he had done nothing but consume food and sit on his ass. It was truly remarkable that a man in this feudal era could be so fat. From the moment this man entered the German palace, he rudely pulled out a chair and sat in front of the snack table set up to greet the foreign monarchs and their families. Since then, he had done nothing but shove his face with the delicacies that Berenger had prepared for everyone. Just by watching the man devour sweets, Berenger felt as if he was going to contract diabetes. The French had a unique position in this ceremony. They had previously been a trading partner of Germany but had also played a leading role in economic sanctions against the Reich, as well as the crusade against the Byzantine Empire. However, unlike all the other defeated nations of Europe, they had not taken up arms against Germany and remained neutral during the brief but bloody conflict. Would they have done so if their army was actually capable of such a feat? Nobody was denying that, but by remaining neutral, France had fared better than their former allies and had even become the last bastion of Catholicism in Europe. Where the local clergy had made some vain attempts to preserve what little was left of their religion, King Aubrey was slightly unnerved by the meeting in Germany and had grown quite fearful of Berenger. The last time they met, he attempted to seduce the man, and it had terrible results. Not only that, but the Kaiser had ruthlessly imprisoned his sister for a year for simply speaking out of turn, where unspeakable things had happened to the poor woman. If that wasn't enough, Berenger had completely demolished Aubrey's former lover and rival, Duke Renaud de Burgundy. Even now, the French king had no idea where the man's body lay. It was for this reason that during the breakfast held for all of Europe's monarchs, Aubrey kowtowed onto the ground as low as possible, feeling as if by pressing his head to the floor, he would be able to gain some redemption in Berenger's eyes. Even Berenger had to admit that seeing Aubrey in such a submissive position was a bit of a turn-on. The French king was cross-dressing as per usual and looked prettier than his sister, who gazed in shock at her brother's shameful actions. In a hyper-feminine voice, Aubrey swore loyalty to Berenger and the Reich, an action he was not being compelled to do by virtue of being a neutral actor. O great Kaiser, Berenger von Kufstein! Please take pity on my petty kingdom and allow me, King Aubrey de Valois, to swear my eternal loyalty and that of my dynasty to you and your sons. I promise that so long as my family reigns, the Kingdom of France will exist to serve you and your desires, under the condition that your empire acts as our benevolent protector. Both Berenger and Linde reacted with surprise when they heard the French king speak these words, not just the two of them but everyone in the hall. However, for the Kaiser and his lovely wife, this act of submission threw a wrench into their plans. Berenger and Linde had long conspired to balkanize France and destroy its cultural unity. For Berenger, this was an act of revenge for Versailles. Since France had done everything in its power in his past life to divide the German people and steal their lands, Berenger intended to do the same to them in this life. It wasn't enough for the French to find their natural place on their knees, servicing their German masters. To Berenger, this was a matter of pride. Germany needed to be avenged for the losses they suffered after the fall of the monarchy and the failed experiment that was the Third Reich. Thus, it came as a surprise to everyone when he rejected King Aubrey's request by spitting upon him. Do you really believe that your pathetic kingdom is worthy of being subservient to the Reich? I have no intention of taking your sissy ass as my pet, nor do I plan to protect your people from the myriad threats they face. You have brought your downfall upon yourself, and now you must face the consequences of your actions and those of your forebears. You, as King of France, are here in Kufstein to bear witness to a new era of prosperity, one that you and your kingdom shall be excluded from. Enjoy your stay in my palace, for I promise you that these will be the last peaceful days you shall see in your miserable life." The Kaiser's response utterly dumbfounded Aubrey and his siblings. How could they understand the rage of a man whose homeland was taken from him before he was even born? A man whose family was forced to flee the burning ruins of the greatest civilization the earth had ever seen? A man whose heritage was spat upon and denounced by the world because of the actions of a succeeding government, one built upon the German people's hatred for Versailles? To Berenger, France was to blame for the pitiful state Germany had become in his past life. A spiritual successor to the failed Weimar Republic, a nation just as degenerate and weak as its predecessor. Germany had become a shadow of its former glory, with its sole sense of pride coming from its robust economy. In this life, Berenger had created a true nation-state, one with a shared sense of heritage and culture. A nation entirely self-reliant and capable of protecting its borders without foreign intervention. This was not something that could be said about the Germany of his past life, at least not in his final days. To Berenger, this was the ultimate humiliation, especially considering the power and prestige the German nation once held as the Kaiserreich. Despite the unprovoked scolding Aubrey had suffered, no one in the room dared to speak up on behalf of France. The reason was obvious: Berenger was the most powerful man in Europe, perhaps the entire world. He had just spent the past few months smashing the armies of the nations present at the ceremony, and killing their previous monarchs. However, perhaps equally important was the simple fact that the men and women in the room were all Christians, many of whom were steadfast in their religious beliefs, which was the primary reason the war was fought to begin with. Because of this, they had all long since held a sense of disdain for Aubrey and his out-of-place character. Why provoke the Kaiser when they already hated the man for his sexual preferences? Thus, France had offered submission to the Reich and was thoroughly rejected. Though they did not know what Berenger had planned for them, the French delegates were in deep fear after the final words Berenger had spoken to them. One thing was certain: the Victory Day celebration had started with a rough beginning. Nearly 500,000 people had gathered in the streets of Kufstein to witness the Victory Day parade, which was being broadcast across the Reich via radios gifted by the crown to every major beer house. The soldiers were lining up in their ceremonial uniforms, based on designs from the German unification wars. The black and gold outfits were on full display as the soldiers proudly marched through the streets. High-ranking officers wore specialty plumed pickelhaube helmets, swaying slightly in the warm summer breeze. Each soldier shouldered a Gur 25 with its bayonet attached, moving forward to the beat of the drums. Many of Kufstein's citizens recalled previous military parades celebrating great victories. However, something different this time shocked the city's inhabitants. As the infantry passed, terrifying new devices followed them. 2 Panther tanks and 2 Fuchs IFVs drove behind the infantry, showcasing the next generation of warfare to the people of Germany and Europe's monarchs. More than one foreign king dropped their jaw at the sight of these massive steel machines propelling themselves through the streets. Following these armored prototypes was a fleet of 5-ton trucks, equally impressive. Each truck towed the new artillery pieces, demonstrating to the people of Germany the devices Berenger would use to bring the world under his rule. The crowd could not help but cheer in response. Eventually, the parade made its way to the Reichstag, where foreign monarchs stood waiting for their host's arrival. They expected the Kaiser to be part of the parade, but he and his family had not been seen until now. The people of Germany were starting to become quite worried about the Kaiser's absence until they noticed the sky darkening. For the entire day, the weather had been bright and sunny without a single cloud in sight. So why was the sky darkening all of a sudden? Most people began to pull out their umbrellas, expecting a sudden storm. That was until a young boy in the crowd pointed to the sky and screamed as loud as he could. "Oh my God! What is that?" One by one, the crowds that had gathered around the city stared into the sky to see what was blocking the sun. Only then did they realize that the day was still as bright as ever. Instead, a behemoth of an airship was preventing the light from shining upon the city. The miracle of flight was on full display as a rigid airship, the size of the Graf Zeppelin, flew proudly through the air. The people of Germany could hardly believe their eyes. Had Germany conquered the skies? Among the guests in the city for the event was Sultan Selim of the Timurid Empire. He gazed upon the Zeppelin with complete and total fear in his heart. The words of the Kaiser flooded his mind, recalling what Berenger had once said to him. "I simply have superior artillery." In a world where man cannot own the skies, artillery is the most important weapon on the battlefield. The Sultan, like many in the audience, could not help but mutter a silent prayer as he thought about what this meant. He had invested significant time and resources into the development of artillery. After hearing Berenger's words and witnessing how effective artillery was in the recent crusade, he was certain he could rebuild his army to rival any in the world. However, that dream was instantly dashed the moment he saw the rigid airship. Not only was the magnificent vessel blotting out the sky, but there was a notable painting on its sides. On the left side of the airship was a painting that displayed the stunning beauty of the second Empress Linde von Kufstein, who posed glamorously. People could not fathom how such a lifelike painting could be emblazoned on the side of such a massive vessel. However, those lucky enough could witness a similar scene on the other side, depicting Kaiserin Adela von Kufstein in an equally alluring posture. Behind them, the city of Kufstein and the Tyrolean Alps were painted, as if the two women were posing while overlooking the capital of the Reich. This painting was a true masterpiece of propaganda, and the people cheered endlessly. Eventually, the airship stopped above the Reichstag, where it was tied to a nearby mooring station established for the ceremony. The Kaiser and his family then departed from the vessel. The people of Germany continued to cheer as Berenger waved to them before stepping onto the highest steps of the Reichstag, where the monarchs of Europe kneeled around him in a giant circle. One by one, he called them up to sign a treaty with him. In the end, all of Europe's Catholic kings, except for Aubry, signed the treaty, officially bringing an end to the war that had been in a state of armistice for 2 months. Once the last man had given his signature to the treaty concerning his country, Berenger stepped up to a podium where a microphone waited for his speech. The words he spoke on this day would be remembered throughout history as the first recorded speech of any politician. "I gaze upon you all, my people, the German people, and I can only smile at the thought of how far we have come. Many of you already know this, but 10 years ago, I was nothing more than the spoiled son of a small-time feudal noble. This city, which we have all built together, was once a small agricultural town ruled by my father, Baron Siegfried von Kufstein. Over the years, we have all worked together to build the greatest city in the world, one whose only rivals are found elsewhere in the Reich. Since the day I nearly died near Wildskana, it has been my dream to unite the German people into a single empire, one without equal in this world or its history. However, as I fought alongside the men you see here today in uniform, the papacy and their pawns sought to prevent our rise at all costs. Through years of proxy wars, the Pope prepared to invade our lands and butcher our people. For what? Because we have a different interpretation of the Bible? Surely, that has been the lie the Church has told in the past. The reality was that our unification as one people and one empire posed a threat to the power the papacy had wielded for centuries. As a result, we have not only fought against each other but also against all the Catholic kingdoms of Europe. This culminated in the massive invasion of our borders, which these men standing before you today, and many others, have bravely repelled through the might of German steel and ingenuity. For the first time in history, an army of 1 million men was gathered for a single purpose: to crush the Reich. Yet, despite their numerical advantage, our enemies could not set a single foot into our borders. We showed the world that a unified Germany has never been, nor shall ever be, defeated. The men you witnessed signing these treaties just now are the heirs of those foolish kings who, at the Pope's behest, marched their armies onto our lands. However, the papacy is gone, and so are its pawns. Now, I am a merciful man, and because of that, the only lands I have taken in this campaign are those that rightfully belong to the German people. I could have marched my armies across all of Europe and put every man, woman, and child to the sword. But that is not who we are. It is the dawn of a new era, a German era. Because of this, the old families who have fought and conspired against us for the past decade are stepping down. In their place, German houses, whose loyalty is to the Reich and its Kaiser, shall rule over the kingdoms of Europe. Come, celebrate with me as I reward the men who have made this reality possible through their blood, sweat, and tears. Upon hearing Berenger's epic speech, the crowd of German citizens erupted into thunderous applause. Every soldier in the parade threw up their salutes to the Kaiser and responded with chants for Kaiser and fatherland. After Berenger returned the soldiers' salute and responded with a quick "Hail Victory," he walked over to a nearby page and grabbed the first box that was waiting for him. From this moment forward, he would begin awarding medals to those who were most influential in this victory. Berenger opened the small wooden box, which contained a special medal. He gazed upon the nation's highest award, the Imperial Order of the House von Kufstein, an honor specifically created by Berenger to recognize his wife Linde for her years of faithful service. Although Linde held the title of Grandmaster within the order, there were still Knight and Commander classes that could be awarded to others. Berenger held back the tears forming in his eyes, visibly uncomfortable, before taking his stance at the podium once more. The people of Germany had never seen the man look so vulnerable, and they wondered what was about to happen. Berenger took a moment to compose himself, then recovered his trademark stoic appearance. He spoke into the microphone, his voice nearly breaking as he struggled to announce the words. It is with a heavy heart that I posthumously award this first medal to a man who has been a hero to the people of Germany for many years. There is a secret I have kept from the entire world until now, one I would have shared sooner had it not been for its critical strategic importance. Across the Atlantic Ocean lie two vast continents, rich in untapped resources crucial to the development of the Reich. Over the past few years, I have established colonies in these lands and sent trusted men to govern them. One such man was Field Marshal Arnulf von Thierse, a loyal subject and a close personal friend. Unfortunately for us all, the Field Marshal was betrayed by a group of native savages whom he had tried to help. These barbarians violated Arnulf's trust and attacked the very hand that fed them, killing him in cold blood as he attempted to protect the colony from their onslaught. For giving his life in defense of German soil, an entire world away from the fatherland, I hereby award Field Marshal Arnulf von Thierse with the highest honor within the Reich, the Commander's Cross of the Imperial Order of the House von Kufstein. As you may be aware, Arnulf took no wife and fathered no children before his untimely demise. For that reason, I will present this award to his younger brother, to keep in his memory from this day until the end of days. After saying this, a man dressed in the uniform of a colonel approached the podium, where Berenger handed off the medal to him, along with a fine painting of Arnulf and a folded flag. Arnulf's younger brother was in tears, and to comfort him, Berenger hugged the man, grabbed the back of his head, and said something he would never forget: "I loved your brother as if he were a member of my own family. If you need anything to help you process your grief, I am here for you and your family." Arnulf's brother had grown up during Berenger's rise to power. He was at least 5 years younger than his brother and practically worshipped both Arnulf and Berenger. Arnulf's family was informed prior to this event of the Field Marshal's death, but it did not hurt any less. After thanking Berenger, he stepped down from the stage and sat at the side. The crowd was astonished and also depressed. It shocked them to hear that there was an entire other world across the Atlantic, filled with savages, but they were more disheartened than hopeful, as Arnulf was a national hero who had been with Berenger since the very beginning. His prestige and fame throughout the Reich were second only to Berenger and Eckhard. A moment of silence was observed for the loss of one of Germany's greatest generals. After it ended, Berenger quickly transitioned to a more cheerful note. He then handed a Grand Cross of the Iron Cross to another officer who approached the podium. "General Arnwald Gerwig, for your heroic actions in aiding the defense of the Kaiser's Pass, I hereby award you with the Grand Cross of the Iron Cross. You have proven yourself a capable general not only in the mountains of New Swabia, but in the deserts of Egypt." The man saluted the Kaiser before allowing Berenger to place the medal around his collar. Afterward, Berenger saluted the man back. The next recipients of prestigious medals were Field Marshal Heinrich von Graz, General Wilhelm Ritter von Krieger, and Admiral Reitz Ritter von Bettinger. Admiral von Bettinger, as he would be known from now on, was awarded the Knight's Cross of the Imperial Order of the House von Kufstein for his efforts in defeating the Crusader navy off the shores of Naples. Berenger spent some time handing out awards to various general officers before moving on to the commissioned officers. He had 3 separate military honors to issue to his first recipient, a man who had been in the ranks of his special operations since the very beginning. Major Andreas Jaeger, or should I say Colonel Andreas Ritter von Jaeger, for your clandestine operations behind enemy lines, and the heroism that you and your men showed in the face of battle, I award you with the following honors: a Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross, a Knight's Cross of the Order of St. George, and finally, an Order of Merit. You have more than earned the honor and prestige associated with these awards. The crowd cheered for the veteran Jagged Commando as he received his commendations, but he maintained a stoic expression. He had been at the forefront of special operations since Berenger established them and had witnessed many horrific things in the line of duty. He did not care for fanciful titles or garish medals, he cared only about defending the fatherland. Andreas and his men had recently been issued a string of new toys to play with and were even more deadly on the battlefield now that they had access to select fire in semi-automatic weapons. The battle-hardened veteran also knew that, by looking into the sky and witnessing the Zeppelin, it was only a matter of time before he and his men began deploying from land, sea, and air. However, that wasn't his immediate concern. He was certain that when the time came, Berenger would introduce new equipment to help him and his men fulfill their tasks perfectly. Thus, he stood silently, waiting for the Kaiser to place the medals around his neck and pin them to his chest. After Andreas received his medals, Berenger glanced at the next name on his list and was slightly surprised. When he spoke the youth's name, even Linde, who was standing nearby with a pretty smile, seemed to react oddly. "Lieutenant Hermann von Habsburg, please step forward." The name Habsburg caused rumors to spread among the older members of the audience. It had been years since anyone had heard that name. After all, the main line died with the boy Conrad, whom Berenger had thrown out the window. Although Linde had an elder brother named Lietbert, he was not well known outside of his ancestral home of Innsbruck. Hermann walked forward in his dress uniform and stood before the Kaiser. He had no major medals, and a stoic expression on his face. If Linde were to be gender-bent, she would look exactly like this young man. Berenger could see the family resemblance and smiled before pinning an Iron Cross First Class to his breast. "For your heroic actions during the invasion of the lowlands, I hereby award you the Iron Cross First Class. Keep up the good work, and perhaps one day you will be leading more than just a platoon of soldiers." The young man refused to smile. After all, he had mixed feelings about Berenger and his sister. The Kaiser noticed this and shifted his gaze toward Linde, who seemed distressed at the sight of her younger brother, whom she had not seen in years. Upon seeing his wife in such a state, the Kaiser decided to take the opportunity to shake Hermann's hand, pulling the boy in close and whispering something in his ear. "You should forgive your sister already. What happened to your father was practically a lifetime ago and well-deserved. Life is too short for such hatred, especially against your own family." Hermann merely glared at Berenger before saluting him. He left behind a single word before stepping down from the stage. Betrayal can never be forgiven. Berenger could only sigh in defeat as the young man walked off, angrier than ever. He could not find fault with Hermann's words. After all, he had used the same reasoning to execute his friend Arnulf just weeks prior. After accepting this, he turned back to his list of names and called out to the crowd. "Sergeant Major Lockwick 10, will you step forward, please?" A man whose face was scarred from years of warfare stepped forward. He wore the uniform of a member of the Jaeger Corps, meaning he was often deployed to the most heated war zones. It was no wonder that he had such a grizzled look on his face. The man stepped forward, saluted Berenger, and awaited his award. His chest was already brimming with medals earned through years of bloodshed. However, it had been a while since the Kaiser personally gave him a medal. Locke truly believed Berenger had forgotten about him. Thus, it came as a surprise when the Kaiser wrapped a Commander's Cross of the Order of St. George around his neck and reminded him of old times. "Sergeant Major Lockwick 10, or should I say Sergeant Major Lockgraf von Wichten? I remember you. You were the man who brought back a prototype weapon to the battlefield after returning to Italy from your injuries, Ludwig's first successful needle rifle. Am I right? If it weren't for you, Ludwig would have waited until the end of the war to tell me about his newest invention, and we surely would have suffered dearly in the trenches outside Florence. Your actions saved many lives during the latter part of that war, and I haven't been able to reward you properly until now. It appears you have been busy over the years, getting promoted to Sergeant Major in the Jaeger Corps. That is a very respectable position. You are the first non-commissioned officer to earn this honor, and it is thanks to your efforts that it is now available to NCOs. You have more than earned a title of nobility. I present you with the Commander's Cross of the Order of St. George. From this day forward, your descendants will be counts. Not that nobility means what it once did a decade ago, but you and your family can hold your heads high as members of the noble class going forward. Lot nodded in understanding before shaking the Kaiser's hand. He was honestly surprised that Berenger remembered who he was but was pleased nonetheless. The sergeant major was the last person to receive a medal during the Victory Day celebration. What followed was a night of feasting and a martial arts tournament. While Berenger was hosting his Victory Day celebration for the people of Germany, Itami was deep in the Taibik Mountains. Her army had advanced beyond the southern half of the peninsula with little difficulty. Having defeated the Joseon army in Busan, Itami and her soldiers faced little resistance as they pushed further north towards the capital of Pyongyang, where the Joseon king defied the Japanese annexation of his kingdom. Although the remnants of the Joseon army attempted to ambush Itami and her forces on several occasions, their efforts had thus far failed miserably. Thus, the albino beauty had a smug smile on her pretty face as she rode on horseback through the mountains of North Korea, as if she were completely untouchable. The young Empress of Japan was completely unaware that the Ming had betrayed her, going to Germany in a desperate attempt to pit the two emerging superpowers against one another. Because of this, she could not anticipate the ambush she and her army were walking right into. A German jagged commando lay prone on a ridge across from Itami and her army. He was about 300 meters away, dressed in a splinter camo smock with a ghillie hood over his M35 pattern Stahlhelm. Lying in front of this soldier was his MG-27T light machine gun, supported by a bipod as he aimed down the sights at the Japanese soldiers who were unknowingly walking into an ambush. By his side were the members of his fire team, one of whom had a G-27 sniper rifle equipped with a 4x magnified optic modeled after the WW2 era ZF-4, while the others had STG-27s equipped with the WW2 era ZFG-42 1.5x magnified optic. With the introduction of the newest weapon systems to his army, Berenger implemented a policy that every sniper and rifleman be equipped with an optic on their weapon. The sniper of the fire team gazed through his scope at the advancing Japanese army, a hint of surprise on his face. When he had heard from his superiors that his unit would be traveling to the Far East to fight an enemy nearly on par with the Reich, he did not honestly believe them. However, the evidence was clear. He quickly called out to the other soldiers of his fire team as they lay in wait for the attack. "Are you seeing this? Bolt-action rifles, breech-loading artillery, revolving cannons, and Schmidt guns. Where the hell did these bastards get these weapons? As far as I know, the Kaiser hasn't sold weapons to the East." One of the riflemen in the fire team gazed through his 1.5x magnified optic, barely making out what he was seeing. He too was surprised, expressing his shock with colorful language. "Well, I'll be dipped in shit. These jungle monkeys actually have modern weapons. No wonder the Kaiser sent us here to train the local rabble to fight them. Shit, it seems we might actually have a fight on our hands, instead of the usual massacre. Or so I would say if these fuckers weren't about to walk into an ambush." From the moment Berenger received word about another reincarnator attempting to invade Korea, he dispatched his jagged commandos to the region. They arrived by the Bohai Sea in northeast China and made their way across the border into the Joseon kingdom with carriages filled with weapons and munitions, intent on arming the Joseon peasants into a capable guerrilla force. With the assurances of Prince Zhu Ji of the Ming dynasty, Berenger did not wait for the emperor's approval. After all, time was of the essence. Thus, over the past month, these men had been training the northern villages of Korea into a proper insurgency. Now that Itami and her army were stepping foot into the northern half of the peninsula for the first time, they were about to feel the sting of German steel. The jagged commandos continued to blather away while waiting for the signal to attack. Sure enough, as Itami's forces crossed the mountains, an explosion went off, and smoke filled the air as the Korean militias opened fire on the invaders. With this signal, the NCO in charge of the fire team gave the order to attack. "All right, boys, light them up." A torrent of automatic fire followed the initial attack, as thousands of Japanese soldiers came under fire from the front of their lines and from the right flank. Itami was thrown from her horse and onto the muddy ground below as her steed reared in fright upon hearing the explosion.
The Japanese empress was stunned.
She did not know what could have caused such an explosive blast. The woman was about to ask her subordinates if there was a weapons malfunction when she heard the chugging of machine gun fire upon her army. A bullet ripped past Itami's face and tore through a strand of her dirty hair as the German sniper just missed his target. As a woman who had never been deployed to a modern battlefield in her past life, she quite literally pissed herself in terror when such a distant threat almost effortlessly claimed her life. The mighty war goddess of Japan broke then and there as she fell to her knees and covered her head in fear of death. The German sniper cursed as he realized he had barely missed his target. He quickly adjusted his aim, placing the crosshairs directly over Itami's chest, specifically her heart. Just as he squeezed the trigger, one of the Japanese soldiers leapt in front of his empress, pushing her out of the way. The bullet passed through his chest as if it were a knife cutting through butter. The sight of her men sacrificing their lives for her snapped Itami out of her shock, and she quickly barked orders to the nearby soldiers.
The enemy is on that ridge. Form ranks and open fire.
As she spoke, the Japanese soldiers bravely loaded their weapons and fired a volley toward the location of the German fireteam. Although their shots missed, it was enough to expose the jagged commandos' position, causing the battle-hardened veterans to abandon their spot in search of a new area to strike from.
Itami breathed a heavy sigh as the pressure she was facing was temporarily relieved.
Now, all she had to do was muster her forces to attack the front. At the front lines of the battle between the Japanese soldiers and the militia, the Japanese army opened fire on the Korean rebels hiding behind rocks.
After a few brief exchanges, the peasant insurgents broke ranks and fled the scene of their attack.
1 month of training may have been enough to teach someone to shoot adequately, but it was not enough to instill the discipline needed to stand against the rifle fire of a well-trained army. Thus, the insurgents fled as quickly as they had attacked.
Though the Japanese wanted to pursue them, Itami called them off.
If not for the muzzle flash from the G27 sniper rifle, she never would have spotted the jagged commandos. She did not know who the enemy was or where they had obtained such advanced hardware, but she could make an educated guess. Thus, she rallied her forces and gave the command to investigate the scene of the attack.
Do not chase after them.
We don't know how many there are or what weapons they wield.
I want to know who we were up against.
I need a team to examine the corpses of the men we have killed, while the rest of you stay on watch and maintain the perimeter. Despite the engagement lasting less than a minute, nearly 1,000 Japanese soldiers had lost their lives or were seriously wounded. The overwhelming volume of automatic fire, combined with the proximity of the marching army, allowed for a literal kill zone that the jagged commandos, positioned on a ridge above their enemy's position, expertly exploited. In the end, General Shiba approached Itami with a distressed look on his face, handed her 2 weapons, and declared his findings. The weapons were an old G22 rifle with scrubbed markings and a stick grenade. Though Itami could not directly trace the rifles back to Germany due to the scrubbed markings, she could tell by the style of the weapons that they were German or manufactured by a reincarnator with a penchant for German weaponry. Given that she already knew there was a reincarnator in Germany, Itami could easily surmise that Berenger was responsible for this attack. Thus, she quickly interrogated Shiba for more information. There is no way such poor quality weapons could have such an overwhelming volume of fire.
Are there any enemy corpses left behind?
Initially, Shiba did not understand what Itami was referring to, as he had been overseeing the defense at the front line throughout the brief conflict. It took only a moment for the man to survey the sheer volume of dead bodies around Itami's position and quickly deduced that this was a 2-pronged attack. I can't speak for the men who attacked you, but those in front appear to be locals, armed with these weapons. Where and how they could acquire such advanced armaments, I do not know.
Perhaps the Korean people have a war god of their own? Itami bit her lip in frustration and shook her head.
There was no reincarnator in Korea. If there was, the Joseon army would have been armed with such weapons from the start. Clearly, the reach of Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein was far greater than she had initially anticipated. If that was the case, she knew she was in for a long and brutal campaign to conquer the Korean peninsula, something she did not have time for. Before she could share her findings with her general, the man sniffed the air and looked around in confusion before asking the question on his mind.
What's that smell?
It was only then that Itami realized her panties were soaked with urine, causing her to flush in embarrassment before denying the reality she found herself in.
"It's not me, okay?"
Upon seeing the young woman hold her skirt down and her reddened cheeks, Sheba could guess what had happened and decided not to speak of this incident further. Instead, he made sure the army tended to their wounded before marching further north into the lion's den. As for the jagged commandos, they sent a radio telegraph from their portable device to the reconnaissance vessel in the Bohai Sea, informing the fatherland of the success of their first operation.
They then regrouped with the insurgents and prepared for their next attack.
Berenger sat in a VIP booth overlooking Kufstein Town Square. In the center of the city stood a boxing ring, covered by an awning to shield from the elements should they turn unfavorable. A series of bleachers surrounded the ring, accommodating thousands of seated spectators.
The rest could stand and witness the event.
Attendance was free, and alcohol was served at no cost. Consequently, as many people as possible crowded into the town center to witness the spectacular event in person, while people across the Reich feasted and celebrated the first ever Victory Day.
2 fighters had gathered for the opening match.
As veterans of the army, these men, who had trained diligently in mixed martial arts over the past few years, represented their respective states of the Reich, flying their local flags. One man bore the banner of Bavaria, while another carried the flag of Austria on his back.
The Bavarian fighter approached the ring as the event's theme played in the background.
An orchestra nearby performed a tune remarkably similar to the one from the largest MMA promotion in Japan during Berenger's past life. Standing at 195 centimeters and weighing 120 kilos, the Bavarian fighter was a colossal figure of pure muscle, having trained his body and mind to fight in the ring for fame and fortune. As he made his way to the stage, an announcer spoke through a microphone, broadcast throughout the Reich. Heinz Neffen, currently undefeated, holds a professional record of 12 wins and 0 losses. He is also the current heavyweight champion of the Bavarian Fighting Championship, a state-sponsored promotion in the Kingdom of Bavaria. He was chosen for this tournament specifically because of his size and record. If he wins the Victory Day tournament, you can bet that you'll be seeing him on the national circuit soon enough. The moment Heinz entered the ring, he threw off his shirt and flexed his muscles, attempting to intimidate his opponent, who was just walking out. The man he was fighting against was an Austrian fighter named Hartmann Sackweber. He was significantly smaller than Heinz, who stood at 187 centimeters tall and weighed 90 kilograms. The announcer quickly began describing the fighter and his record to the people of the empire.
Hartmann Sackweber is now walking out.
Just by looking at him, you can tell he's clearly outclassed, at least in terms of height and weight. Most of you may already know this, but Hartmann has a professional record of 21 wins and 3 losses.
He is a current top contender for the national title in the open weight division.
That's right, Hartmann has always fought men bigger than himself, and tonight is no exception.
We will see if he can emerge victorious against the new up-and-comer.
After this, Hartmann stepped into the ring and threw off his shirt. He was an athletic man, with muscles much bigger than Berenger's. If Berenger had a prince's physique, then this man had that of an elite-level wrestler. However, compared to his opponent, he came off as somewhat lacking in stature.
The 2 men stared each other down in the ring as the ref relayed the rules to them.
In the sport of Kampf, which was what mixed martial arts was called in this world, there were only 3 rules: no biting, no eye gouging, and no groin shots.
Everything else was fair game.
The fighters didn't even wear gloves, but instead wore gauze and tape. To put it simply, this was a bare-knuckle fight to the finish. After explaining the details, the men touched hands and walked back to their respective corners of the ring where the fight began. Hans was sitting next to his father, gazing upon the scene of the fight with excitement in his eyes. Although he had trained in the martial arts, he had never seen a professional fight in person, largely because his mother considered the sport too violent for a kid his age. However, his father insisted that the boy be present for the event, so even if Linde had not shown up to witness the tournament, Berenger and his eldest son were eagerly anticipating the fight. As the father and son watched the spectacle together, they witnessed the 2 fighters meet in the center of the ring. Hartmann, the smaller man, used his teep kick to keep his opponent at a distance while battering his legs with lightning-fast leg kicks. Heinz responded to these leg kicks by attempting to check them with his shin, but Hartmann was too fast. He then decided to go for a different strategy. In the next moment, Harthman threw a solid combination, a jab, a cross, and a modified teep known as the monkey kick. Heinz skillfully moved out of the way of the punches but ended up taking the kick. Despite this, he charged forward with a flurry of his own strikes, a jab, a cross, and a hook, followed by a body kick. Most of these were masterfully evaded by his opponent and effectively countered.
The two men exchanged blows, neither attempting a takedown. Ultimately, Heinz threw an uppercut elbow that missed. However, he followed it with a downward elbow that found its mark, tearing open his opponent's forehead and spilling blood on the floor. The sight ignited the crowd into a violent symphony. Heinz did not let the elbow go to waste and quickly grabbed hold of his opponent's head with a plum grip, proceeding to knee and elbow the man against the ropes. Despite the brutal assault, Harthman did not go down. Instead, he threw a shovel punch into Heinz's liver, causing Heinz to wince in pain as he slowly collapsed backward. One solid shot had sent the giant to his knees. As Heinz was falling, Harthman grabbed his head and forcefully stood him up, throwing an elbow to the temple followed by 3 consecutive headbutts. Realizing he was in a bad position, Heinz mustered his strength and attempted a double leg takedown.
However, Harthman masterfully sprawled and put his opponent in a front headlock, where he kneed him in the cranium 3 times before the larger man collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. Despite this obvious defeat, Harthman proceeded to throw fists onto his downed opponent's skull and managed to land 3 before being pulled off by the ref, officially ending the bout. The crowd roared with thunderous applause. Though the fight was brief, lasting only 1 round, both men came barreling out at the start and assaulted their opponents with everything they had. It was a true display of the warrior spirit that characterized the German people as a martial society. Berenger had to admit that if either of the men simply wrestled the other to the ground and lay on top of them for 25 minutes, he would have walked out on the fight, bringing great dishonor to the participants, something he felt they would ultimately deserve. In the sport of mixed martial arts, at least in his past life, there were too many competitors who played it safe and used such a boring tactic to grind out a decision for victory. Berenger would be lying if he said he did not hate those fights and those fighters who became champions using such a dull strategy. The victor was declared for all to see, and eventually Heinz rose to his feet after such a brutal knockout, where he suffered his first loss like a man. Shaking hands with the victor and briefly hugging him, all while congratulating the man on his victory and wishing him good luck in the remainder of the tournament, he showed true sportsmanship. In Berenger's Germany, there was no need for the pro-wrestling antics of trash-talking, disrespect, and poor sportsmanship. In fact, if a fighter acted in such a way, they would be fined and possibly suspended from fighting. These men were warriors, not clowns, and they respected each other's strength, honor, and integrity. Most of all, after the 2 men stood side by side, they threw up their salutes to the Kaiser and paid their respects to the man. For Kaiser and Fatherland, the battle cry was echoed by the crowd as the first fight of the night came to an end. Hans gazed upon the scene with newfound respect for those who fought for fame and fortune. Perhaps, one day, he too could step into the ring. He looked up at his father, who stood from his seat and saluted the men who had fought for his, and all of Germany's, entertainment on this day of celebration. Wondering when one day he too could be so beloved by the people. Itami and her army soon found themselves at a village they decided to occupy and use as a base for their next push north. What was supposed to be a swift and easy conquest had turned into a massive headache for the young Japanese empress. She was deeply disturbed by the newfound difficulty in expanding her armed forces. At the moment, she was in a small bathtub, soaking off the dirt and grime accumulated from the previous battle. Her mind was blank as she desperately tried to wash away the fear that had taken control of her heart. Itami had assumed she would be fighting a medieval army, one incapable of challenging her. However, she now realized she would be facing an enemy armed with modern weapons, which terrified her. Though she had fought on feudal battlefields, exchanging blows with men much larger than herself, the threat of death had never been truly present. She had always been protected by capable warriors, and her armor was so strong that neither arquebus nor arrow could penetrate and claim her life. However, modern weapons like semi-automatic sniper rifles, battle rifles, and light machine guns left her defenseless. At least, she could not create anything to protect herself from such advanced weapons at the moment. Itami had unknowingly made herself the prime target for the new insurgency. By wearing flashy metals and garish colors, she was a sitting duck on the battlefield, yet she had personally led her army into the Josian kingdom. If she had known her rival, far away in another world, would arm her enemies, she never would have come here herself. Still, Itami did not know how this Kaiser in the West had learned of her activities. Clearly, this was retaliation for selling modern weapons to the Bengal Emperor, indicating that Berenger's influence stretched at least to the Indian subcontinent. However, what she could not understand was how her rival had learned of her invasion of Korea. After all, her landing in Busan had also been leaked to the Josian army. It was evident that one of her ministers was conspiring against her, but the list of potential traitors was so long that she did not know where to begin in identifying them. A more pressing concern was how this traitor managed to contact Germany. Itami could only sink back in the bathtub and sulk as she spoke aloud. "Berenger von Kufstein, who are you?" While Itami was soaking in the tub at the village chief's home, a small fireteam of jagged commandos had gathered in the nearby hills. Their duties weren't only to train the insurgents, they were also instructed to conduct reconnaissance and sabotage operations. With their faces painted in a woodland pattern and wearing camouflage uniforms and ghillie hoods, these German soldiers were nearly invisible to the Japanese sentries during the twilight hours. Though the fireteam leader knew his men understood the plan, he reviewed it again, especially since one of his soldiers had deviated from their orders during the ambush earlier that day. His tone was stern as he addressed the soldiers under his command. "Normally, I wouldn't do this, but I feel the need to clarify something after what happened earlier. Our objective is not to kill the Empress. That would only embolden the Japanese resolve to fight us. The orders we have been given are to bog down the Japanese forces in these mountains for as long as possible and force them to withdraw southward. So, to make this clear, you are not to harm the Empress, though her officers are fair game. This operation is to be done with as few enemy casualties as possible. We will infiltrate the camp and set fire to their supplies. That is all. Once we have succeeded in the task, we are to withdraw silently back to the closest cell. If you must eliminate someone, do it covertly with your boot knife. Is that understood?" The soldiers nodded and responded to their NCO in the affirmative. "Yes, sir." Upon hearing this, the sergeant smiled and issued the order to begin the operation. "All right, let's do this." The jagged commando fireteam silently made their way down the hill, stalking their prey. The Japanese sentries could not see them as they approached the makeshift defenses of the village. Itami had surrounded the village with her wagons, creating a primitive fortification. Though such a defense was easily breached, especially by the elite soldiers of the Reich. After approaching the perimeter, the jagged commandos split into separate roles. The sniper and the light machine gunner took an overwatch position on the hill above, while the riflemen slung their weapons and unsheathed their boot knives. These men split up as they breached the defenses and silently took out the Japanese sentries by slicing their throats and covering their mouths. The sniper watched from afar as he saw his comrades enter the village and move through the streets, remaining unseen. Eventually, he lost sight of the men as they began entering buildings to search for the enemy's supplies. He could only say a silent prayer for his fellow soldiers, as he could no longer protect them from potential threats. "Saint Berenger the Blessed, protect my brothers in arms so that they may carry out your will." The NCO had picked the lock to the door of a building and forced his way inside. It was clear this was the enemy's food stockpile, or at least one of several locations. However, there was one problem: 2 enemy soldiers guarded the supplies. Luckily, they did not notice his presence. He slithered through the halls like a sneaky snake, going entirely unnoticed. One of the Japanese guards walked off from his post. For what reason, the NCO did not know, but he followed the sentry nonetheless. After stalking the man outside the building, he noticed the Japanese guard was urinating on the wall. Taking the opportunity, the jagged commando covered the man's mouth from behind and repeatedly stabbed him in the kidneys with his knife, silently ending the man's life. He hid the corpse in a nearby cask before continuing his attack. After taking care of one guard, the NCO covertly made his way back inside and approached the other. The man was clearly bored and impatiently waiting for his friend to return. The veteran jagged commando saw this as an opportunity and hid behind a wall that the enemy would have to pass to get to the door the other guard had left through. After a few minutes, the man began to shout in his local tongue. Though the NCO could not understand him, he knew the man was cursing his friend for taking too long. The Japanese guard carelessly walked past the jagged commando, and the moment he did, a blade found its way buried in his neck, piercing through the carotid artery as if it were gelatin. Once the last of the 2 sentries was eliminated, the German NCO proceeded down the halls toward the food stockpile. He stashed away his knife and took out an incendiary grenade from his load-bearing equipment. After pulling the pin, he tossed it onto the wooden crates housing the Japanese army's rations and immediately retreated, not wanting to be in the building when the thermite ignited.
Within seconds, the grenade exploded, causing flames to rapidly spread and consume the entire building.
By then, the NCO had withdrawn and was already heading back to regroup with his unit. Bells rang throughout the village as 3 distinct fires simultaneously erupted within the camp.
However, by the time the Japanese army could respond, the jagged commandos had already vanished into the night.
As Itami was enjoying her bath, the door swung open, revealing General Shiba's panicked expression. Itami was both surprised and furious that her precious bath time had been intruded upon. She instantly covered her sensitive parts with her hands and scolded the general for his actions.
"You dare disturb my bath."
"Why, I ought to." Before she could finish reprimanding him, he interrupted with a single word.
"Sabotage." Itami's fury faded as she quickly understood what was happening.
The guerrillas had struck again. She instantly gave an order with a hint of rage in her blood-red eyes.
"Give me a moment."
It was only then that General Shiba realized he was gazing upon something he shouldn't be, and he quickly lowered his head before withdrawing.
Once he was gone, Itami got out of her bath and sighed heavily.
Gazing out the window, she saw the flames rising within the village. She could only curse herself for stepping on the eagle's tail feathers. She swore in her heart at that moment that she would take revenge on Germany for their intervention in Korea. Hours had passed since the tournament began, and Hartmann was now fighting in the finals against the man who held the national open-weight title. These 2 men were bound to face off sooner or later, but only one would emerge victorious and claim the coveted Victory Day championship belt. Hartmann was pinned to the ground, suffering from a barrage of strikes to his face. He tried to cover with his hands, but there was only so much he could do. Fists, elbows, and headbutts rained down on his face as the referee watched closely, ready to call off the fight. A verbal warning was given to the man to make this point clear.
"Fight back." With this, Hartmann knew defeat was imminent. He decided to go all out.
He grabbed one of his opponent's arms with both hands and pinned it to his chest.
Simultaneously, he blocked the man's leg and knee with his elbow and leg.
After enduring a few more headshots, he bridged his hips into the air and rolled over into a reversed position with what is called the UPA escape. After doing so, Hartmann got out of his opponent's guard and stood up, landing an axe kick on his rival's face before stomping it repeatedly. The crowd erupted at the sudden reversal of fortune. After taking a few shots to the head while lying on the ground, the opponent struggled to his feet with a technical stand-up. However, he was instantly countered with a roundhouse kick to the head, which sent him tumbling back to the ground. To finish the fight, Hartmann landed a well-placed soccer kick to his opponent's head, knocking the man out completely. The referee immediately stepped in and called off the fight. Causing Hartmann to roar like a lion and punch his chest like an ape, the thousands of German citizens cried out and cheered for him. The man had shown true heart by snatching victory from the jaws of defeat, and the audience knew it. Even Hans was impressed by this performance and cheered for the man from his VIP booth. As the boy looked up at his father, he saw Berenger standing up from his spot and descending down the staircase before entering the ring himself. Beautiful ring girls surrounded the champion as the Kaiser took the stage with the exquisite championship belt in his hand. The belt was made of fine black crocodile leather, solid gold, and platinum. In the center was an ornate golden plaque with an additional hexagonal plaque in the middle, made of platinum with diamond edges. In the middle of this hexagon was a pair of diamond eagle wings, with a solid letter S in the center, made out of rubies. The S stood for Sieg, or victory.
Below this winged S symbol, the words Victory Day National Grand Prix Openweight Champion were engraved into the golden plaque. Surrounding this hexagon was an outline of diamonds in the same shape.
On the sides of the center plaque were 2 smaller rectangular plaques per side, each styled similarly to the center plaque. Instead of a winged S, They featured the shape of the fatherland carved out of solid gold and set upon a hexagon of platinum. The overall inspiration for the belt design came from Berenger's past life, from an organization that was bought out in 2011 by the world's biggest MMA promotion and shut down in 2013. The people gazed upon this exquisite belt and cheered for the man who had earned it. As a result, Berenger raised his hand to calm them down before taking the microphone from the announcer and saying a few words about the event. Harthman Sack-Weber, you put on a performance tonight that few men in this world are capable of. You have more than earned the right to call yourself the Victory Day National Grand Prix champion, and it is my esteemed honor to present you with this championship belt. How are you feeling right now? The fighter, who had fought through 5 opponents in one night, was exhausted beyond measure and panted heavily into the microphone as he answered Berenger's question with overwhelming pride displayed on his face and a cheeky grin. If I'm being honest, I feel a little lightheaded. But that's probably just from the sheer amount of punches I took to the head tonight. So, nothing serious, right? In response, Berenger chuckled, as did the entire audience. It was good to see that the champion had a sense of humor. Berenger looked into his eyes to make sure he was truly okay, and the man seemed fine. Thus, he wrapped the belt around Harthman's waist and thanked him for his performance. On behalf of all of Germany, I want to thank you for the performance you put on tonight, as well as all of our athletes who participated in this monumental event. For those who take this man's words seriously, do not worry, there are doctors on standby, ready to treat all the fighters here tonight. Now, to all the brave men who have displayed their strength, honor, and courage on this night, go and rest, you have more than earned it. As for the people of Germany, I hope you all celebrate the rest of this night with some fine cooking. I know in the city of Kufstein, as well as other major urban areas, there are ongoing feasts that will continue well into the night. You can all enjoy some fine German cuisine at my expense. So, enjoy yourselves. After saying this, Berenger shook hands with the tournament winner and then departed towards his palace with his son and guards in tow. With the tournament over, he would have to entertain his many guests, most of whom were shockingly surprised by what they witnessed in the parade. To no one's surprise, upon returning to the palace, Berenger was surrounded by his guests. Among them was his father-in-law, Emperor Vetranis, who approached the Kaiser with a happy smile before anyone else could get his attention. Though the man was smiling, he was far from happy. In fact, he was utterly terrified by what he had seen during the day, airships and armored vehicles. The idea that Germany now controlled the land, sea, and skies was truly a frightening prospect. Though he kept such thoughts to himself, he asked for a minute of Berenger's time. It was a wonderful ceremony. I can tell you put a lot of work into this, and I assure you, the Byzantine Empire has no intentions of settling the new world you revealed across the Atlantic. We wouldn't want to step on the toes of our favorite ally. If you have a minute, I'd like to speak with you about something important regarding the future of our two realms. It will only take a minute. Berenger smiled and nodded, gripping Vetranis' shoulder in a display of dominance. Whatever the Byzantine emperor was about to request, it was going to be significant, and Berenger had to show from the start that he was the man in charge. Thus, he led the man into a secluded area where they could discuss their business together. After sitting down, a servant poured the two men a couple of drinks. Berenger tasted his drink before asking what was on his father-in-law's mind. So, what could possibly be so important that you must take me away from my beloved guests? I suppose this is about Egypt and Palestine, is it not? Vetranis had a guilty look on his face as he nodded in silence. It was clear that Berenger had seen through him entirely. Just as Vetranis was about to speak, Berenger raised one finger to silence him. Like a beaten dog, Vetranis quickly obeyed. After all, Germany had decimated the Crusader forces to whom he had surrendered a few months prior. If Germany could devastate the entire Catholic world to such a degree, what hope did Byzantium have to compete? Once Vetranis was obedient, Berenger stated his terms. I will return Egypt and Palestine to your rule, with the exception of the Sinai Peninsula, under two conditions. First, I want you to evacuate Cyprus and hand it over to the Reich. This condition is non-negotiable. Second, you must establish the region of Syria-Palestine as an autonomous zone, allowing the peaceful coexistence of Christians and Muslims alike. The last thing I need is for you to find yourself in another war with your Muslim neighbors. If you agree to these terms, you can consider the aforementioned regions part of the Byzantine Empire once more.
What do you say? Do we have a deal? Vetranis thought about these conditions in silence for several moments. Compared to Egypt and Palestine, Cyprus seemed an insignificant region. However, it was clear to him that Berenger wanted to create a naval base there and possibly an airbase, if such a thing could exist. This would undoubtedly be quite troublesome for the Byzantine Empire. However, if Berenger truly desired the island, he could simply occupy it by force, and there was really nothing Vetranis could do about it. Thus, after several moments of contemplation, the Byzantine emperor nodded and submitted to Berenger's demands. Very well.
If that is the price I must pay, so be it. Upon hearing this, Berenger smiled and patted the man on the back before standing up from his seat. There was much to celebrate, and he did not want to spend any more time secluded in this tiny room with his father-in-law. Come, enjoy the festivities. There is much conversation to be had, and little time to do it in.
I trust you will enjoy yourself.
With that, Berenger and Vetranis returned to the feast. Cyprus would be evacuated in the coming days, and a naval base and an air base would be established, securing Berenger's absolute dominance over the Mediterranean. As for Egypt and Palestine, they would return to the hands of the Byzantine Empire, with a small section on the Sinai Peninsula under the control of the Reich. While Berenger was negotiating with the Byzantine emperor over the rights to Egypt, Palestine, and Cyprus, one of his guests was on the prowl. Robert Stuart, the Crown Prince of Scotland, had accompanied his father to the Reich after being invited to witness the Victory Day celebrations. The Kingdom of Scotland had little direct interaction with the German Empire, however, their markets were dominated by German goods.
Why was this? Because of their trade with the Kalmar Union.
King Charles of Scotland had cordial relations with the King of Denmark, who had warned him not to get involved with Germany's affairs after it rose to the status of a great power. Charles took this warning to heart. As a result, Scotland was one of the two Catholic kingdoms that had not suffered at the hands of the Reich during the brief war that saw the downfall of the papacy in most of Europe's royal families. From the moment Charles and his son Robert set foot in the borders of the Reich, they could tell they were living in a different world. If the train ride to the German capital wasn't shocking enough, the airship and the city's lights were truly marvels that boggled the mind. Because of this, Robert seemed interested in taking a German woman as a wife, if only for the sake of bragging rights. After all, it was well known that German women struggled and competed with one another to marry the best German men and had developed a reputation for being cold to foreigners. This was definitely the case as Robert chatted with a princess of Bavaria, Anne von Wittelsbach, the youngest daughter of the Bavarian king. The once infamous Duke Dieter von Wittelsbach had been elevated to the status of King of Bavaria after the unification of the German Empire. Anne was a stunning beauty, but she was not yet of marriageable age. Thus, the Prince of Scotland thought he might gain her interest. However, as he spoke about Scotland and the battles he had fought, the girl seemed entirely disinterested, as if she were talking to a country bumpkin.
The young beauty rolled her eyes before not so politely telling the Scottish prince to go away.
I'm sorry, Prince Robert, was it? I'm sure your intentions are genuine, but I have no interest in marrying a foreign man.
If you don't mind, I have more important matters to attend to. It was a pleasure to meet you, though.
Robert was shocked to hear this. He was a prince and handsome to boot.
Why would the Bavarian princess react so snobbishly toward him? Who did she think she was?
Her kingdom wasn't even independent, it was a subordinate state to Austria. He wanted to curse the woman, but he noticed the stares he was receiving. This was the third German princess he had attempted to talk to, and the only one nice enough to even give him the time of day.
He couldn't understand why these women were treating him this way. As he looked around the room, he saw that he wasn't the only one struggling.
Other foreign princes and dukes were also having a difficult time approaching the German princesses. Ultimately, the prince decided that if he couldn't gain the attention of a German princess, he would have to go lower on the noble hierarchy. Though it stained his pride, he approached the daughter of a German duke, whose appearance was pretty but not stunning.
Hello, I am Prince Robert Stuart of Scotland.
It would be my honor if I could have the name of a beautiful young woman such as yourself. The Duchess glanced at the man, scoffed, and then returned to her conversation with another German noblewoman.
This action stunned Robert. He was clearly better looking than the woman and was a prince, to boot. Why would she not be interested in him?
He had to find out the answer and tried once more to pry into the girl's conversation.
Excuse me? Did you not hear me? I am a prince. Shouldn't you show me some respect?
The woman did not even spare Robert a glance. She completely ignored him as if he were invisible. Such a rude gesture almost made Robert want to slap her. However, with the multitude of armed guards present in the chamber, let alone the palace as a whole, he knew he would be kicked out were he to do such a thing. Thus, he took a deep breath, sighed heavily, and tried his luck with another girl. After 10 minutes, Robert had approached 4 duchesses, 2 countesses, and even a baroness, none of whom were willing to give him the time of day. Having suffered multiple rejections, he ended up at the bar, drinking away his sorrows, where other foreign noblemen in a similar position gathered in dejection. As Robert took his drink from the bartender, he noticed she was a particularly good-looking young woman. Berenger enjoyed looking at beautiful women, and because of this, the palace staff was filled with them. Naturally, his personal bartender was no exception. After a few drinks, Robert decided to try his luck with a common girl. While he did not intend to marry a woman of low birth, if she could ease his pain for some time, it would be something to brag about back home. Thus, he spat out the first line he could think of, expecting the woman to throw herself at him simply because he was a good-looking prince.
Has anyone ever told you that you have the most gorgeous eyes? The woman sighed in annoyance as she cleaned an empty glass with a rag.
Robert was just one of many guys she had seen strike out during the celebration, and she felt these idiots would continue in their ways until some girl told them the honest truth. Thus, she did not show the prince the respect a man of his position was usually afforded, and instead responded bluntly to his advances. You should know that you are the 7th foreign prince so far tonight to try to pick me up. Believe me when I say, I have heard better lines from better-looking guys and turned them all down. Since you guys are having such trouble with the ladies, allow me to explain exactly why you will never be able to court a German noblewoman. Here, in the Reich, we live a life of such luxury and convenience that even a bartender like me can live in greater comfort than you. In fact, my boss, the Kaiser, pays me exceptionally well to pour him drinks and listen to his problems. So much so that I probably have greater wealth than you, the Prince of Scotland. To these noble women, whose families' fortunes are far beyond what I could ever dream of making, you foreign princes are a worse potential match than a German commoner. Because if they were to marry you, they would have to leave the wealth and prosperity of the Reich, and in doing so, live a life worse than our poorest citizens as the princess of your backwards kingdom. If I'm being brutally honest, you would be hard-pressed to find any German woman who would be willing to marry you for the same reasons. Sure, they may gain the prestige of being a princess, but their lives would be worse off if they were ever to make such a foolish decision. Let me ask you something. You have partaken of the food offered by the palace, yes? Are you aware that these dishes are affordable for commoners as well? Sure, the palace cooks are more skilled, but you can find similar quality in restaurants throughout the Reich. The common people of Germany have access to luxuries that even your wealthiest nobleman would struggle to afford daily. Aside from the luxury and convenience we enjoy, we Germans also live in a safe society, secure in the knowledge that no foreign army can enter our lands. Beyond our national defenses, we have a robust legal system that severely punishes criminals. Because of this, we don't have to worry about pickpockets, highwaymen, murderers, or rapists. Can you say the same about your kingdom? Before you get angry at the women who have turned you down, perhaps you should understand that their reasons are perfectly valid. The fact is, you offer less as a potential partner than a German commoner does, which is why you will never successfully court a German woman. So, please, take this drink and enjoy the evening instead of sulking like a child because you were rejected. Robert could hardly believe his ears when he heard all of this, and he was not alone. All the foreign noblemen who had sought to get friendly with the German noblewomen were stunned to hear this. Then again, when they thought about the marvels they had seen since visiting the Reich, perhaps the bartender's harsh words were true? Berenger sat at the head of his table. Throughout the dining hall of his palace, many tables had been set up for his important guests from across the Reich, Europe, and the Mediterranean. He had spoken with many of them up until this point, but now, as the food was brought out to the tables, he decided to make a proper toast for all to hear. With the clink of a glass, the room fell silent, and all eyes gazed upon the Kaiser, who was dressed in his most regal attire. A smile curved on his lips as he gazed upon the rulers of the Western world, as if they were all beneath him. Because, in fact, they were. This aura of confidence prevailed throughout his entire toast. If I could have all of your attention, I would like to make a toast. It has been 10 years since I was first given any semblance of power in my life, and in a single decade, I have accomplished more for this world than any man who has ever come before me. From a pitiful baron, I have built an empire that has no rival in this world, or so I would like to say. I wish I could tell you all that the Reich has no true equal in this world and that, from this day forward, we shall exist in a new era of peace and prosperity, free from external threats. However, this is not the reality. Today, I wish to announce that my agents have discovered a rising empire on the other side of the world called Japan. This is not an empire built upon the outdated system of feudalism, nor is it an empire whose soldiers wield primitive weapons like swords and bows. No, this is an empire whose military capability is nearly on par with the Reich. Bolt-action rifles, revolving cannons, breech-loading artillery, steam-powered warships, these tools that have united our empire and dominated the world, are now in the hands of an Oriental empire, which is currently conquering its neighbors in a bid for military expansion. On an island in the Far East, a woman was born during a time of war to a minor noble household. Through her own ingenuity and inventions, she secured peace and prosperity for her home, which attracted the greedy eyes of powerful men. In a series of wars, this young girl fought these men, ultimately leading to the unification of her people under a single empire beneath her banner. It sounds familiar, doesn't it? For the very same thing happened here in Kufstein throughout the past decade. It is almost inconceivable that two people would rise to prominence in their respective parts of the world at the exact same time, through similar methods. I will tell you all something important. This woman is aware of our existence and has already shown signs of hostility toward us. Should this empire bare its fangs against the Reich, it will result in a war with casualties the likes of which this world has never seen. It is because of this threat, veiled deep behind the fog of war, that I am announcing an immediate military expansion during this time of peace we now have. Previously, the laws of conscription were established to ensure that the German army was always capable of contending with any threat the Reich may face. However, I have been lax on these laws, primarily because I believe that no force on this earth could ever challenge our empire. With this news of an emerging industrial power in the Far East, I have no choice but to fully enact conscription. Henceforth, every man aged 18 to 21 shall be conscripted into the armed forces of the Reich for a total of 4 years. We shall also be accepting volunteers aged 14 to 18 to serve part-time in the armed forces if they choose to do so. Some of you here today believe that by ending the threat of the papacy and their stranglehold over Europe, we would be able to reduce military spending and focus on peaceful ventures instead. I am here to inform you that you are gravely mistaken. For the foreseeable future, I am increasing our national military budget from 10% to 15%. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the end of an era. The horse, as an instrument of war, has become obsolete. To the cavalry we have spent a decade and considerable resources raising, we shall disband their regiments and incorporate them into the infantry, who will no longer march into battle on foot but ride into the flames of war in the back of armored vehicles. Our Marines will not row to the shores on wooden boats but deploy on large assault craft, designed explicitly to carry men and vehicles onto the shores of our enemies. Germany shall own the land, sea, and skies of this world, and any challenger to the lands we have claimed shall be laid to waste. This means the New World, in its entirety, is off limits to those petty monarchs here who think they have a chance to expand now that the papacy is out of the way. And to all of you who believe that because a rival to Germany has appeared in this world, you can simply switch sides and gain the support of the Japanese Empire, think again. I want you to know that should you engage in such foolish action, I shall not stop until you and your people are crushed beneath the boot of the Reich. After this speech, the room fell silent. The news of a new, powerful rival did not bode well for the Germans in the audience, and the threats Berenger had issued to the other kingdoms were enough to turn anyone's stomach sour, especially after they had all witnessed the might of the Reich. Linde, who sat next to Berenger, glared fiercely at him. Did he really need to sour a day of celebration by telling everyone that the peace they had fought a decade to achieve was only temporary? The red-haired beauty could only sigh and take a sip of her wine. She was already aware of Berenger's strategies to counter Itami's rapid rise to power.
However, that was not important.
At the moment, she decided to take the opportunity to inform Berenger that she had already cleaned up Arnulf's mess. "You should know, the issue in the New World has already been taken care of," she said.
Berenger looked over at Linde with a hint of surprise on his face before asking for clarification. "What do you mean? How did you take care of it?"
Linde ate a piece of her schnitzel with the graceful demeanor of an empress before informing her husband about what she had done while he was busy orchestrating today's event.
"It is simple.
Nobody really knows what has happened, so in order to control the narrative, I dispatched my agents to the New World. The official story is that Arnulf was manipulated by the natives into attacking the citizens of Berenwalde. The savages lied to the man and informed him that the colony of Berenwalde was preparing to attack New Vienna, forcing Arnulf to send troops to investigate these claims until he could receive proper orders from you. To close this little lie, I informed the survivors of Berenwalde that the only way to absolve themselves of the crimes of attacking the peaceful soldiers of the crown was to corroborate my story and claim that the natives had given them false intelligence, suggesting that New Vienna had planned to annihilate their colony. As we speak, the citizens of Berenwalde are spreading the rumor that the natives had planned from the start to instigate conflict between the two colonies and that the only reason they survived was because you had given the order to retreat. The survivors are also saying that Arnulf was betrayed by the savages and killed in cold blood. Before long, anti-native sentiment will spread, and the people of New Vienna will be lining up to join the colonial army to personally avenge their fallen governor." Berenger wore a handsome smile as he kissed Linde on the lips in front of the entire audience. None of them had heard what she had said, as there were 1,000 conversations taking place, and she had spoken particularly quietly of her schemes. After kissing her, Berenger whispered something in her ear that only she could hear.
"I love how devious you can be. As a special thanks for cleaning up my mess, I will reward you in any way you desire after the celebration is over." Linde merely smiled at the praise. Berenger often used words like bitch, slut, or cunt as terms of endearment towards Linde. As a hardcore masochist, she found pleasure in it. However, if anyone else were to say such vile words to her, they would probably end up dying from a poisoned potato. Thus, Berenger and Linde enjoyed the rest of the celebration before absconding to their quarters and enjoying the night in each other's loving embrace. Berenger sat back in his office and sighed heavily as he took a large gulp of his beer. Weeks had passed since the Victory Day celebration ended, and the royal families of Europe had returned to their homes, with one notable exception. During the feast that Berenger had hosted for his guests, he had negotiated with King Alvar for his young granddaughter, Astrid, to stay behind in Kufstein and receive a German education. Perhaps out of jealousy, Ingrid insisted that she do the same. Berenger's reasoning for this arrangement was twofold. Firstly, it ensured the continued loyalty of the Nordic countries, and secondly, it fostered a healthy relationship between his son Christopher and his little fiancée. Ingrid's insistence on staying was an unexpected surprise, but a welcome one. Berenger could tell the girl planned to have Hans all to herself, and he wanted to see his son knock her down a peg. As for what Berenger had been up to in the weeks since the celebration ended, he had been designing new weapons for the eventual conflict with the Japanese Empire. Itami was a wildcard, and because he did not know the exact extent of her technological capabilities or her knowledge as a reincarnator, he had opted to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Though he had begun production of Panther tanks, Marder IFVs, and modern infantry weapons, there were still some things he feared would be necessary in a conflict with a near-peer adversary. Among the new weapons Berenger had designed over the past 2 weeks was a self-propelled 15 cm artillery piece known in his past life as the Hummel. Berenger intended for the majority of his field artillery to be mechanized so it could keep up with his other mechanized units. Because of this, he chose the World War II self-propelled artillery gun used by the Germans in his past life. The Hummel was built on a special chassis known as the Geschitzwagen 3/4, blending the driving and steering system of the Panzer III with the suspension of the Panzer IV. It also utilized one of Berenger's more modern engines, making it both powerful and reliable. Aside from the mechanics of the vehicle, it featured a 15 cm SFH-18 field gun mounted on its back. Berenger also designed a towable artillery piece of the same pattern to replace his existing 7.5 cm FK-27 and the more powerful 10 cm K-27 field guns.
The 15 cm SFH-18 fired a 149 mm x 260 or separate loading case charge with a maximum firing range of 13,325 meters and a rate of fire of 4 shells per minute. With both the towable and self-propelled 15 cm artillery pieces deployed as standard in his artillery units, Berenger felt confident about the destructive power he would be able to unleash on the battlefield. However, there was another critical piece of battlefield equipment that Berenger had developed for his army. Anti-aircraft weapons were needed if Germany were to fight an opponent armed with aircraft. Though Berenger had already designed several smaller models for use on his warships, he now needed a piece that could be towed into battle, made static for use in fortifications, and even self-propelled via an armored chassis. For this, Berenger chose the 12.8 cm Flak 40. The 12.8 cm Flak 40 fired a 128 by 958 mm or explosive shell weighing 26 kilograms. It had an elevation range of -3 to +88 degrees and a maximum firing range of 14,800 meters. As an anti-air weapon, it was capable of taking out even its own aircraft. Aside from the Flak 40, which could be towed onto battlefields by a 5-ton truck, it could also be mounted on a self-propelled armored vehicle known as the Flaxwilling 40. Berenger also devised another self-propelled anti-aircraft piece. Unlike the Flak 40, which was designed for engaging aircraft at higher altitudes, the Flak Panzer IV Kugelblitz was specifically intended to take out low-flying aircraft. The Kugelblitz utilized the Panzer IV chassis, modified to accept Berenger's advanced engine designs. It featured dual-mounted 103 Malawian Quachas 30mm anti-aircraft autocannons inside a closed turret. Each gun was capable of firing 450 rounds per minute and used 30x184B explosive shells. If a ground attack aircraft approached this vehicle, it would be shot down with ease. In addition to the anti-aircraft weapons and new artillery pieces, Berenger developed 3 additional infantry equipment items. These were specialty weapons, so to speak. The first was a flamethrower modeled after the Flammenwerfer 41. It was lightweight and relatively compact, capable of projecting flames to a range of 32 meters. The second specialty weapon Berenger designed was the Panzerfaust 250. It was the last model of the Panzerfaust issued to German troops during the Second World War and was more akin to an RPG-2 than the older models of the Panzerfaust. Not only was the Panzerfaust 250 reloadable, but it also had an effective range of 250 meters and could penetrate up to 200 meters of armor. Though Berenger did not know if Japan would have tanks by the time their armies met in battle, he felt that arming as many soldiers as possible with shoulder-fired anti-tank and anti-aircraft launchers was a good idea. Thus, the third and final specialty weapon he designed was the Fliegerfaust B, a 20mm shoulder-fired anti-aircraft launcher issued to German troops in the final days of the war. If such an innovative weapon had been introduced earlier in the war, it might have made a significant impact on the German war effort. However, it was introduced too late and in too few numbers to have any real effect. The Fliegerfaust B fired 9 20mm rocket-propelled explosive shells with a wide spread in 2 separate bursts. Although its range was severely lacking compared to other anti-aircraft weapons, it could prove useful if fielded in large numbers against low-flying aircraft, especially ground attack craft. Therefore, Berenger wanted as many soldiers as possible to have either a Fliegerfaust or a Panzerfaust in the event of war against the Japanese Empire. These were all the weapons Berenger had designed over the past few weeks. However, at the moment, he had just finished working on one very important type of ship. If Berenger wanted to fight Japan, he would need to establish colonies or, at the very least, military bases in the Pacific to rearm and refuel his war effort. This meant he would likely be fighting a war against Japan for control of the region. If that was the case, he needed a specialized landing craft to ferry his troops and vehicles into battle. Naturally, he modeled this vessel after the Mark 8 landing craft tank, which was a large landing craft designed by the Americans to ferry tanks and other armored vehicles onto the shores of Pacific Islands. Though they could also be used to ferry troops. The vessel was 225 feet long and could carry 8 tanks, 13 trucks, or 350 tons of cargo across a range of 4,000 nautical miles. It also had an armament of 4 MG 151 20mm autocannons. Having just finished the blueprints for these designs, Berenger had earned himself a break. He was thoroughly enjoying it until a knock resounded on the other side of his door. followed by a meek voice he instantly recognized.
"Your Majesty, are you busy?"
Berenger finished his beer and effortlessly chucked the bottle across the room into the trash before responding to the girl who waited patiently on the other side of his office door.
"It's open, Priya. You can enter."
The door opened to reveal the teenage Indian princess, who had rapidly developed since her first arrival in Kufstein nearly a year ago. Priya had suffered from malnutrition for most of her life, and because of this, she was rather petite and slender when she first arrived in the Reich. However, after nearly a year of proper nutrition and regular exercise, she was now beginning to resemble a stunning young woman.
Why wouldn't she?
She was already 14 years old. Though the girl still had a few years before she was fully grown, Berenger was pleased with her progress. However, he did not let his inquisitive gaze show on his face. Instead, he merely rested his chin on his curled hands as something else caught his eye. In Priya's hand was a tray filled with 2 plates. On these plates were what appeared to be curry and another staple of Indian cooking. Berenger was rather surprised that the girl had brought him food from her homeland and was about to inquire about its origin when the girl spoke up with a proud smile on her face.
"I've recently gotten into cooking.
It's something to pass the time when I'm here in the palace after school hours.
There are some interesting books in the market about the culinary techniques of foreign countries.
Apparently, German merchants have traveled across the world and recorded the recipes of various cultures, which they now sell for profit.
I particularly took a liking to my homeland's food.
This is chicken pakora and curried goat. I was hoping to share a meal with you and congratulate you on your victory." Berenger gazed cautiously at the girl sitting in front of him. He was deeply suspicious of her behavior. There were few things better in this world than having a pretty girl make you a home-cooked meal, and it was one of his weaknesses. He thought for sure the girl was after something as he shamelessly grabbed a piece of chicken from the plate and tasted it. Priya, however, seemed keenly interested in how Berenger felt about her cooking and innocently gazed at him with hope in her emerald eyes. This ultimately forced Berenger to sigh in defeat and reveal his thoughts on the dish.
"It is really good.
I forgot how much I missed Indian food."
This statement confused Priya.
From the sound of Berenger's tone, it seemed as if he had eaten Indian food a long time ago, though trade between that region and the Reich was relatively recent. Despite her curiosity, she kept quiet, not wanting to offend the mighty Kaiser. Berenger then took a bite of the curried goat and exclaimed in pleasure, pointing his fork at Priya as he complimented her.
This is really good. You have a lot of talent as a chef. Keep this up, and one day you will make your husband a very happy man."
Berenger had said these words casually, without much thought, but Priya read more into them than he intended and immediately blushed, lowering her head. Too embarrassed to meet the Kaiser's gaze, she spent the rest of the meal in silence, taking great joy in seeing Berenger enjoy her cooking.
Itami sat in a building on the northeast border of the Ming dynasty.
She had a frustrated expression on her pretty face as she sat across from the Joseon king. Their discussion was being mediated by the Ming emperor. The trio of Asian monarchs had gathered today to discuss a solution to the ongoing war in the Korean peninsula. 6 months had passed since Berenger's Victory Day celebrations, and while the Kaiser was busy mechanizing his armed forces in preparation for his invasion of the Anangpur Empire, Itami was stuck in a brutal stalemate. Despite her best efforts, the Japanese empress and her soldiers had failed to push north. Every attempt to do so was met with a fierce exchange of gunfire between the Joseon insurgents and the Imperial Japanese Army. Tens of thousands of Japanese soldiers had died in this campaign, and hundreds more fell each day. She had even been forced to withdraw her soldiers from the occupied cities in the south and move them northward toward the front lines. This strategy ultimately backfired. As her forces redeployed from the south to support the war effort in the north, the German Empire used their Joseon proxies to arm and supply would-be rebels in the Japanese-occupied territory. Fighting an insurgency on 2 fronts, Itami was forced to withdraw her forces south of what was once known as the 38th parallel in her past life, to deal with those who dared to rebel against her rule. Since the Japanese empress did not have the manpower to fight a 2-front war, she had begrudgingly met with the Joseon king to settle their dispute in a way that favored her empire. She sipped from the tea provided by the Ming emperor with a scowl on her face before pointing to the map and the line she had chosen to divide her enemy's kingdom.
Everything north of this line will belong to the Joseon kingdom. As for the south, all shall recognize its annexation into the Japanese Empire.
These are the terms I have decided upon, and nothing in this world shall compel me to change my mind.
Either take the peace I offer, or I will crush your pathetic little kingdom, even if it's the last thing I do."
Though the Joseon king wanted to refuse Itami's offer, one of his delegates whispered something into his ear and nudged him in the ribs. He nodded his head 3 times in silence before agreeing to Itami's terms, an act that ultimately surprised the young woman. "Very well, if these are the terms you present, I shall accept them, for now. However, make no mistake, one day the lands you have stolen from me shall return to my dynasty's hands. I do hope I will be around to see your face when such a reality comes to pass." After saying this, the Joseon king rose from his seat, bowed to the Ming emperor, and left the room with his delegation.
As for Itami, she merely pouted.
Though she had gained territory rich in iron reserves and other industrial resources, she felt as if she had lost to a certain someone in the far west. While her proxy in the Bengal Empire had not yet begun the conquest of his neighbors, the Kaiser had swiftly deployed his forces to the Korean peninsula and countered her invasion. She now needed to fight guerrillas in the territory she occupied, all the while ensuring that the iron ore was harvested and successfully shipped back to the Japanese mainland. For now, she would give up on her ambitions to conquer northern Korea and instead focus her efforts on the territory she controlled. The purpose of her invasion was not total victory, but to gain the raw materials needed to modernize her military. She had succeeded in that endeavor to some extent and thus could bite the proverbial bullet, so to speak. Itami thanked the Ming emperor before leaving the meeting herself. She spent the next few hours on a ship back to Busan, where her control was most secure. Upon disembarking from her vessel, Itami was met by a messenger from her army, who had a grim look on his face. Before she could ask what was wrong, he blurted out the answer.
"Itami-sama, a situation has occurred in your absence." Itami could only gaze at the frightened soldier's expression and assume the worst.
She sighed heavily before leading the man into a nearby building and instructing him to inform her of what had happened while she was negotiating with the Joseon king. While Itami was busy meeting with the Joseon king and the Ming emperor to discuss an end to the current hostilities, her soldiers were conducting anti-insurgency operations in a village outside Gwangju. As with many of the towns in the south, the commoners had taken up arms against their Japanese occupiers. Germany supplied these arms through trade routes with the Ming Empire, which had opened up after the Ming prince Zhuge returned to his homeland and successfully convinced his father to agree to Berenger's terms. After nearly a year of intense combat operations in the Korean peninsula, the soldiers of Itami's army were becoming filled with paranoia and angst. A year ago, these men were simple peasants, tending to rice fields in Japan. Now, they were soldiers, armed with weapons they did not fully understand, and sent to a foreign land to fight an unknown enemy for the sake of securing iron. Whether in the Taibik Mountains or the streets of the cities, these conscripts would randomly come under fire from weapons that rivaled their own. These men were promised a quick war that would inevitably result in a total victory for the Japanese Empire. And yet, their empress, a woman who had risen to her position by killing the previous divine imperial family, was now negotiating with the Joseon king for partial control over the peninsula. Thus, one might be somewhat understanding when they realized that the Japanese soldiers slugging through a random village were drunk from sake, high from opium, and paranoid beyond belief as they marched forward, wondering when and from where they would be fired upon. A young corporal's dilated eyes darted back and forth through the village, looking for any sign of a potential attack. His heart raced, perhaps from the opium he had just smoked, as he raised his rifle and clutched it tightly to his chest, as if it were his lifeline. Meanwhile, his NCO, heavily intoxicated from an entire bottle of sake, laughed at him.
"Tanaka-dano, if you keep that up, you're going to make me anxious.
The village has already been searched for contraband. We are merely here as a show of force. So quit freaking me out."
The man named Tanaka did not sigh in relief.
Instead, he continued to scan the village, wondering if what he was seeing was real. Just as he was about to respond to his NCO, a loud thunder crack echoed in the air, causing him to raise his weapon and fire aimlessly into the village. Despite no casualties among the Japanese soldiers, they panicked from the sound of gunfire and began firing randomly at nearby buildings, hoping to hit the unseen threat. Instead, the bullets tore through the thatched homes, killing any living thing they struck: women, children, the elderly.
The bullets did not discriminate, nor did the men who fired them.
The captain, a veteran of Itami's army, tried to rally his forces in a desperate attempt to maintain order, but it was too late. With the first shot fired, men like Tanaka, who were under the influence of some illicit substance, had no rhyme or reason. They simply shot at anything that moved. As the Japanese army soldiers fired randomly into the village, the Josian villagers began to flee their homes. However, the sudden exodus of people caused the Japanese soldiers to panic, and they quickly opened fire on the unarmed civilians, massacring them on the spot. Without knowing where the insurgents were, if there were any at all, the Japanese soldiers lobbed their newly issued grenades, modeled after the WW2 era Type 97, into the buildings, blasting anyone who remained behind into pieces and setting their homes ablaze. It was only after the massacre that the Japanese soldiers investigated the scene and found there were no armed villagers to begin with. The explosion that had triggered the aimless killing was the result of a little boy playing with a firecracker. When Itami learned that her soldiers had slaughtered an entire village, down to the last woman and child, for no valid reason, she would personally decapitate the 100 men involved as a public display of her authority, an act that would only worsen the morale of the Japanese army.
Another 3 months had passed since Itami's soldiers massacred an entire village, an incident that sparked a new wave of insurgency in the southern Korean peninsula.
Perhaps fearing for her personal safety, Itami returned to the Japanese mainland, leaving control of the forces in Korea to her lead general, Shiba Kayahiko. Upon her return to Japan, she immediately began developing new technologies to increase her industrial output and military capabilities by securing vast deposits of iron, coal, and other major industrial resources in the Taebaek Mountains.
Itami then shifted her focus to building a powerful fleet of warships capable of contending with the Reich.
Though it would be several years before the first of these steel behemoths could set sail, she believed that these battleships, modeled after the Nagato-class dreadnoughts from her past life, were more than capable of dealing with anything the Reich had built to conquer the seas, assuming she could produce enough to counter the Kriegsmarine's numbers. She also began producing Momi-class destroyers, Kongo-class battlecruisers, and Kaichu-6, Ro-33-class submarines. The number of vessels she would be able to create in the coming years remained to be seen.
However, unlike Berenger's current Great War-era fleet, Itami's would be modeled after those introduced during the interwar period of her past life, giving her a slight technological advantage. Warships, of course, are more than just steel and turrets, so Itami also established the blueprints for the development of radio and other important sensors. She knew enough about their design to get the ball rolling, so that in 2 to 3 years' time, when the hulls of her ships were completed, her scientists could rapidly convert the ships to accept radar, radio communications, and sonar. Other military innovations she designed included new infantry weapons, such as the Type 4 semi-automatic rifle. While it only existed as a prototype in her past life, Itami was an expert in mechanical engineering and quickly finalized the weapon's design, making it a reliable and durable piece of military hardware. She also designed improved versions of the Type 99 light machine gun, the Type 92 heavy machine gun, the Type 14 semi-automatic pistol, and the Type 100 submachine gun. Aside from infantry weapons, she ordered the manufacture of the Type 38-75mm field gun, which she had previously designed but halted due to a lack of resources. She even expanded her artillery by adding larger guns like the Type 92 10cm cannon. Though Itami could design the basic blueprints for these weapons, they would require thorough testing and improvements from her own staff of engineers, a process that could easily take a year or even 2 before they could be manufactured in any functional capacity. Itami selected these engineers for their intelligence and understanding of mechanics.
From the moment she assumed power as Empress, she had given them a crash course in basic education and engineering principles, and in the years since, expanded their knowledge based on the information she knew from her past life. Since gaining the iron and coal needed to fuel her growing industry, Itami had focused on expanding her armed forces and equipping them with the latest uniforms, modeled after those issued to Japanese soldiers in WW2 from her past life. The young empress knew it would be some time before she secured the oil deposits necessary for creating modern vehicles. She had outlined an invasion plan for her rapidly growing armed forces to take Hokkaido, the Ryukyu Kingdom, and Indonesia within the next 2 to 3 years. With the introduction of modern weapons onto the battlefield by the German Empire, Itami no longer had the nerve to lead her troops into battle and would instead focus all her efforts on administration, ensuring the proper growth of the Japanese Empire. However, before she could reform the empire into a more modern state, she needed to eliminate the traitors in her midst who had leaked her invasion plans to the Josian king and alerted Berenger von Kufstein to her presence. Though she did not know who the men were who had betrayed her, she ordered her Kempeitai to conduct a secret investigation into their identities. At the moment, Itami had been up for 3 days straight, working on her technological innovations and government reforms. She had not showered and had barely eaten. It was only now, as she had a moment to think for herself, that she realized how badly she stunk. With this, she decided to visit her personal hot spring to wash away the filth that had accumulated on her otherwise pristine body. After grabbing a proper change of clothes, Itami entered the hot spring, where she scrubbed herself clean before descending into the steaming pool of water. She could not help but exhale heavily in relaxation as she leaned back against the onsen's edge, gazing up at the stars above. Now that the young woman was finally alone with her thoughts, she could not help but reflect on the disaster of the Korean invasion. She kept repeating a name over and over again in a slight whisper, trying to understand the man she was fighting against. Berenger von Kufstein. Berenger von Kufstein. Who are you? The more Itami thought, the more she realized that an all-out war with the Reich was a losing battle. Though she could make the German army bleed, defeat was almost certain. If she was truly dedicated to fighting Germany, she would need to make them suffer to the point where they would be forced to negotiate. To achieve this, she needed to force them into a campaign similar to America's in World War II. Itami still did not know exactly how advanced Berenger's armies were, but she had a decent idea from rumors floating around the Ming dynasty about a faraway land with rigid airships and armored vehicles that did not require horses. Zhu Ji was so astonished by the Victory Day parade that he often boasted about what he had seen. Because of this, Itami had some idea of Berenger's technological capabilities. As Sun Tzu said, know your enemy, and know yourself, and you need not fear the result of 100 battles. Itami knew she had started her reign later in this world than her rival, and because of this, she was far behind him. However, was that truly the reason Berenger had beaten her in Korea? After all, aside from a few minor engagements with what she assumed was his special forces, most of her defeat came at the hands of local insurgents armed with the same military capabilities she herself possessed. Reflecting on this, Itami felt conflicted. Berenger had beaten her at her own game, something no one else in this world had done. Though she felt bitter about her losses, she also felt a deep respect for the man she was fighting against. Just as she thought this, the doors to the hot spring swung open, and 2 feminine figures revealed themselves. Itami was stunned when she saw her little sister and mother enter her bath, and she could not help but voice her disbelief. Momo-chan? Nibu-san. Before she could even question why they were in the capital, Momo jumped into the bath and hugged Itami, her substantial bust pressed against her elder sister's pale bosom, creating a sight that any man would enjoy seeing. The teenage girl smothered her elder sister with affection. "Nei-sama. Are you surprised to see me?" Itami Ryo was indeed surprised to see her little sister, Itami Momo, in her private, secluded hot spring. She could only glare at her mother, who gracefully sat down in the steaming pool of water next to her 2 naked daughters, and condemned the woman for violating her sanctuary unannounced. "Nibu-san, you should have told me you were coming." The mature beauty glared back at her errant daughter before lecturing her on her choice of words. "How many times do I have to tell you to call me Oka-san? I brought you into this world, and yet you are always so cold to me. Besides, I informed your servants that your sister and I were arriving in the capital, and they let us into the palace. How do you think I found you in here?" Itami's brows raised when she heard this. Her own servants had not bothered to inform her of her family's arrival. Then again, she had given explicit orders not to disturb her studies. She only had herself to blame for this outcome. Perhaps it was a mother's intuition, but Nibu Saya could immediately tell something was up with her daughter. She accurately guessed what it was based on the girl's flushed cheeks. "Were you perhaps thinking of a boy before we walked in? Go on and tell your mother all about it." Momo instantly looked over at her elder sister with an excited expression and asked her all about this mysterious man before Ryo could even deny her mother's claims. "You found a man. I'm so happy for you.
Who is he? Can I meet him? Itami could only growl in frustration as she tried to convince the two nosy women that there was no man in her life. There is no man.
I was just thinking about the enemy I currently face and the defeat I suffered at his hands.
However, these words did not convince Itami's mother in the slightest.
Instead, a cunning smile formed on the woman's lips as she repeated the words Itami had always said to her.
Aren't you the one who always said, and I quote, "I refuse to settle down and marry until I find the man who was capable of defeating me in battle"? So are you saying you finally met this man? Who is he? Oh, is he perhaps the Ming Prince Shuji?
I hear he is quite the handsome man. Itami flushed red with embarrassment as she heard her own words repeated to her. She had often said such shameless words in the past to avoid marriage, and it was only now that she realized Berenger met her qualifications. Even if it was only a proxy war, Berenger had still defeated her on the battlefield. The man had quite literally caused her to lose control from fear. The moment she remembered that, Itami grew even more embarrassed and covered her face before shouting at her mother and sister.
Get out of here! I'm taking a bath.
Mibu Saya immediately misunderstood Itami's words and nodded her head with a smile on her beautiful face before guiding Momo out of the hot spring.
I understand. You need some alone time while thinking about your man.
We will be downstairs, come find us when you finish. Before Itami could even respond to her mother's shameless words, the woman had already absconded with her other daughter in tow. Left as an embarrassed wreck, Itami hugged her knees to her chest and thought deeply about what her mother had said. Over the past year since the Victory Day celebration, Berenger has been busy enjoying his brief Pax Germania, an era of peace and prosperity for the Reich the likes of which it had never seen before. Immediately after completing his newest weapon designs, Berenger focused on revolutionizing the economy. With advancements in synthetic materials, he introduced a polymer-based paper-like currency to replace coins. This new currency was almost impossible for criminals to counterfeit. Since the thaler was the most common currency used in the Reich, Berenger decided to print banknotes based on its value. One gold mark, named to represent the gold standard, was worth 100 pfennigs and could be printed in denominations of 1, 5, 10, 20, 50, and 100.
100 marks equaled the previously issued golden coin.
The pfennigs, available in denominations of 1, 5, 10, 25, and 50, remained in circulation, so there was no need to mint new coins. The thaler and golden coins remained valid currency, worth the same as before the introduction of paper currency. However, the convenience of banknotes led people to rapidly exchange their coins for bills. In these 9 months, electricity became more common across the Reich, with entire cities undergoing modernization. The increased demand for electricity spurred the construction of hydroelectric power plants across the fatherland. The onset of the electrical era also inspired new inventions by German scientists and engineers, such as the refrigerator, refrigerated truck, and refrigerated train car, allowing for the transport of meat and produce without fear of spoilage.
Radios and cameras also became more common.
With pictures being regularly taken across the Reich by enthusiasts and journalists, not a day went by without a multitude of photos in the newspapers. As a result, companies had been working on ways to improve cameras and had succeeded in their endeavors. The old box cameras of the past were no longer in use. In fact, the newest portable camera was similar to the Leica Model 1 from Berenger's previous life. Linde's agents loved this device, as the rest of the world was entirely unaware of what a camera was, allowing them to easily snap pictures of their operations. This enabled a much greater pool of intelligence to be gathered. These were just some of the many advancements in German technology, bringing the Reich closer to the interwar period of Berenger's past life. As the Reich entered a new era, so too did its military. The German army was redesigned from the ground up to support the new mechanized vehicles, which became more common among the ranks with each passing day.
Brigade combat teams became the primary deployable unit of the German army.
The border guard was removed from the responsibility of the Department of Defense and transitioned into a law enforcement agency. Those who wished to continue serving in the military were transferred to the active duty component of the army, while the rest were trained in their responsibilities as peacekeeping officers. The Coast Guard was also transitioned into a law enforcement agency, no longer sailing on powerful armored frigates, but instead using fast attack craft modeled after the U.S. Navy's PT boats from the Second World War of Berenger's past life. These ships were designed to survey the coasts and intercept any unlawful activities at sea. They could also launch torpedoes in the event of a hostile naval vessel approaching German territorial waters, though such an event was unlikely. As for the Navy, it was undergoing rapid modernization. The old armored frigates were being retrofitted and sold to the Ming Dynasty, while being replaced with battleships, battlecruisers, and destroyers. By now, the number of destroyers and U-boats in the German Navy had reached the dozens. It took roughly 6 months to complete these vessels, and Germany had many shipyards. In recent days, the number of shipyards had nearly doubled as more of them finished construction around the Reich. Berenger's plan was to focus on the construction of carriers, supported by carrier strike groups. Each carrier strike group would consist of 1 carrier, 1 battleship, 2 battlecruisers, 10 destroyers, and 2 U-boats. Thus, out of his 30 active shipyards, 4 were constructing carriers, 4 were constructing battleships, 8 were constructing battlecruisers, 5 were constructing destroyers, 8 were constructing U-boats, and 1 was constructing fast attack craft. Half of these shipyards had already been producing the larger vessels for nearly a year, and the other half were just starting. The reason so many shipyards were dedicated to the larger vessels was that they took between 2 to 3 years to build. With 5 shipyards dedicated to destroyers and submarines, Germany could construct between 10 to 15 destroyers and an equal number of U-boats in the time it took to build 1 carrier, battleship, or battlecruiser. Finally, there was the Luftwaffe, which was not yet officially established. However, at the moment, Berenger was at an airfield in the middle of Austria. This base had been built to test the prototypes of the numerous aircraft Berenger had designed. Through a year of collaboration with his engineers, they had finally developed the first functional prototype. Naturally, as a man who never stopped chasing glory, Berenger had to be remembered as the first man to fly in this world. For this reason, he was dressed in a flight suit modeled after those issued to Luftwaffe pilots during the Second World War of his past life. Over this flight suit, he wore a black leather jacket. On his head was a black leather skullcap that integrated his communications, as well as an oxygen mask connected to the vehicle. Berenger had never flown a plane before, even in his past life, and had undergone minimal training for this endeavor. After all, what training could you really do without functional aircraft and advanced simulations? Because of this, he wore the Ring of Soul, in case he crash-landed, which was a likely possibility. Over the comms, he could hear the voice of one of his generals, expressing deep worry over the Kaiser's safety. "My Kaiser, I think this is a really bad idea. We have no idea if this thing will even work. You could fall straight out of the sky for all we know. You should really delegate this responsibility to someone else." Berenger merely chuckled and turned off his comms as he waved to the crowd gathered to witness this monumental occasion. After doing so, he started the engine of his prototype trainer aircraft, modeled after the Arado AR-96, and steered it onto the runway. Among the many people in the crowd, Hans and Linde stood there, waiting anxiously as they watched the head of their household, the Emperor of Germany, do something incredibly dangerous and foolish. Before long, the trainer plane picked up speed, and with a little help from Berenger, it lifted into the air. The moment it did, the people gathered below held their breath, fearing the plane might fall out of the sky. Yet it did not. It continued to soar high above as Berenger steered the plane around the airfield. Adrenaline and endorphins surged through his veins, mimicking the feeling he'd experienced on the front lines of war. No, perhaps it was an even greater thrill. Berenger wasn't sure, but what he did know was that he could no longer contain his excitement. He switched the comms back on and shouted to ground control, words that would go down in history. "God in heaven, I am so hard right now." Berenger wasn't thinking about his choice of words, just shouting the first thing that came to mind. However, his words caused the comm operators on the ground to burst into laughter. Meanwhile, a journalist invited to the event to take pictures captured the plane's flight for the historical record. Berenger flew a victory lap around the airfield before touching down. After shutting down the engine, he climbed out of the cockpit to monumental applause. Linde, who was in the crowd with her son, immediately rushed over to Berenger and jumped into his arms, passionately kissing him in front of the entire audience. The red-headed beauty had nearly died of fright watching her husband take off in what she considered a death trap. So, the moment after she kissed him, she scolded him severely for his actions.
"You dummy! Do you have any idea how worried I was? Promise me you'll never do anything so foolish again."
Berenger only chuckled, petting her silky strawberry blonde hair with a confident grin. The sight of Linde jumping on him after he emerged from the cockpit was forever recorded in history, thanks to the quick hands of the journalist, who captured the heartwarming scene. Berenger made the first successful flight in human history, an achievement that was just one of many in his long life of accomplishments. With the proof that these planes could fly and a working prototype, the first generation of pilots could now be instructed and trained for the upcoming war with Japan. Berenger planned to greatly expand the line of aircraft in the coming years to cover all aspects of aerial warfare. For now, he would return home and celebrate with his family. Roughly a year and 5 months had passed since the first Victory Day celebration. At the young age of 10, Prince Hans von Kufstein had graduated from high school and, despite his mother's many concerns, immediately enrolled in the military academy. However, this was not the War Academy in Vienna, which housed many potential army officers. Instead, it was the newly established Aerial Warfare Academy in Kufstein. 5 months ago, Hans' father, Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein, had taken part in the first manned flight of a heavier-than-air object. This was a monumental achievement for the Reich, and it led to the establishment of the Luftwaffe. Naturally, with a new branch of service dedicated to aerial warfare, a specialty university was needed for cadets to learn the necessary skills. Thus, it was established in Kufstein, where the first major airbase of the Reich was located. Young men from around the country, who had just finished high school and intended on a military career, all gathered at this university to learn the new style of warfare. After Berenger introduced the rigid airship during the first Victory Day celebration, the German people became obsessed with flight. This fascination intensified after the Kaiser flew in the first prototype plane. However, the Aerial Warfare Academy was not going to accept every kid who wanted to learn how to fly. Not everyone who entered would become a pilot. As a military branch, there were plenty of positions, and most of these cadets would never earn their wings. Hans currently sat in his seat, wearing a specially tailored cadet uniform. It was loosely modeled after those that would be worn by the Luftwaffe in the coming years. Most of the members of his class were between 17 and 19 years old. As a military academy, it was naturally filled with young men. However, as a departure from standard protocol, the German military had, for the first time, opened its ranks to women. In an effort to get more men into combat positions, Berenger had allowed women to enter the 3 military academies to fulfill roles in administration and medicine. One of these women was in Hans's class, and she immediately caught his interest. The young woman had long blonde hair that flowed like a river of gold. In many ways, she resembled Hans's aunt in terms of appearance. At first glance, Hans thought this woman was indeed Henrietta. Upon closer inspection, the woman had deep sapphire eyes, like Berenger and Adela. The more Hans looked at her, the more he thought she resembled his father, as if she were a gender-swapped version of the man, with the notable exception of an eye patch. Despite this uncanny resemblance to both Berenger and Henrietta, or perhaps because of it, she was a beauty among beauties. The men in the class had gathered around her, attempting to woo her with their charm. Despite acting friendly, it was clear from her eyes that she had no interest in any of the guys who approached her. When the instructor came to the head of the class, the men dispersed and jumped to attention, causing the beautiful blonde girl to sigh in relief. Hans was likewise at attention. The instructor quickly followed up with the words, "at ease," after staring at the young cadet in uniform for several seconds. Clearly, he was curious why such a young child was among his cadets and quickly asked Hans to introduce himself. "You there, boy, introduce yourself and explain why a child like you is in my class." The instructor had not been informed that Hans was in his class, nor that a boy so young would be present. He did not immediately recognize Prince Hans, which was not unusual, as outside of the cadet corps, Hans mostly spent time in the palace with his family and fiancées. This did not surprise Hans, and he quickly announced his identity. Hans von Kufstein. I have already graduated from high school and have chosen to spend my years of higher learning here at the Aerial Warfare Academy. Is that a problem, sir? The moment the words von Kufstein escaped the boy's lips, the entire class stared at him in awe. None of them expected to be in the same class as a member of the imperial family, primarily because Berenger's children were all so young. Yet, Hans had clearly stated he had already graduated from high school and had been admitted to the Aerial Warfare Academy. The instructor immediately began sweating profusely upon realizing that an imperial prince was in his class. Having one of the young princesses of Bavaria present was shocking, but to have the imperial prince, the boy whom most people suspected would one day succeed his father, was an honor too great. He immediately broke his strict facade and spoke to Hans as if he were his superior. "My apologies, Your Highness. I was not informed that you would be in my class." Hans raised a brow at this response and politely reminded the instructor of his duties. "Sir, might I remind you that in Section 2, Paragraph 4 of the Student Handbook, it clearly states, all cadets are to be treated as equals, regardless of noble heritage. Therefore, it is my opinion that it is simply unacceptable for you to refer to me by my royal title. Please refer to me by my cadet rank." And von Wittelsbach immediately gazed over at Hans with curiosity in her sapphire eyes as she heard him reject the preferred treatment. She had never thought the Kaiser's son would consider himself just another cadet. This unusual behavior piqued the girl's interest. She was certain that any other man in the room would need no excuse to flaunt their privilege, as many of them had done when they introduced themselves to her. And was 16 years old this year and had graduated early from high school, just like Hans had. Despite her father's resistance, she enrolled in the Aerial Warfare Academy. What were her reasons for doing so? Simply put, she joined the military to avoid an unfavorable marriage. Not long after the Victory Day celebration, where she rejected the Scottish prince's advances, and found herself engaged to the third Prince of Saxony. There was just one major problem with that: the man was morbidly obese, a glutton, and a sadistic asshole. If rumors were to be believed, the third Prince of Saxony treated his wives cruelly, and from her few encounters with him, and was convinced they were true. So long as she was in a military academy and saw active service in the armed forces, she had the right to refuse any potential marriage candidates her family might set her up with. This stipulation was enacted into law for a single purpose: to instill an additional sense of loyalty in Berenger's officers. In other words, so long as you are part of my armed forces, you are not beholden to the whims and wishes of your family, no matter how powerful they might be. Thus, many young men sought to enter a military academy in hopes of avoiding an unfavorable betrothal. Anne, a woman with the same goal, witnessed Hans's respectable behavior and immediately reconsidered her plans. Though she knew the boy had 4 fiancées, Hans was allowed up to 5 wives, and despite his young age, he was certainly a better choice than the fat bastard. She would rather buy herself permanent escape from her father's wishes than temporary freedom. After all, the moment she completed her mandatory military service after graduation, her father could easily pull strings to have her discharged. Thus, after careful thought, the girl shot Hans a smile and a wink, which immediately drew the ire of the rest of the men in the class. Hans maintained a stoic facade as he saw the beautiful Bavarian princess show her interest, but internally, his heart was racing. It was only now that he realized the same rules applied to him as well. Ingrid had been a massive pain since she first arrived in Kufstein. Though she was beautiful and had an ideal body, she constantly feuded with his other fiancées, causing Hans nothing but headaches over the past year and a half. If he really desired, Hans could use his military service as a means to marry his other 3 fiancées when he came of age, but refused the engagement to Ingrid. All while marrying 2 other women of his choice. Of course, he could simply tell either his father or his mother that he was unhappy with Ingrid, and they would easily void the betrothal. However, Hans did not know this and was deeply afraid of disappointing his father. Because of this, he had soldiered through the last year and a half to the best of his ability. With this in mind, Hans eventually smiled back at and waved. He thought that perhaps he should get to know such a beautiful young woman, in case he could not shake Ingrid's strict monogamous notions that fueled her constant complaining. Thus, Hans's first day at the Aerial Warfare Academy went quite well. Plexically sat topless in the middle of her father's palace within the city of Tenochtitlan. A golden-haired baby was clutched to her breast, sucking the milk from her puffy brown nipples. The Aztec princess petted the child's silky hair while speaking to him in a gentle and loving tone.
My son, Qualcohl, you are a golden-haired god. One day you will rule this empire and bring our people into a new era of prosperity. However, first you must drink your mother's milk and grow strong, just like your father. Though Plexicli was aware that Berenger was not a true divine being, she had come to worship him as such. After spending years traveling between her homeland and Kufstein, she had to admit that what Berenger had done for his people was nothing short of a miracle. The relationship between the Aztec princess and the German Kaiser was unknown to his family, or so she thought. They kept this secret to avoid unnecessary drama with some of his more jealous wives. As a result, Plexicli had not yet been able to show off her healthy baby boy to his father. As far as anyone in the Aztec Empire was concerned, the infant boy Qualcohl was the literal son of the feathered serpent, who had chosen the warrior princess Tlexicli as his bride. This was the story Tlexicli had spun upon returning home pregnant. The boy continued to drink his mother's milk until he could do so no more. Afterward, Tlexicli placed him in his crib. After letting her young son rest, the Aztec princess returned to the great hall of her father's palace, where he sat waiting for her. Itzcohl had a large smile on his face as he announced the good news to his daughter. I have great news, my beloved daughter. Your brothers have agreed to forego their claim to my throne in favor of your divine son. When I finally pass from this world, Qualcohl will become the new emperor of our people. Tlexicli could only smile upon hearing these words and hug her father in celebration. Only she and the old man were aware that the German Empire was not really the land of the gods. After revealing the fact that she was pregnant with Berenger's child to her father, she had coerced him into supporting the lie that her son really belonged to the god Quetzalcoatl. It had taken some time to get her the support of her brothers, but together, Plexicli and Itzcohl were able to convince the princes of the Aztec Empire to allow their nephew to take the throne. This was good news for many reasons. Not only did Berenger support his sons, regardless of their legitimacy, but it meant the Kaiser would be more favorable during his future dealings with the Aztec Empire. However, Plexicli did not care about any of this and was more concerned with how the war effort was going. Thus, she did not hesitate to ask her father about this subject. Are the Mayans still giving you trouble? You know I could go out there and help, right? Despite Plexicli's offer, her father declined with a shake of his head and a slight chuckle. You are the feathered serpent's wife now. If you were to get hurt on the battlefield, or worse, it would cause significant problems for our society. I'm sorry, Plexicli, but you are no longer going to be fighting battles. You will raise your boy to be a proper ruler. Maybe you can convince his actual father to help with that. You are always telling me how impressive Germany is. Perhaps it is time for you to move there full-time with Qualcohl. I don't know what led you to choose that man to father your child, but the boy will need his father to grow up to be a proper man. If I'm not mistaken, the German fleet will be sailing back to Berenstadt in the next few weeks. You should follow them back to the Reich and convince Berenger to help raise your son. As for the war with the Maya, it is progressing more slowly than I'd like, but victory is assured. You don't need to worry about such things any longer. Perhaps in another year or two, we will have fully conquered our southern neighbors. Your eldest brother currently leads the war effort, and as you know, he is more than capable of achieving victory on his own. I only want what's best for you, and that is not the battlefield. Plexicli bit her lower lip in distress. For her entire life, she had trained and fought in war. Now she was being demoted to the role of a housewife, and she did not like it. To make matters worse, there was another concern. As far as Plexicli was aware, no one in Berenger's family knew of their affair. If she were to show up at the palace with a boy who looked like a blend between the Kaiser and herself, demanding that the man raise her son, it would only cause problems. However, her father was right. Thus, she sighed heavily before nodding her head in agreement with his words. All right, I will bring Qualcohl to Berenstadt and take the next ship back to the Reich. Thanks, father, for all the support you have given me and my son. I promise that he will be raised in Kufstein to be a proper ruler, and when we finally return, he will lead our people into a new age of prosperity. The Aztec emperor nodded and smiled, then hugged his daughter and kissed her on the forehead. Afterward, he helped her depart for the Reich. Within a few weeks, Plexicli was back in Kufstein with her young son in her arms.
Upon arriving in the German capital, Plexicli and her son were immediately escorted to the headquarters of Imperial Intelligence by a few heavily armed soldiers. It was clear that Linde had already become aware of her reason for visiting and had made the first move. The red-headed beauty wore a gentle smile as she gazed upon Plexicli and her son. Despite this, Plexicli's eyes were focused on another part of the woman's body. Linde's stomach was rounded, leading the Aztec princess to suspect that she could give birth at any moment. It was immediately apparent that Berenger had been busy procreating during his brief period of peace. However, this wasn't important. Plexicli wanted answers. Before she could question why she was brought to Imperial Intelligence, Linde spoke with a stern tone in her voice. "I know about your relationship with my husband, and I also know that the boy in your lap is his son. I'll make this brief. The Crown will provide you with a villa and a proper staff to help take care of the child. I will also ensure that my husband visits your home regularly to help provide a stable life for the child and to take care of your needs. You can have as many bastards as you want with him for all I care. My condition is that you do not approach the palace without a proper appointment, and never with your son or any of your future children. The balance in Berenger's relationship with his wives is fragile. Currently, all of us are either pregnant or have recently given birth to our own children. The last thing the other girls need is another woman claiming that Berenger is the father of her child. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Plexicli bowed her head in respect. She was incredibly thankful for the benevolence that Linde had shown and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, truly, from the bottom of my heart." Linde smiled at Plexicli and her son, gently pinched the boy's cheeks, and commented on his appearance. "He's so cute. I bet when he grows up, he will look just like his father, if the man got a tan. Make sure to raise this boy right. He is going to be the future Aztec emperor, after all." Plexicli was surprised to see Linde being so friendly with her son. She had thought the woman would be offended by Qualcoatl's very existence. However, the Aztec princess did not understand just how much Linde loved Berenger. To Linde, any child of Berenger's was an extension of himself and was to be cherished. This is one of the many reasons that all of Berenger's children, especially those with his other wives, considered Linde to be their mother. Though Linde was focused on raising her own children, she had also helped the other women with their kids. Naturally, she intended to do the same with Qualcoatl. From this day forward, Plexicli would raise her son within the borders of the Reich. Every chance Berenger got, he would spend time at her place, making love to his mistress and being a part of his bastard child's life. After all, it was very difficult for a boy without a father to become a proper man, and Berenger knew this all too well. It had been nearly a year and 7 months since the Pax Germania first began, and during this time of peace and prosperity, many advancements had emerged within the borders of the Reich. Engineering, medicine, chemistry, and physics were among the scientific fields that were advancing at a rapid rate. From the moment the Pax Germania began, Berenger had issued an order to the nation's largest pharmaceutical company, in which he personally owned roughly 15% of the shares. The order was to research malaria and find a way to combat its effects. Millions of marks had been invested in the research and development of a cure for malaria, and finally, a viable medication had been created. Currently, Aldo von Passo was sitting across from Berenger in the middle of the Kaiser's office. He placed a small white pill on the table with a proud smile. Upon seeing the medication, Berenger was dumbfounded. From his perspective, it appeared no different from over-the-counter painkillers. He quickly asked for clarification on what this object was. "Aldo, what the hell is this? You barge into my office saying you've made a breakthrough in who knows what, and then you just drop a single pill on my desk. Exactly what have you made a breakthrough in, and what is this medication?" Aldo's smug smile somehow became even wider as he began to explain his newest invention. "Thanks to your investment, my corporation, Air Medical Industries, has had a major breakthrough in the field of malaria medication. The chemical name of this medication is hydroxychloroquine." Aldo was about to launch into a detailed explanation of the chemistry when Berenger raised his hand to silence him. "Say no more, I understand." How could he not understand what hydroxychloroquine was? After all, it had become quite infamous in his past life.
About a year before his death as Julian, a global pandemic occurred.
During the initial stages of the outbreak, people made all kinds of wild claims about what had caused it and how it could be cured.
Among these was the idea that hydroxychloroquine was a cure for the disease.
Despite claims about the medication and its effectiveness against a certain virus, hydroxychloroquine remained one of the most proven ways to treat malaria. Berenger was honestly surprised that his scientists had skipped over the earlier medications, quinine and chloroquine, and instead went straight to the most effective treatment, or at least the most effective treatment that didn't have terrible side effects. Aldo, however, was even more surprised than Berenger. He had difficulty accepting that Berenger already knew about the medication. How the hell did the man have time to read the reports from his studies when he had so many more important things to do? Still, this confidence in knowing what the chemical was only made the aging scientist more impressed with his Kaiser. As much of a brown-noser as Aldo was, it came from a genuine place of respect, and that was why Berenger could tolerate the man. Berenger held the pill in his hand and expressed his views on just how important this was to his future plans.
We now have the means to treat the most dangerous disease in this world.
With it, our troops will be able to advance into any land without fear of contracting malaria.
I must say I am thoroughly impressed.
You and your team have truly outdone yourselves this time, Aldo.
As impressed as I am with your results, I fear I have more to ask of your talents.
Now that we have found a way to treat malaria, I want you to research a cure for smallpox.
Don't worry about the funds. I promise to support you in every way I can.
I must admit that, although I don't know much about the virus, I can still give you a clue on where to start in your efforts to cure it.
You and your team should look into the relationship between cowpox and smallpox.
All I know is that milkmaids tend to suffer less severe reactions from the smallpox virus. Find out why, and you and your corporation will be able to quickly develop a proper cure for such a nasty disease.
Aldo bowed his head with respect to the Kaiser once more as he eagerly accepted this responsibility. Of course, as always, I thank you for your patronage.
It may take a decade, but I am sure we will have a cure for smallpox before long.
Aldo had a tendency to highball his estimates on timeframes.
With the clue Berenger had given him, it would probably take at most 5 years before a proper cure for smallpox was developed. Berenger always claimed he knew little when it came to the study of medicine and chemistry, but somehow he always had a hint that would get the ball rolling. The genius chemist was very curious about where the Kaiser got his knowledge from. It was a question that had been eating away at his mind for years. However, Berenger would never allow Aldo to investigate his background, and if the man was being honest with himself, he didn't have a proper reason to do so. He would genuinely prefer it if the origin of Berenger's knowledge forever remained one of life's greatest mysteries. Most people in Germany did not know just how much of the modern Reich was built upon the knowledge that Berenger had stored within his mind, knowledge that seemed to have no reasonable explanation for its existence. Though Aldo did not want to admit it, perhaps the German Reformation's claim that Saint Berenger the Blessed was a prophet gifted by God with limitless knowledge was the only valid explanation for this question. However, he knew this claim originated from Ludolf, who introduced it to combat the growing reverence for Berenger among his parish, who had begun to worship Berenger more than Christ himself. After all, if Berenger was a prophet of the Lord, then it was truly God in heaven, not one man, who had enriched the German people to such a degree. The only flaw with this reasoning was that Berenger had never claimed to be a prophet or that his knowledge came from God himself. Still, this did not stop the Church from trying to save face. Ironically, the Church's attempt to discourage the Reformists from worshipping Berenger backfired spectacularly. When Ludolf, the head of the Church, proclaimed Berenger to be a living saint and a prophet of the Lord, it only increased the zeal of those who prayed to their Kaiser. While these thoughts were going through Aldo's head, Berenger noticed how the man was staring at him and immediately suspected he might have something on his face. He quickly pawed at his handsome visage with his hand before asking, "What is it? Why are you looking at me like that? Do I have something on my face?" Aldo chuckled at Berenger's gesture and shook his head before answering the man's question earnestly. "No, I was just wondering if perhaps you really are a prophet sent by the Lord to lead the German people to prosperity." Berenger was silent for a few moments before breaking out into a fit of laughter. This was genuinely the first time he had heard such a ludicrous statement. He decided to throw the chemist a bone, but he did so in a concealed manner.
Me? A prophet? Perhaps. Or maybe I am a man from the future, pulled back in time by some pagan deity. Either way, it doesn't matter where my knowledge comes from. All that matters is that I use it for the betterment of my people. If there's nothing else to say, then I suppose you have your work cut out for you. Until we meet again, my friend.
Aldo merely chuckled at Berenger's words. The man was clearly joking at his expense.
Being pulled back in time by a pagan deity? Truly, that was utter nonsense.
After sharing a laugh with the Kaiser, he left the palace and returned to his lab, where he immediately began to investigate the link between cowpox and smallpox. As for Berenger, he stared at the small white pill in his hand with a wide grin. This medication would allow his troops to traverse the world without fear of what could possibly be the most deadly disease in human history. If the soldiers of the Reich planned to spend any significant time in India and Southeast Asia, they would need this medication to survive. Luckily, he had developed it long before his invasion of the Anangpur Empire began. By the time he dropped his troops into India to secure the throne for Daria, he would have a stockpile of malaria medication. Standing on the docks of Trieste was a delegation from the Majapahit Empire, which was located in what is now considered Indonesia and Malaysia. The members of this delegation gazed in astonishment at the German port city. The first fleet of the German Navy, or what currently existed of it, was on active duty, sailing across the Mediterranean and maintaining German hegemony over the sea. Thus, the foreign guests had not seen the true extent of German maritime supremacy. However, several smaller ships patrolled the bay. These fast attack craft, issued to the German Coast Guard, patrolled the coastline to ensure no illegal activity occurred within German territorial waters. Overlooking the harbor and the entire city stood a colossal bronze statue of a woman carrying a torch in one hand and a sword in the other. This woman was Germania, the anthropomorphic representation of the German nation. Known as the Colossus of Trieste, it was modeled after both the Niederwald statue from Berenger's past life and the Statue of Liberty. It served not only as a monument to German victory but also as a lighthouse, commissioned by the Kaiser for the second annual Victory Day celebration. The sight of this monumental statue, along with the numerous large steel cargo ships coming in and out of the bay, brought a great sense of astonishment to the Majapahit delegation. Though they had seen these steel cargo ships passing through the Malacca Strait for the past 2 years, they had never expected the Reich to have so many. An elderly man among the Indonesian delegation quickly spoke to a beautiful young woman leading the hosts. The sights he witnessed intimidated him. Not only was the harbor beyond impressive, but the self-propelled vehicles in the streets made the German port city seem like another world entirely. "Princess, what is this place? Have we perhaps entered the city of the gods?" Despite the fear on the faces of the Majapahit delegates, the young woman, referred to as a princess, merely shook her head. Her eyes were a mix of wonder and awe as she observed every peculiar sight and sound in the city of Trieste. "It may seem like it, but that is not the case. I think we have just stepped into a land far more advanced than our homeland. I genuinely believe these people rival the power of the gods." The young woman's words resonated with the rest of her delegation. For a moment, the translator who accompanied them chuckled while expressing his views on the matter. "If you think this is impressive, wait until you see the train." The Indonesian host looked at the translator with curiosity. They did not know what a train was, but they looked forward to finding out. After all, they were aware of his background. The interpreter was a man from the Indian subcontinent who had traded with both the German and Majapahit empires. Over the years, he had spent much time learning the German language to become a translator for other merchants, a position that was highly sought after and paid extraordinarily well. When the royal family of the Majapahit Empire searched for someone to translate their words into German, they found him to their liking. Thus, they eagerly awaited the chance to see what this mysterious device known as a train really was. Unfortunately, in the next moment, the Majapahit delegates' hopes were dashed by a tall German man dressed in a formal suit. "I'm afraid you will have to ride the train another day. The Kaiser's schedule is busy, and he does not have time to wait around all day for your arrival. Thus, I have been tasked with bringing you to the capital in one of his personal vehicles." The man had an imperial mustache and a gold sash across his suit vest, as well as a cross pinned to the left breast of his black suit jacket. In one hand, he held a walking cane, and atop his head was a top hat. The man courteously bowed to the delegation before introducing himself. "My name is Balthasar Ritter von Stotzer, and I am the ambassador assigned to welcome you to the borders of the Reich. On behalf of Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein, I would personally like to welcome you to Germany. Now that my introduction is out of the way, if you would follow me to the airship, we shall set off for Kufstein immediately." The interpreter translated the words, and nearly lost control as he did so. Rumors that the Germans were capable of flight had spread ever since the first Victory Day celebration. However, nobody had really confirmed them until now. After all, there were a limited number of airships, and aircraft, though currently under mass production, were a closely guarded military secret. To think that he would be able to ride in an airship as a mere interpreter was the ultimate honor for a man who had previously made his living selling spices across Asia and Europe. Thus, the Majapahit host was in for an astonishing surprise as they followed the ambassador toward the mooring station where the rigid airship lay. After getting into a series of cars provided by the Crown, the Majapahit host traveled to the airship, which they gazed upon with disbelief. It was a massive airborne vessel, bigger than anything they had ever seen before. Because of this, they had a hard time believing such a thing could fly. However, after stepping aboard, they were even more surprised by the overwhelming opulence within. As if Berenger had designed the airship for ultra-luxurious travel, it was practically a palace in the air, with all the gold accents and marble countertops to prove it. Once everyone was inside, Balthasar spoke to the Kaiser's guests with a wide smile. "Make yourselves at home. Would anyone like a stiff drink? There's a full bar with a bartender who can mix anything you can think of. If not, how about a nice meal? Despite the higher speeds of this airship, it will still take a few hours to reach the capital. Make yourselves comfortable as we take off." After saying this, Balthasar pulled out a vinyl record from a sleeve and placed it on the gramophone aboard the vessel. As the airship lifted into the air, a song famous across the Reich, "The Flight of the Valkyries," began to play throughout the cabin. The Majapahit delegation reacted with shock once more as they searched for the source of such complex music. The ambassador laughed and pointed to the device. "A recent invention by some of our talented scientists. It allows us to play music in the comfort of our own homes. The Kaiser bought this device for use on the airship. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the music as we drift toward our destination." Despite the friendly tone in the ambassador's voice, none of the delegates could relax. After all, they were flying in the air, and they couldn't help but gaze out the windows at the Reich below, which continued to shock their minds until they arrived in Kufstein. After several hours, the Zeppelin arrived in Kufstein, where it was properly brought to a stop. After descending from the aircraft, the Majapahit delegates entered the city streets, where they were astonished by the sights. Surrounded by mountains on all sides, the city of Kufstein was truly a sight to behold. As they gazed upon the foothills, another colossal statue stood in their midst, the old bronze statue of Berenger and his steed, Erwin, which stood as the eternal guardian of the German capital. The Majapahit princess and the other members of her party suddenly desired to walk through the streets aimlessly, gazing upon the immaculate architecture that adorned the well-planned city. However, Balthasar did not leave them with such free rein and quickly guided them into another series of cars, which escorted them to the palace. After passing through the gates of the imperial palace, the Majapahit princess gazed in wonder at the members of Berenger's palace guard, who wore elaborate black and gold uniforms while shouldering G27 rifles. The men carefully watched the Indonesian delegates as they opened the doors for them, allowing the foreigners access to the most luxurious home on the planet. As the Majapahit princess stepped into the great hall, she saw the magnificent sight of the German Kaiser seated on his immaculate throne. Before she could introduce herself, the golden-haired man spoke in a firm but welcoming tone. "So, you have finally arrived?" For nearly 2 years, Berenger had been shipping goods to and from the Ming dynasty. Naturally, these massive steel vessels had to pass through the Malacca Strait, a region controlled by the Majapahit Empire. Despite the constant traffic through the area, Berenger had paid no tax. Although the Majapahit Navy had attempted to force the German vessels to stop, all attempts had failed. At first, the Majapahit royal family did not know who these steel behemoths belonged to and used various means to investigate their origin. After nearly 2 years, they found the answer when a Ming delegate visited their homeland and described the ships as German vessels, advising the Majapahit to leave them alone. After careful consideration of how to deal with the Germans, the Majapahit king sent a delegation to Kufstein to reach an acceptable agreement. The leader of this delegation was the king's daughter, a beautiful young woman named Angrani. In the Majapahit Empire, the women of the royal family often acted as advisors to the king, and this young woman in her early 20s was no exception. Still, the moment she gazed upon the German Kaiser, she could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of awe. Before she could introduce herself, a screaming child rode into the great hall on the back of a full-grown leopard. This child was none other than Joseph, Berenger's youngest son, with Linde. The boy had his father's golden hair and his mother's sky-blue eyes. In a way, he resembled Henrietta more than either of his parents. The boy clung to the back of the leopard as it rushed through the great hall at great speed. That was until Berenger shouted at the two. "Joseph! Genseric! Out!" Both the child and the leopard hung their heads in shame before sulking out of the room. Berenger sighed heavily, resting his forehead on the palm of his hand. It took him a few moments to recover his composure, and after doing so, he stood up from his throne and approached the Indonesian delegates. "Apologies, my son can be a bit playful with my pet. I hope they did not frighten you." The Indonesian princess's jaw dropped upon seeing a small boy ride on the back of a fully grown leopard as if it were a common mount. It was an African leopard, and being from Africa, it was a bit larger than the one she was familiar with in Java. Of course, Genseric would not allow just any child to ride on its back. Linde had taken responsibility for the beast, raising it as if it were one of her own children. Because of this, the mighty leopard grew up alongside the young Prince Joseph. The two were practically inseparable and often played together. Genseric, after all, was the offspring of a deity's familiar, which endowed it with heightened intelligence, nearly on par with that of a human child. Thus, it was able to bond with the boy as if they were brothers. As a leopard, it matured faster than the human boy and often entertained itself by taking the boy for rides across the vast palace. This exceptionally tame behavior in an apex predator was one of the most puzzling sights the Indonesian delegation had seen all day, leaving them speechless. As for Berenger, he was admiring the princess's natural beauty. When it came to Asian women, Berenger's preference was for those with jade-like skin from the northeast of the continent. However, he had to admit the princess was to his liking. As he inspected the woman's rather humble chest, he recalled Linde had said it was fine if he spread his seat among the world's princesses. Naturally, he intended to take advantage of this, even if he did not plan to have an actual long-term relationship with her. It was a common adage that Genghis Khan had tens of thousands of children with thousands of women. Assuming this old tale was not an exaggeration, Berenger had to admit he was severely lagging behind. The man was already in his 30s, and yet he had less than 20 offspring from a handful of women. Thus, he decided to be on his best behavior as he stood in front of the woman, towering over her by more than 30 centimeters, and gazed down at her pretty face before asking the princess for her name. "You stand here in my palace, as my guest, and I still do not know your name? That's a bit rude, don't you think?" The woman had to look up to see Berenger's handsome face smiling down at her. She had never met such a tall man before and was quite surprised. Then again, everything she had seen in the Reich thus far had left a memorable impression on her. After the translator conveyed the Kaiser's words, the woman knelt respectfully before introducing herself. "My name is Angrani of the Rajasa dynasty. It is truly a pleasure to meet you, O mighty Kaiser." Whatever ideals of Justice Angrani had when she first set off for the Reich were now dead. She knew there was no way she could request that the Reich pay taxes as they passed through the Malacca Strait. For heaven's sake, she had just flown through the air for several hundred kilometers. Such a thing was simply inconceivable. Her civilization was advanced enough to know that Berenger and the Germans were not gods, unlike the natives of America. However, she still struggled to believe everything she had seen that day. So much so, she was convinced the German people might as well be deities, given how advanced their civilization was compared to hers. The airship had a particularly large impact on her. In this world, Islam had not spread beyond the Near East and North Africa, so Hindu and Buddhist teachings were the two greatest foreign influences on the Javanese people.
Though they had some differences, she was at least aware of the legendary Vimana within the Hindu sacred texts.
The airship she had taken to reach Kufstein was quite literally a god's floating palace.
It simply could not be explained in any other way.
Thus, despite meeting the Emperor of Germany for the first time, she treated him with the utmost respect, kneeling before Berenger as if he were a god. Berenger was surprised to see the princess of a foreign empire kneel before him so respectfully. He was not alone in his surprise. The unusual behavior of their usually proud princess also caught the men accompanying her off guard. What astonished Berenger was that she treated him so respectfully, despite her people being so far from the Reich that they could not possibly know of the brutal wars he had fought to unify his people and establish German hegemony over the West. Without this knowledge, it seemed impossible for this young woman to properly fear and respect him. Yet, the look in her eyes was one of reverence, which only confused him further. It was at this moment that Berenger wondered if Germany had advanced so far beyond the rest of the world that even the civilized people of the East might consider him a god. Was that even possible? As he thought about it, he felt that this explanation was plausible and simply smiled before finally answering the girl's introduction with a compliment.
Angrani. Am I pronouncing that right? That's a pretty name.
At the very least, it sounds a lot more pleasant to say than my own. Once these words were translated, the woman giggled. She had not expected this powerful man to have such a self-deprecating sense of humor. Curious about what a rough-sounding name like Berenger actually meant, she quickly asked about it.
Pardon my insolence, but I'm curious. What does the name Berenger mean? Is it common in Germany?
To this, Berenger scoffed and shook his head before answering the woman.
Until recently, it was rare to come across a man named Berenger. It's a name from a much more ancient era.
Maybe 2 or 3 centuries ago, you would see a bunch of Berengars running about, but you won't meet many men my age with such a name. Though, nowadays it is the most popular name for baby boys. It can roughly be translated as an amalgamation of the old High German words bear and spear. After saying this, Berenger quickly shifted the conversation to something more important and urged the woman to explain her reason for visiting the Reich.
Enough with the introductions.
Tell me, why are you so far from home, here in my little empire?
Have I perhaps done something to offend you? This is the first time we have ever interacted, is it not?
What is it that you desire from me? The Majapahit princess felt as if her heart would burst if she had to ask the man what her father had requested. How was she supposed to force this man to pay a toll for the use of the Malacca Strait? If she were to ask such a thing, he would just laugh in her face and kick her out of his palace. Instead of trying to get the Germans to pay taxes, she decided to open up trade between their two empires. A land with such overwhelming technology must be wealthy, and if that were the case, it would be better to establish a healthy sense of commerce between their two realms. Whether he would agree to such a request remained to be seen. Thus, with a silent thought, as if she were speaking to her father, she apologized before making her request.
I'm sorry, father, but I can't convey your request. There is no way the Germans would ever recognize our control over the Malacca Strait.
Insisting on it would only bring disaster to our empire. I must take an alternative path. After thinking this, the princess took a deep breath before speaking of her desires.
I would like to establish trade between the German Empire and my homeland. After hearing the words translated into German, Berenger thought for a few moments.
Having access to Indonesia would be beneficial for the future war with Japan, and he had no doubt that Empress Itami would eventually try to take the islands for herself. After all, there was rubber and oil there, something she desperately needed to compete with the armed forces of the Reich. Thus, after several seconds, Berenger sighed heavily, as if in deep thought, before revealing his thoughts to the beautiful young woman. I suppose I can accept such a thing, but I have one condition that must be met before I do so. Once Berenger's words were translated to Angrani, she smiled, grabbed his hands with a pleading expression on her pretty face, and stated her thoughts.
Anything, as long as I can give it, it is yours.
A devilish grin curved on Berenger's lips as he whispered something in Sanskrit into the woman's ear.
Sleep with me.
Princess Angrani's face grew red as she heard Berenger's demand. Though she was not revolted by the suggestion, she was incredibly embarrassed. After all, she was a married woman whose husband found more pleasure in his concubines than in her.
This made her wonder if she was undesirable.
It took Angreni a few moments to gather her thoughts before she nodded slightly, struggling to agree to Berenger's request. From her perspective, her body was a small price to pay for her family's kingdom's prosperity. Besides, she ached for the touch of a man and a child in her belly. She had been married since she was 16, and yet her husband had not given her a single child. Because of this, she accepted the Kaiser's request, her head hanging low.
Oh, okay. Berenger knew very little Sanskrit, only enough to converse with Daria and Priya in their native tongue.
However, he understood Princess Angreni's response, which genuinely startled him. He had not expected her to accept his offer and quickly burst into laughter.
The interpreter translated his words, "Oh wow, you are serious? I was only joking.
I would never use my position of power to coerce a woman into sleeping with me. It's no fun if you don't genuinely desire me. However, if you decide you want to become intimate with me out of your own accord, you need only ask, and I will be happy to pleasure you." This response immediately filled the Majapahit delegation with fury, and they protested Berenger's behavior. As for Angreni, the practical joke greatly embarrassed her, and she hid her face in shame. However, it made sense in her own mind. After all, why would this attractive and powerful emperor desire her wretched body? Berenger could tell the woman felt a bit depressed, but he did not apologize for his actions.
Why did he make such an inappropriate joke when meeting a foreign princess for the first time?
It was because he saw the way the woman was worshipping him with her deep brown eyes, and decided to snap her out of her delusion. As he said, if she genuinely desired to sleep with him, he would have no qualms about it. However, there was no fun in pressuring a woman to sleep with him. To Berenger, it was a matter of pride to conquer a woman's heart. The thrill of the hunt, so to speak. Thus, he had never been serious from the start. After taking several moments to recover from the shock and embarrassment of Berenger's prank, Angreni sighed heavily before quieting her delegates, who were practically on the verge of a riot after hearing the Kaiser's scandalous words. With a pretty but painful smile on her face, the Majapahit princess responded to Berenger's comments.
"It would appear that you have an interesting sense of humor. However, I would request that you be serious about these negotiations. I must ask, what do you truly desire in order to establish trade between our two realms?"
Berenger respected the woman's ability to stay on task, even after such a heavy blow to the mind. However, he was a man who enjoyed negotiations over a nice meal and a few drinks. Thus, he invited Angreni and her host to his dining area, where his kitchen staff were already at work preparing some local delicacies.
"I appreciate your enthusiasm, Princess. However, you have had a long journey, and I have yet to show you some proper hospitality. How about we discuss this over a nice, warm meal? How does that sound?
I promise you, you will enjoy our cultural cuisine."
Everyone always does.
Angreni felt her stomach ache as she thought about how long it had been since she dined on proper food. Thus, she quickly agreed to Berenger's request with a smile on her stunning face. As she followed Berenger into the dining hall, she inquired about his family life.
"So you have a child. Does that mean you also have a wife?"
Berenger smirked when he heard this and raised 4 fingers.
"I have 4 wives and 2 mistresses. I have children with each of them.
The boy you saw riding my pet leopard just now was my second son with my second wife. Though if you decide to share a bed with me, I don't mind taking a 3rd mistress. However, given that you're married, I doubt we could maintain a proper relationship. Sooner or later, you would have to return to your husband." The Majapahit princess was shocked that Berenger knew about her marriage and was about to ask him how he had access to such information when a waitress entered and poured some fortified wine for the guests. Berenger quickly changed the subject.
"Go ahead and taste it.
This wine is made in the southernmost regions of my empire. It is rich and gloriously red, with notes of plum and berry.
I think you will enjoy it."
The fortified wine from Berenger's personal winery was a knockoff of port from his past life, a special type of wine made in Portugal. Usually, port wouldn't be made for another 200 years, but Berenger had used his knowledge of the future to manufacture it in the provinces of South Tyrol and Trent from the early days of his conquests. It surprised Angrani how strong the wine was, though she greatly enjoyed the taste. She was not accustomed to drinking such a high volume of alcohol and, because of that, stopped after one glass. Luckily, the food arrived soon after, which Berenger's chefs had been preparing since the delegation's arrival. All the staples of German cuisine were brought out for the Majapahit delegation to taste. It was only after Angrani had eaten half her plate that Berenger began to discuss his plans. You asked what it would require to open trade with your homeland. In truth, I ask for very little or perhaps, from your perspective, quite a lot. What I want is some land to establish a naval and air base. Preferably on the Strait of Malacca. I ask this not out of malicious intent, but because there is a threat to your kingdom that lies in the Far East, and soon they will send their armies to your islands. If my forces are already stationed on your sovereign soil, this hostile force will surely be deterred. It surprised Angrani to hear such information, and she quickly denied Berenger's claims. No, that isn't possible. We pay tribute to the Ming dynasty. Nobody would be foolish enough to attack us. Berenger did not comment and instead pulled out a few pictures from his coat pocket. These photos were taken from southern Joseon, where Japanese troops currently occupied. One look at them, and it was clear they were far from flattering. The first photograph depicted Korean men and young boys working in the mines under the supervision of armed Japanese troops. The second displayed the mass graves of dead insurgents, though this was misleading, as they were not easily identifiable as rebels to an untrained eye. The woman and her host reacted in shock as they saw the photos. Though they could tell the victims in the images were from Joseon, Berenger had to explain in detail what had occurred over the past year and a half. About a year and a half ago, the Japanese Empire sailed to the Joseon Kingdom and conquered the southern half. Without my support, they would have taken the entire peninsula. Unfortunately, I was at war and unable to send the necessary support in time. Since then, my agents in the region have reported that the Japanese have invaded and annexed the island of Hokkaido, as well as the Ryukyu Kingdom. At the moment, they are preparing their forces to attack the islands northeast of your territory. Once they have conquered the various warring states in the region, they plan to invade your territory. The Japanese Empire has shown hostility toward my empire long before I ever got in their way. What I know is that they are currently modernizing their armed forces for a single purpose, to wage war against the Reich. Despite the intelligence I have received from the Joseon Kingdom, I do not know the extent of their military prowess or the height of their ambitions. However, what is clear to me is that they need to conquer your islands to gain the resources required to fight my forces on equal footing. Until then, they will merely be a near peer at best. After saying this, Berenger pulled out a map of Southeast Asia. His finger landed on a single spot, which he had marked for the woman to see. The location was known as Singapore in his past life. With a confident smile, he made his actual demand. Give this location to me, along with the surrounding coastline. I will build a naval base there and an air base further north. With these two things, the Japanese will have to think twice before they invade your islands. This is all I ask, and in return, I will trade with you the goods that have made all my other trading partners prosperous. Angrani struggled to come up with an answer. Though she had been given the power to negotiate with the Kaiser, she was unsure if her father would accept such a stringent demand. However, if what Berenger had said was true, and the Japanese were planning to invade the Majapahit Empire, she knew in her heart that her people would not be able to resist. Especially since Berenger had openly stated that the Japanese were nearly on par with the Reich. Thus, after several moments of consideration, she nodded silently before agreeing to Berenger's request. However, she made one stipulation before doing so. Okay, but I have one condition. Berenger chuckled when he heard this, then nodded and agreed to the woman's request. Name it, and if it is within my power, it shall be done. As he said this, the young princess blushed before leaning in close to Berenger's ear and whispered in Sanskrit, "Give me a child." General Shiba Kayahiko sat in a Japanese-style palace in the city of Seoul. After her conquests, Itami had chosen this city as the capital of the southern half of Korea, which was currently under Japanese occupation. For roughly a year and a half, the young general had been stationed here, fighting wars against an insurgent force. New weapons had entered the field in large numbers, and with the increase in firepower, the Japanese army was now making progress against the South Korean guerrillas. Germany had withdrawn 4,950 of the Jagged commandos it had initially sent to Korea and was currently training them in airborne operations along with the Jaeger regiment. This meant that a small number of German operators were supporting the Joseon dynasty in the north, as well as the guerrillas in the south. Currently, Shiba was meeting with a high-ranking member of the Kempeitai who was reporting to him about the purges taking place against the Japanese Old Guard, who were resisting Itami's rule in various ways. Another minister has been arrested and convicted of treason. It appears that the Minister of Trade was the one who leaked information about the invasion of Busan to the Joseon. By now, Itami-sama has begun to expunge the conservative elders of our government and is replacing them with young blood like the two of us. It won't be long before our society is completely overhauled to match the ideals of the war goddess. Shiba had poured 2 cups of sake while he listened to the officer from the secret police inform him of the ongoing efforts to purge the conservative elements of Japanese society. He handed 1 cup to the officer and proposed a toast before taking a sip of his own. Kanpai. It was only after he had drunk the alcoholic beverage that Shiba revealed his thoughts on the matter. It was only a matter of time before those old fogies caused trouble. Many of them have their heads stuck in the era of the sword and spear. I don't blame them. Their world came crashing down too quickly for their aging minds to adjust. Their expertise has served its purpose in raising a new generation of ministers and bureaucrats. However, they have outlived their usefulness and need to be discarded if Itami-sama is to fully industrialize our nation. We will need such a thing if we are to fight the so-called German Empire in the West. Luckily, Itami-sama had the wisdom to invade the Joseon kingdom. The iron and coal from the mines there will more than fuel our army. However, what concerns me is the rate at which our beloved Empress is expanding. I fear she is biting off more than she can chew, so to speak. Tell me, Mogame-san, how are the conquests of the Ryukyu kingdom and the Ainu on the island of Hokkaido faring? The Kempeitai officer, whose name was Mogami Yukihira, nodded in agreement with most of what Shiba had said, at least until the end, where he quickly informed him of what had transpired across the sea. With that old, treacherous bastard Kono Masakuni out of the way, our empress has been able to annex Hokkaido and the Ryukyu kingdom without a single shot fired. It just goes to show that the ongoing purges of the conservative elements are of the utmost importance. Unfortunately, a few of them have managed to escape our grasp. We believe they have fled to the Ming dynasty, but their emperor denies it. It doesn't matter, though, even if they are alive, they are no longer in a position to leak our plans to the enemy. Thus, the empress's plan to invade what she refers to as the Philippines will proceed as planned. I just hope the Germans don't interfere this time around, or else we may face another Joseon situation. Speaking of which, how is the war effort going? Shiba could only sigh in defeat as he poured another round of sake for himself and his guest. He was quick to complain about his problems, knowing that no matter what he said, as long as he did not defame the war goddess, this man would keep his words confidential. It's hell, I can't think of a more fitting word to describe it. It's as if I am trapped in the underworld, and Izanami is personally inflicting pain and suffering on those around me. Though an armistice has been declared with the North, this has not stopped the Joseon bastards from supplying the southern guerrillas with arms, munitions, and grenades. The morale of our soldiers is low, despite the latest equipment, which gives them a significant advantage over the enemy. They have no will to fight. I don't blame them. Itami-sama has practically tied one hand behind our backs. I know her intentions are good, but it is incredibly difficult to fight an enemy that hides among the people when you can't take reprisals against those same people who harbor them. Seoul and Busan are practically the only safe places left in this hellhole. Luckily, we have been able to establish a railway between them, as well as up to the mines. Because of this, we can rapidly transport goods to the harbor, where we can safely send them back to the homeland for production. However, we have had our fair share of derailments. Constant supervision must be maintained over the railways, or else the guerrillas will attack and sabotage our trains. Because of this, I have reported our needs to the Empress, and she has promised to deliver an armored train resistant to the enemy's firepower. However, you didn't come all this way just to ask about the war effort. Why are you really here, in Seoul, Mogame-san? A cruel smirk appeared on Mogami's lips as he informed the Japanese general of the reason he had sailed to the Korean peninsula. I have intelligence suggesting there is a traitor among your ranks.
You ask why I am here. My answer is simple: I have come to find this rat and eliminate him. Won't you help me, Shiba-san? Shiba pondered this for some time.
His soldiers were dispirited, sure, but there was no reason to suspect a traitor within his army. Curious about this claim, he quickly investigated.
You say there is a traitor among my troops?
Prove it. There is no reason for me to suspect the brave men who fight for the glory of their empress.
Despite Shiba's outrage over the suggestion that his men were disloyal, Mogami's cruel smirk did not disappear.
Instead, the man reached into his coat pocket and pulled out several black and white photos. This surprised Shiba, as he was not aware of photography or how an image could be captured. He gazed at the realistic pictures and quickly inquired about them.
Who painted these? They look so lifelike.
In response, the Kempitai officer scoffed before educating the ignorant man about his findings.
These aren't paintings, they are a form of German technology. You have conscripted many of the Joseon to fight in your army, have you not?
We have sent many of these men to Hokkaido and the Ryukyu kingdom, where they conspired with the conservatives in our ranks and took these.
Tell me, Shiba-san, what do you see in these photos?
The answer to this question was so obvious that Shiba did not know why the officer was even asking it.
However, he decided to play the game and answered the question. Casualties of war. What of it? Mogami sighed heavily before placing the photos on the table and clicking his tongue 3 times.
Tisk, tsk, tsk. Not casualties of war, Shiba-san, but casualties of the occupation.
As I said earlier, we took Hokkaido and Okinawa without needing to fire a shot.
However, when we demanded that every young man aged 16 to 20 be conscripted, the locals rioted. What you see here is the aftermath of these riots, documented by Joseon conscripts and conservative traitors among our army's ranks. Now, we have caught one of these bastards in Okinawa, and after a particularly gruesome interrogation, he ratted out his comrades, saying they were on their way to Seoul to meet up with the rest. There is a den of rats among your soldiers, and I want to find them before these pictures end up in the wrong hands. This news shocked Shiba, who carefully examined the photos and saw that these mass graves consisted of men, women, and children. It was highly likely that the troops in Okinawa resorted to firing on the natives at the first sign of disobedience. However, he could not prove this. Either way, the Empress would not have given the order for such a fierce retaliation. Shiba could only believe that there were officers among the ranks of the Imperial Japanese Army who were not following the Empress's laws that prohibited so-called war crimes. The very fact that the man in front of him knew these crimes existed and did not report them directly to the Empress was clear proof that the Kempitai were not as loyal to Atami as they claimed. Regardless of Mogami's loyalties, the fact remained that there were still traitors among the ranks of the army in Korea. Thus, Shiba sighed heavily before agreeing to the man's request. I will help you look for these traitors, but when we capture them, they are to be tried in a military court under my jurisdiction.
Do you understand?
There was a fierce glint in Shiba's dark eyes as he emphasized this point, causing the officer of the secret police to shiver in fright, as if he were a mere hare gazing upon a ravenous tiger. He nodded his head in silence.
Shiba then sent him away. Good. Now, if you don't mind, I am busy fighting an insurrection. You can speak to my executive officer about your hunt for these rats. Mogami nodded and saluted the general before departing.
After he was gone, Shiba poured himself another cup of sake and downed its contents before muttering his thoughts under his breath.
Oh, my sweetie Tommy, why have you gone and made so many enemies? Could you not have been satisfied as a mere shogun after avenging your father? I fear for your safety when we are so far apart. With that, Shiba had no choice but to report this incident to Atami. Even if she could not rely on her secret police, he would be there for her.